reincarnated as the world's greatest villain to become a charismatic hero, creating a legion of heroes with nation-ruining beautiful girls. Volume 2, by Sakaki Senjetsu. Translated by Toastful. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. The great villain of the world meets his friend's father. The day after arriving in Soma country, I was at the royal palace with the messenger. I was there to meet the king of Soma country. I can't believe I'm actually going to meet the king. The delegation from Kou country came to Soma country to escort Shu and her mother. Of course, I wasn't the one in charge of the delegation. The person in charge, the official messenger, was a man who was Ryujin Kuen's aide. The man's name was Tansha. He was in his late 20s. In the game history of Swordmaster, he was known as Ryujin Kuen's advisor. He was responsible for the dealings with Soma country as the official messenger. My job was to assist him and support Shu. By the time we arrived in Soma country, I had already completed half of my task. My role was to escort Shu back to Kou country, but the king of Soma country wishes to meet the younger disciple of Her Royal Highness. That's what Tansha-san said on the night we arrived. Shu and her mother had already entered the palace and were meeting with the king of Soma country. It seemed they had talked about me. So, when Tansha-san went to meet His Majesty, I was instructed to join him. Just right. I also wanted to meet the king of Soma country. The king of Soma country in the game was Kou Tenhou's enemy. He had a short temper and would shout things like, "If Kou Tenhou was in front of me, I would chop off his head." I want to see what kind of person the king of Soma country is now. Also, the king of Soma country is Shu's father. As her friend, I want to at least greet him. And I need to make sure he has a good impression of Kou country. Thinking about that, I headed to the palace with Tansha-san. "Welcome to our country, people of Kou country." In the palace hallway, people were lined up, bowing their heads. They were praising the friendship between Kou country and Soma country. It was a warm welcome. Soma country, located in the south, is a bit hot. That's probably why the sleeves and hems of the clothes people are wearing are short. It was the same in the game history of Swordmaster. There was an event where you wore cool clothes and relaxed by the river. I wonder if similar things happen in this era too. While thinking about that, I moved deeper into the palace. As I passed through the columned hallway, I could see the empty throne. As we knelt before the throne, a servant rang a gong. And then, the second princess, Su-uka-sama. "Please enter." A voice was heard. With the sound of a gong, Shu entered the audience chamber. Ah! I couldn't help but sigh. The Shu who appeared had her hair tied up and was wearing a decorated robe. Dressed so beautifully, Shu looked like a lovely princess from any angle. She felt different from Su-uka in History of Swordmaster. That Su-uka always glared at everyone with a strong gaze. But Shu, standing next to the throne, had a gentle expression. Smiling, she looked around as if searching for someone. Our eyes met. But Shu quickly looked away. Then she looked back at me and moved her lips slightly. "Please don't look at me too much because I'm embarrassed. Maybe. Your Majesty the King. Please enter." Soon, the king of Soma country appeared. He was a man with a black beard and a sturdy build. With a dignified expression, he looked around at his subordinates, me, and Tansha-san. In the game history of Swordmaster, Soma country and Kou country were enemies. Diplomatic relations were cut off, and the king of Soma country stationed soldiers at the border, banning travel between the two countries. Eventually, heroes appeared, and the king of Soma country began to support them. This ultimately led to the Kou Tenhou destruction end. I absolutely have to avoid that future. I need to be careful not to make the king of Soma country my enemy. "Thank you for coming all the way here, people of Kou country," king of Soma country said. "Also, I am deeply moved by the many kindnesses you have shown. Not only has my wife returned, who was sent as a hostage, but you have also proposed to send engineers for irrigation and mining development from your country." "What? The people of Kou country are offering technical support to our country? Has such a thing ever happened before?" Hearing the king's words, The officials and military officers of Soma country began to murmur. They had already heard about the engineers being sent from Shu. According to the story, Ryujin Kuan suggested to the king of Aka country, "How about Aka country supports us and makes Soma country flourish?" It sounds similar to what I told Crown Prince Ruin before. It seems Ryujin Kuan was thinking along the same lines. I think what's amazing about him is that he quickly puts those ideas into action. Once again, I thank you for your kindness, Aka country. While still seated on the throne, the king of Soma country said, "I gladly accept your proposal from your country. I can hardly imagine how to repay such support. Our king wishes to cherish the friendship with Soma country," replied the official messenger, Tansha-san, while keeping his head down. "Also, Your Royal Highness Uka has worked hard for Aka country. It is only natural to express our gratitude." Yes, I am surprised by that as well. I could sense the Soma country king's presence as he smiled. When Uka was sent out, she was just a child who loved martial arts, but it seems she has grown a lot in your country. Your country has helped bring out Uka's talents. That is too kind of you to say. And I hear that someone who has helped my daughter is here. I felt the Soma country king's gaze turn towards me. This is Kou Tenhou, the child of Aka country's General Skybear. Please raise your head. Yes, Your Majesty. When I raised my head, the Soma country king was looking down at me. I bowed again and said, "I am called Kou Tenhou. I hope you are well, Your Majesty." "Yes. I am glad to meet someone who has learned martial arts with my daughter." The Soma country king spoke in a calm tone. "I have heard that you worked together with my daughter to defeat Aka country's enemies. Thanks to you, my wife was able to return home, and we will receive great support from Aka country." "That is too kind of you to say. I would like to give you a special reward for your efforts, but I'm a subordinate of Tansha-sama. I have come here as a servant to a formal messenger." I chose my words carefully as I replied, "I cannot accept anything beyond my duties. Please forgive me." "Duties, huh? I see." Soma country's king stroked his chin, deep in thought. "You seem to be a humble person. I am honored. Then let me ask you, messenger from Aka country, Tansha." "Yes, Your Majesty." Called by name, Tansha replied, "As a king, is it acceptable for me to give a gift to my daughter's friend? How could we possibly interfere with Your Majesty's kindness?" "Kou Tenhou, the messenger says this. It is an overwhelming honor." I bowed my head again. "Then, may I have the right to move freely in your country?" "The right to move? I have heard that there are excellent martial artists in Soma country. I wish to find someone who can teach me Ki energy as per my master's orders. If I could travel within your country for that purpose." It was written in Master Reiku's letter. Kou Tenhou has something called divine energy within him. It is powerful, and to master it, a teacher is needed. Soma country has great martial artists, so it would be good to look for a teacher there. So, I must learn to control that divine energy. Divine energy is also found in Shu and Sei-Rei. For the sake of the two of them, I need a teacher for Ki energy. The Jinkyo tribe has already begun to move in the north. A few days ago, the strongest character, Zheng Tiger, came down and attacked the northern land where my father is. We managed to fend him off, but that was only because Shu lent us her strength. If it had been just me, I probably would have been taken out in an instant. Also, Zheng Tiger isn't the only strong character from the Jinkyo tribe. The crisis for the Kou family isn't over yet. I thought that if I learned the 4 divine steps, I could escape the crisis, but the crisis came at me without any warning. At the very least, I need to gain the power to fight it off. So, I would like to take this opportunity to learn your country's excellent martial arts. The general's child from Aka country wants to learn the martial arts of Soma country, huh? Please, may I have your permission? I bowed my head again. Of course, I could look for a mentor on my own. But, there's a chance that someone who can handle divine energy might be a vassal of Soma country or related to them. If I approach them and ask, "Please be my mentor," they might suspect I'm trying to recruit talent. If things go wrong, it could become a problem between Aka country and Soma country. I want to get permission to avoid that. My daughter seems to have found an interesting friend. After a while, I heard the king of Soma country laughing. He didn't sound angry at all. Very well. I won't ask for details. You can look for your mentor in our country. Thank you very much. Later, I will give you a pass. Use it freely. Father. I heard Shu's voice. No, I want to accompany Tenhou on his journey. No, Uka. You must stay in the palace. But Father wants to hear about your brave deeds. The king of Soma country said with a calm expression. I underestimated you. I sent you to deepen our friendship with Kou country, but I didn't expect you to form such a strong bond. You are my pride. Father, you must return to Kou country again. Until then, I want to talk. Your mother will join us too. Why yes, Father. Shu bowed to the king of Soma country. I'm glad. It seems the king of Soma country cares for Shu and her mother. Then, Father, may I suggest something else? Go ahead. How about I find a mentor for Tenhou's key energy training here? Here, you say? The king of Soma country nodded slightly, then shook his head. I understand you care for your junior, but it would be better not to search for them. Why not? If there is a martial artist capable of training your friend, I would want to keep him by my side. Also, if we impose a mentor, it might be seen as prying into their martial arts. Father, that would be disrespectful to the people of Kou country who have treated us well. The Soma country king looked at me and Tan Shiba-san and said. We both bowed our heads at the same time. Then, the official Tancha-san said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I hope to maintain a good relationship with your country. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. As Tancha-san bowed, I did the same. Really, I want Kou country and Soma country to have a good relationship like this. I hope the diplomatic ties we have now will last forever. Shu learns martial arts from a master in Kou country, and I learn key energy from a master in Soma country. I want us to stay in that kind of relationship. If possible, even 10 years from now. I had been thinking about that all along. Chapter 2 The Great Villain of the World heads to the martial artist town. Do you have any idea about the key energy mentor, Tenhou? That night, after meeting with the king of Soma country, I was talking with Tancha-san. We were in the lodging prepared for the envoy. I was about to go look for the key energy mentor. The travel permit, what you might call a pass, was delivered to me by Shu. I would need this when entering the big town. Probably, I would need it for the place I was going to as well. It should be Tenhou's first time coming to Soma country. Finding a mentor must be tough, right? I have an idea. Oh, really? I think I'll start by going to Tekizan town. Tekizan town is one of the towns that appears in History of Swordmaster. It's a place where martial artists gather, and there are facilities to learn martial arts and train key energy. Players can change and enhance their key energy attributes in that town. Oh, Tekizan town. Huh, that makes sense. Tancha-san nodded, looking impressed. As expected of Tancha-sama. You knew about Tekizan? I'm His Royal Highness the King's younger brother's subordinate, and I'm also involved in gathering information. I've heard that Tekizan is a place where martial artists gather. Is that correct? You're right. Yeah. It might be a tough journey, but it's worth going. It's not too tough, but it might take extra time. Is that so? That makes sense, since it's an unfamiliar place. However, if Tenhou has received teachings from Reiku, Tenhou should easily find a mentor. Master Reiku said to search for a key energy instructor in Soma country because there is a Tekizan town near the capital. I've also received permission from the king of Soma country, so I can search for a mentor without worry. If you leave the capital and travel for about a day, you'll see Tekizan town. Tancha-san said. When Tenhou finds a key energy mentor, will you become a disciple right there? No. I shook my head. First, I'll ask if they can be my mentor, and then I'll come back once. I'm part of the delegation, after all. I need to report back to His Royal Highness the King's younger brother in Kou country. That's true. To study abroad, you'll need your father's permission as well. Maybe they should come to Acre country. It would be difficult, I suppose. I thought so too. Talented people are usually already working for someone else. Finding good people is tough. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother is always looking for talent, but he has a hard time. I understand. I nodded at Tancha-san's words. I don't have the power to move people. Maybe in 10 years, but right now, Kou Tenhou is unknown and has no title. No one would come all the way to Acre country just because I scouted them. So, this time is just a meet and greet. First, I'll go to Tekizan town to find a key energy force mentor. After that, I'll return to Acre country and discuss it with Ryujin Kuan and my father. Whether I study abroad in Soma country will be decided after that. Tomorrow, I will depart. I'm sorry for worrying you, but thank you for your support. I pray for your safe journey. And so, the next day, I set off while being seen off by the delegation. After Tenhou departed. Has Tenhou already left? Oh, Your Royal Highness. Please don't call me that. Just call me Uka or Kou, Tancha-sama. Well then, I must inform Uka-dono. Tenhou has gone out to search for a mentor of key energy. I see. It's a shame I couldn't see him off. Uka pressed her hand to her chest and sighed. Then she looked towards Tancha. By the way, Tancha-sama, thank you for your proposal to send engineers to Soma country. My father was very pleased. As a princess, I would like to express my gratitude for the kindness of His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Oh, how polite of you. Uka and Tancha exchanged a clasped hand. Then, Tancha raised her face and said, "This is just between us, but, actually, the decision to send engineers was sparked by Tenhu's words." I thought so. Uka covered her mouth and smiled. The phrase "it would be good to nurture Soma country like a phoenix" was something Tenhou said. It was during the time at His Royal Highness the King's younger brother's residence. You were listening to the exchange with His Royal Highness the Prince at that time. Tancha nodded. After that, His Royal Highness the King's younger brother ordered me to consider sending technical experts to Soma country. As a result, we concluded that it would be valuable for deepening friendship between our countries and for training engineers. Later, Uka-dono's mother decided to return to Soma country, and it was during this opportunity that I made the proposal. I see. I understand that I should have made it clear that this was Tenhu-dono's proposal. The reason I hid it was to protect him. What do you mean by that? When Tenhu-dono spoke about support for Soma country, His Royal Highness Ruin and his followers were present. While His Royal Highness Ruin is one thing, there are various people among his followers. If they learn that what Tenhu-dono said became national policy, some may become jealous and interfere unnecessarily. That's true. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother decided, after consulting with Tenhu-dono's father, to hide the fact that sending engineers was Tenhu-dono's idea. Tenhu-dono still holds no title or position. He has no means to protect himself from power. Therefore, should we prioritize protecting him for now? By the time the engineers are dispatched and have achieved some results, Tenhu will probably have been appointed. When that time comes, I plan to reveal that the dispatch of engineers was proposed by Tenhu. Please rest assured. Thank you very much, Tancha-sama. Uka bowed again to Tancha. I appreciate you thinking about my friend. It's a big deal if talented people are crushed while they're still young. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother and I are both thinking about him. I want to tell Tenhu about this, but I understand your feelings, but please refrain from doing so. I see. Uka looked down. But I think Tenhu should know that everyone cares about him. He always makes me worry. Even today, he just ran off without saying hello. Really, Tenhu, honestly. I'll make sure to talk to him as his superior later. That's not necessary. So, Tenhu went to look for a key energy mentor, right? Did he say he had someone in mind? He mentioned he was heading to Tekizan town. Tekizan, oh, I see. Uka let out a sigh of relief. Then he can come back soon. It seems Tenhu knew a place where martial artists gather. Did Uka-dono tell him about it? No, it wasn't me. However, Reikudono only told us to look for the mentor of key energy, right? Tenhou Dono, where does he know about Tekizan Town? If it's Tenhou, that could be the case. That might be true. So, Ukadono, Tekizan Town is. It's at the foot of Tekizan Mountain. It's a key transportation hub where merchants traveling within Soma country gather. Because many guards for the merchants gather there, it naturally became a town for martial artists. If it's a place like that, Tenhou Dono should be able to find a mentor. To be honest, I wanted to go with him. I thought you would say that, so Tenhou Dono left early in the morning. That might be the case. Tenhou Dono's wish is for you to spend time with your family without worry. Thank you, Tancha-sama. With that, Uka left the lodge. May the journey to Tekizan be a peaceful one for Tenhou. As those words were whispered. Tenhou's POV. I see. Since it's 10 years before the game starts, the path to the mountaintop isn't developed yet. Tekizan Town is located near the top of the mountain. I remember the location of that town well. It's an important point in the game history of the Swordmaster. Leaving the capital of Soma country, it took a day and a half. I was climbing Tekizan Mountain. The entrance to the mountain path was hidden by grass. I was able to find it thanks to a cave nearby. That place, which serves as a save point in the game, is a landmark on the mountain path leading to Drip Mountain Town. As soon as I reached the foot of the mountain, I searched for the cave. I found it right away. The path up Tekizan Mountain was a little further north from there. Looking down from the middle of the mountain, I could see a town surrounded by castle walls. That's probably Rekite Town. In History of Swordmaster, it's a place you stop by when you first climb Drip Mountain. After that, there's not much reason to go there. Still, the road is bad. There are big rocks rolling all over the mountain path. I managed to squeeze through using beast body guidance and cat liquidization, but it was surprisingly tough. I wonder if this path is only meant for martial artists. While I was thinking about that, the path ended. Ahead of me was a fast-flowing river, and below it was a waterfall. But I can jump over a gap like this. 5 divine steps. Storm of the Lurking Dragon King, my body floated lightly. Yes, I made it across. Beyond this point, a narrow path continues near a cliff. I'll use the Byako tiger form of 5 divine steps. Since it grabs the ground with its claws while moving, I shouldn't fall. As I walked along the mountain path for about an hour, a building came into view. That must be Tekizan Town. Near the top of Tekizan, there is a wide flat area. In the game history of Swordmaster, there were many houses built there. At the entrance of the town, there is a gate, and beyond that is a square. Many martial artists were training there. The Ki Energy training area is deeper in the town. An expert in Ki Energy was at the temple, helping with Ki Energy adjustments. It was a necessary place for game strategy, but did I take a wrong turn? Near the top of Tekizan, there was only one small house. I could see only 2 people. One was a tall woman. The other was a girl about my age. There were no gates, squares, or temples like I saw in the game. Just a lot of trees. In a cleared area, there was only one house. Could it be that I took a wrong turn? Is the Tekizan town of this era deeper in the mountains? Or maybe the town hasn't been built yet. However, the path to get here was somewhat maintained. It seemed like only martial artists with a certain level of ability could pass through. That's why I came this far. For now, I should ask the residents for information. Excuse me. I came from Kou country. My name is Kou Tenhou. I bowed my head to the people in front of the house. I've heard that martial artists gather at Tekizan. I came here looking for someone who can teach me about Ki Energy. If you have any leads, could you please let me know? Chapter 3 The Great Villain of the World meets the Master of Guidance. Boy. The tall woman was staring at me. The girl was hiding behind a tree. Sometimes, she peeked out to look at me. She seemed surprised by the sudden visitor. You are Kou Tenhou from Kou country, right? Yes. I'm someone who lives in this mountain. Everyone calls me Shu-sensei. The girl hiding behind the tree is my daughter. Please don't think she's rude. She's not used to people living in the mountains. Thank you for your kindness, Shu-sensei. I clasped my hands together towards the woman. Shu-sensei. I also bowed to the girl behind the tree. I apologize for suddenly intruding and for startling your daughter. You're a polite boy. So, why did you come up the mountain path? I came to visit Tekizan. That's right. You are near the summit of Tekizan. This is Tekizan town, right? Do you see many people living in this place? No, I don't. Isn't that so? Yeah, I had noticed it for sure. There were paths that a martial artist could use. So, I thought there might be a town where people who train in the mountains gather. Excuse me, but what is the name of this place? This is a place where only my family lives. It has no name. What about the name of the town at the foot of the mountain? Since it's next to Tekizan, it's called Tekizan Town. I apologize. I bowed my head to the woman who called herself Shu-sensei. I was looking for someone to teach me about ki energy, but it seems I came to the wrong place. That's true. However, there is no doubt that an expert in ki energy is here. Ha! That's me. I'm not a martial artist, but a traveling doctor. A traveling doctor is a physician who roams without a fixed place. She also appears in the game history of Swordmaster. She randomly shows up to heal injured characters or adjust their ki energy. The traveling doctor, known as Shu-sensei. Could it be that this person is the character Gen Shuyoku from the game? I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Gen Shuyoku. This is my daughter, Tori. I was right. It's fate that you came here. I'll help you with your concerns. Tori, please take this boy to our home. Why yes, mother. The girl called Tori jumped out from behind a tree. With a curious look on her face, she grabbed my hand. Then she pulled me toward their house. Gen Shioku is a non-player character, NPC, in the game history of Swordmaster. She wanders around without a fixed place. She appears randomly to heal characters or adjust their ki energy. When I want to mess with ki energy, the theory is to either go to the town of Tekizan or wait for the appearance of Gen Shioku. Since they are NPCs, I don't know their skills or parameters. They can move freely in this chaotic world, so they must be strong, no doubt about that. Please have this. I haven't been shopping, so I'm sorry for the leftover tea. The girl called Tori said. She sat across from me, her eyes sparkling as she stared at me intently. It was a small hut on the mountain. There were no tables or chairs. The floor was dirt, with a mat laid on top. Sitting there, Shu-sensei and I faced each other. I have a question to start with. Why did you think there would be a ki energy mentor in a place like this? I heard that some martial artists train in the mountains. By the way, that was the origin of the in-game Tekizan town. I heard that a very strong martial artist lived in this mountain. They say that in their later years, they secluded themselves in the mountain and met their end there. I thought, if that's the case, there must be an amazing martial artist here, so I came. An amazing martial artist, huh? I see. Shu-sensei looked intrigued. Knowing that means you must be connected to Reiku, right? Huh? Oh, I see. The sword you have is the white Kirin sword, isn't it? You are the owner of the sword that Great Master Gaian entrusted to his disciple Reiku. That's why you came here. That's true, I'm Master Reiku's disciple, but... yeah. So, you came to visit the place where Master Reiku's teacher passed away, huh? Oh, I remembered. Master Reiku had said, my teacher gave up martial arts and went into the mountains to become a hermit. He died there. So that mountain was Tekizan. In 10 years, a town will probably form here because it's the place where Master Reiku's teacher died. By the time history of Swordmaster starts, the chaotic times have already begun. Master Reiku fights to protect people and becomes a famous martial artist. Since it's the place where such a famous person's teacher died, people will probably start gathering at Tekizan. As a result, a town will form. I guess that's how it works. But right now, the only ones living in Tekizan are Shu-sensei and his daughter, Tori-san. Shu-sensei knows about Master Reiku's teacher, the Great Master. In that case, I should be honest and talk to her. I didn't know this was the place where Master Reiku's master passed away. I straightened my posture and replied, I just came here following rumors. I didn't know about the Great Master. Maybe the white Kirin sword guided me here. I see. That can happen. Shu-sensei, what kind of relationship did you have with the Great Master? I was a disciple of Ki energy. After Master Guyan gave up martial arts, he researched techniques to heal people. I became his disciple around that time. Then, what about 5 divine swordsmanship and 5 divine steps? Those techniques were passed down from Master Guyan to Reiku. I haven't learned them. What I studied were the healing method and the guiding method. Also, adjusting Ki energy or inner force. Shu-sensei shrugged. When I met him, Master Guyan was tired of fighting. He didn't even want to see a sword. So, he said he would become a hermit and started training, but he realized that his knowledge could also be applied to healing, and he taught me that. Is that so? When I met him, Tori was sick. Master Guyan helped me a lot. Saying that, Shu-sensei beckoned her daughter. The girl named Tori sat next to Shu-sensei. Thanks to that, Tori was able to move again. As a way to repay him, I decided to save people using the techniques I learned from him. What happened to Master Guyan after that? He went missing in the mountains. They haven't found his body, but he probably passed away. So, Shu-sensei, you came here to mourn Master Guyan? No, usually I move around town for work. I come here when I remember Master Guyan. It's like a hometown for my heart as a traveling doctor. A hometown for the heart of a traveling doctor, huh? I recalled the content of the game again. The character Gen Shuyoku from History of Swordmaster does not oppose Kou Tenhou. Sometimes, she appears where the main characters are and uses healing techniques. She shows anger in chaotic times, but she doesn't see Kou Tenhou as an enemy. And this person is an expert on Ki energy. So then, I have a request for you, Shu-sensei. Could you please check my Ki energy? I sat in Caesar and deeply bowed my head. According to Master Reiku, my Ki energy seems to be special. However, Master Reiku is currently on a journey. In the meantime, my master told me to look for a master for Ki energy. So that's why you came to Tekizan. Shu-sensei nodded as if he understood. If that's the case, I can see why you were in a hurry. Normally, you wouldn't ignore the town and climb the mountain. I'm quite embarrassed. I don't mind teaching you. However, there is a condition. Yes, I will listen. I want to confirm if you are really Reiku's disciple. So, Tori. Yes, mother. Try to guide the beast in front of our guest. Show proper etiquette. Understood. With a swift motion, Tori stood up. She placed her hands on her clothes and paused. After confirming I was watching, she adjusted her collar and hem. Then, she placed both hands on the floor. Mio. Tori stretched her body while digging her claws into the mat. Slowly, she breathed softly. Meow. 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 Tori meowed and circled around me. This is boy. Answer the name of the guidance Tori is using. Beast body guidance in the form of a cat. Cat super stretch. A cat's body can stretch endlessly. But, this is Memmio. Meow. It's completely different from what I'm doing. Is this Tori's beast body guidance? The girl in front of me, Tori, was completely acting like a cat. Even though she looked human, she was like a cat itself. I could see cat ears, whiskers, and a swaying tail. Tori was fully wrapped in a cat-like atmosphere. You can't just watch. Show me your beast body guidance too. Okay. Tori. Next. Mio, Mio. Meow. Tori's cat form changed. It was cat sphere. I started the same form of guidance, but it was still different. Tori's cat sphere was just like a cat basking in the sun. Mine still had some human traits left. Doing this side by side made the differences clear. I kind of understood why my beast body guidance was incomplete. Master Reiku was trying to mix my ki with Shu and Seirei to create divine energy. Mixing ki was the priority, so he didn't focus on the precision of the guidance. But Shu-sensei is an expert in ki energy. She probably cares a lot about the quality of the ki energy that is created through guidance. So, that girl, Tori-san, must have perfect beast body guidance. Tori-san is probably a master of guidance. And her mother, Shu-sensei, is definitely a professional in ki energy. There's still more to learn about guidance. Right, Tori, uki, ukiki, eek, uk, uki, uk. A strange voice reached my ears as I focused on becoming a cat. When I looked over, I saw Tori-san scratching her head. But it was just for a moment. Tori-san quickly turned back into a human. "I'm sorry for showing you something embarrassing," she said with a shy face and clasped her hands towards me. Chapter 4. The great villain of the world negotiates with the traveling doctor Gen Shuyoku. "No. I apologize for showing you such an unpleasant sight. That was my fault." I bowed my head. What I saw was a master of guidance. Tori-san, using beast body guidance, looked like she had forgotten she was human. So, to my eyes, she seemed just like a cat. And what was that form she showed me after beast body guidance? A monkey. But why would something like that be added? Maybe the master has created a new guidance technique. If I could learn it, my ki energy would be strengthened, and I could fight on equal terms with the heroes from the Jinkyo tribe and the games. "Thank you very much, Tori-san." I bowed my head again to Tori-san. Thanks to you, I realized how inexperienced I am. I had no idea the accuracy of beast body guidance could be raised this high. Honestly, I'm impressed. Kou Tenhou-sama, please, teach me as your disciple. That will come after you answer my question, Kou Tenhou-kun. Shu-sensei smiled slyly. Tell me all about the full name of beast body guidance that Tori has shown. It's cat super stretch, cat sphere, and cat liquidization. What about the last one? I don't know. I see. It seems that Reiku hasn't passed on that technique to you. Saying this, Shu-sensei reached out her hand. I instinctively took it. Then, Shu-sensei placed her fingers on my wrist and said, "Let's check the state of your ki energy. Close your eyes and feel the flow of ki within you." Right after that, a fiery heat flowed from Shu-sensei's fingertips. Just as I thought it had passed, a watery, icy ki came next. Wow! Shu-sensei can freely change her ki energy. Shu and I can use the techniques of the 5 divine swordsmanship with the attributes of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. But Shu-sensei changes her ki like fire or water as if it's normal. Is this the power of a ki energy expert? You have divine energy within you, Shu-sensei said. I understand why Reiku told you to find a master of ki energy. The ki in your body is made up of pure divine energy. I've never seen a person like this before. Shu-sensei, can I ask you something? What is it? What is divine energy? Master Guyan said it's a ki that can change into anything. Anything. It can become fire, water, wood, earth, and even metal. But, Shu-sensei, you just changed the ki energy's attribute, right? Divine energy can show multiple attributes at the same time. If you train, you can use all 5 elements at once. All attributes. Master Guyan said, if you want, you can shoot fire from a sword or make your body as strong as metal. Do you understand? I can imagine it, but I tried to create fire from my hand. Nothing happened. Of course. I don't feel like I have that ki energy, and I don't know how to use it. Shu-sensei, could you teach me how to use divine energy? I straightened my posture and looked at Shu-sensei. Then, I bowed deeply. I will be grateful. I have learned some martial arts, so I think I can help you with things like guarding or carrying stuff. So, please teach me how to use divine energy. I think I can teach you. Really? But, what do you plan to use that power for? I will use it to protect myself and my family, I answered without hesitation. I fought against the foreign tribes in the northern lands. I managed to drive them back, but if it weren't for my shike, I might have been killed by the enemy. I want to learn how to use my power so that the same thing doesn't happen again. That way, even in a time of chaos, I can escape with Seirei and Shu. I could also save my father, brother, mother, and Hakuyu. To be honest, I only intended to learn the 4 divine steps. But then Zeng Tiger showed up. There's no guarantee that similar people won't appear again. I need to prepare to survive the chaos 10 years from now. This is why I want to learn how to use divine energy. There was a pause for a while. Shu-sensei looked thoughtful, then turned to Tori-san beside her. She touched Tori's wrist, closed her eyes, and had an expression as if she was searching for something. And then, "All right. I will teach you. Thank you. However, there is a condition." "I'm listening." "Will you take me and my daughter Tori to Aka country?" Shu-sensei said. "I'm a traveling doctor, you see. I was just thinking it was time to start moving. If you came from Aka country, that works out perfectly. I will work there for a while." "That is a very kind offer." It was unexpected. This time, I was just planning to find a mentor for Ki energy and make a reservation for guidance. After that, I intended to get permission from my father and mother Gyokushi before studying abroad in Soma country. If Shu-sensei comes to Aka country, I won't need to study abroad. Just like with Master Reiku, I can receive guidance from home. That would be the best news for me, but I understand. However, I am here on official business in Soma country, so I need to discuss this with my companions. Is it okay if I come to pick you up afterward? That's fine. Also, I have one more request. Saying that, Shu-sensei pushed Tori-san's shoulder. Could you assist Tori with the guidance from now on? Please. Tori-san pressed her forehead against the mat. This child had a serious injury in the past. Because of that, there are issues with her ki energy. Shu-sensei said. Most of it has healed, but it's not completely fine. However, if you interact with her ki energy, she might be able to remove the problem. Is it a problem with ki energy that even Shu-sensei can't remove? That's right. I originally became a disciple of Master Guyan to heal Tori's body. I managed to save her life, but she couldn't completely remove the abnormality in her ki energy. Because of that, it seems that Tori-san sometimes feels unwell. The reason is that there is damage left in the flow of ki inside her body, what you call meridians. So, Tori-san is practicing the guiding method taught directly by Master Guyan to maintain her health. If you lend us your divine energy, I can completely heal Tori. In return, I will teach you about your ki energy. What do you think? Will you accept these terms? With a serious expression, Shu-sensei said that. Chapter 5 The Great Villain of the World, Persuasion. After talking with Shu-sensei, I returned to the capital of Soma country. I needed to discuss things with Tancha-san. I came to Soma country as a member of the Aka country delegation. I couldn't just go back home without permission, and I couldn't let Shu-sensei and Tori-san meet without proper approval. I needed to get permission from the person in charge. So, I returned to the capital and talked to Tancha-san. That Gen Shioku Dono is now your mentor, Tenhou. After I explained the situation, Tancha-san exclaimed in surprise. I bowed and said, as expected of Tancha-sama, did you know about Shu-sensei? Of course. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother has invited her many times. Tancha-san said excitedly. I have also spoken to her as a messenger. However, she always refused, saying she wasn't interested. Shu-sensei was Great Master's last disciple along with Master Reiku. I replied. Because of that connection, she agreed to be my mentor. So, Gen Dono is Guyan Dono's. I see. I'm hoping to bring Shu-sensei and her daughter to Aka country. I clasped my hands together and said, if Master Reiku returns, then my master can meet Shu-sensei. Since they are both from the same school, they probably have things they want to talk about. Plus, if Shu-sensei is in Aka country, she can also check on my mother. My mother is weak. She often gets sick during the changing seasons. She has been getting better lately, but just in case, I want Shu-sensei to examine her. My father loves my mother very much. If she were to die young, he would be heartbroken, and that might cause him to make mistakes on the battlefield. Maybe that's why my father doesn't appear in the history of Swordmaster. If I can get Shu-sensei's help, I should be able to prevent that from happening. My family will survive no matter what. My father, my brother, my mother, Seirei, and Hakuyu, all of them. I will do anything I can for that. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother sent good herbs for my mother. He was thinking of my father, General Sky Bear. I believe we can get permission for Shu-sensei to stay in Aka country for my mother's treatment. Indeed. That is true. Tancha-san began to mutter quietly. Traveling doctors don't have a family register in Soma country. Even if Aka country pulls them in, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, if Gen Shiokudono wants this, it would only benefit His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. There's no reason to refuse, right? Tancha-san is Ryujin-kuen's aide. In the game, he was always thinking about how to benefit Ryujin-kuen. If he's that kind of person, he should understand the meaning of my proposal. If Shu-sensei comes to Aka country, Ryujin-kuen will gain a valuable asset. That sounds good. After a while, Tancha-san looked up. Let's bring Gen Shiokudono and her daughter back to Aka country. Thank you very much. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother hosts many guests. Gen Shiokudono will definitely be welcomed. We will also prepare housing for the two of them. I appreciate it. I bowed deeply. However, Shu-sensei said, I can manage my own living expenses somehow. If she's that kind of strong-willed person, His Royal Highness the King's younger brother will want her as a guest even more. Tancha-san laughed and said, Please tell Gen Shiokudono to wait in the town near the border. We will meet up when we return to Aka country. Understood. By the way, to convince the famous doctor and martial artist, Kou Tenhou Dono is quite impressive. Ha! Oh, you didn't know? Tancha-san had a curious look on his face. Before becoming a traveling doctor, Gen Shiokudono was a famous martial artist. Back then, His Royal Highness the King's younger brother wanted to have Gen Shiokudono as a guest. Is that so? I didn't know that. All I knew was Shu-sensei, the traveling doctor. That person was an NPC in the game. Because of that, her stats and past were unknown. I see. Shu-sensei was originally a martial artist. If you'd like, why not take some martial arts lessons? I'll consider it if I get the chance. What kind of martial arts does Shu-sensei practice? Finger control art, it seems. Tancha-san's answer was short. I've heard that she is skilled in the technique called pressure point technique. It's a martial art that sends ki energy from your fingertips to stop your opponent's movements. With that technique, it seems that Gen has defeated many martial artists. After that, I talked to Shu. If that's the case, I want to learn with Tenhou too. Shu nodded without hesitation after hearing me. I'm going to keep working for the friendship between Soma country and Aka country. For that, I need to become stronger. Shu, you're amazing. I'm just doing what anyone would do. Shu said with a shy face. My dream is to create a world where people from both countries can live together normally. For example, those born in Soma country and Aka country living like family. Living in the cool Aka country in summer and the warm Soma country in winter. Don't you think that kind of life would be nice? Yeah, I think it's great. I really believe that. Being able to go back and forth freely means that the two countries are at peace. It means there's no hostility and no chaotic times. I think that's a wonderful dream. I'll support you too. Yeah. I thought you would say that, Tenhou. Shu is really thinking about the future. It's not just about sending his mother back to Soma country and calling it a day. Shu seems to be looking beyond that. That's amazing. I need to learn from Shu too. Let's get stronger together. When Master Reiku comes back, it'll be a big surprise. Yeah. It's a promise, Tenhou. Yes. Shu. So, I started receiving guidance on ki energy together with Shu. Chapter 6 Gen Shioku, talking with her daughter. From Gen Shioku's perspective. Tori. Are you okay? Yes, mother. Tori is fine. Tori answered in a faint voice. She knew she was trying to be strong. On the thin futon, Tori was breathing heavily. This happened to her a few times a month. Still, her symptoms had gotten lighter. Just a few years ago, she was having high fevers almost every day. Tori was able to survive because she met Guyan. Thanks to his and Shioku's treatment, Tori was able to stay alive. And because of the guiding method he created, she had managed to live this long. This child has suffered deep wounds in her body's ki flow meridians because of that technique. Guyan had said, "She cannot completely heal it. But there is hope. My disciple Reiku has inherited my martial arts. She might be able to raise someone who can save this child. If someone with a large amount of divine energy exists, they could heal Tori. This continent is vast. There might be someone born with a lot of divine energy somewhere. It might be good to search for a user of that technique. If they understand how the technique works, they could heal Tori. Until then, you must continue the guiding without fail. That way, her lifespan will be extended. However, she must not use martial arts. If Tori's ki gets disturbed, her lifespan will shorten." That was Guyan's advice. After doing everything they could, Guyan disappeared into the mountains. "Still, Tori is lucky," Gen Shioku murmured while looking at the girl lying down. "She didn't die even after receiving the Four Fiends technique. Your daughter is strong enough. If she can grow, she might surpass you." She hoped Guyan's words were true, especially now that Tori had a chance to survive. "Master Guyan, thanks to you, she met someone with a lot of divine energy. Kou Tenhou. She can't believe a boy like that exists." Gen Shioku sighed. To heal Tori, they needed to either exchange chi with someone who had a lot of divine energy or figure out the mechanism of the Four Fiends technique she received. They had been wandering around searching for these things. They were looking for a divine energy user as a traveling doctor. They needed to find a user of the Four Fiends technique or discover a martial arts manual to uncover the secrets of the technique. Of course, they also relied on Reiku. But even she couldn't heal Tori. Still, Gen Shioku didn't give up. Even if it meant living a life of wandering forever, she was determined to find a way to heal Tori. "We have to thank Kou Tenhou," Gen Shioku murmured absently. "All the ki in his body has turned into divine energy. If he exchanges ki with Tori, she should be healed. But, is it really okay to let him and Tori do that?" "Mother." "Yes. She thinks Tenhou is a good person." Tori, feverish, stared intently at her mother. When she saw Tenhou, she was surprised. He had such a serious expression. That's true. She thought so too. That person is just looking for a ki energy, Niryoku, mentor, right? But he looked so desperate, as if his own life depended on it. She realized he lives as seriously as Tori does. Maybe Master Guyan really did guide us. To change Tori's fate. To save Tori from unavoidable death. Still, normally, one wouldn't think there would be a Tekizan town at the mountain's peak. "Mother." "Yes. If it's Tenhou, Tori can trust him with everything." "That's right." Seeing her daughter's expression, Gen Shioku made up her mind. "Okay. That boy is trustworthy. She will teach him the secret heaven-earth guidance technique." "Yes. She also wants to do guidance with him. We have found hope. So for now, rest, Tori." Gen Shioku gently stroked Tori's forehead. "It will be a journey of several days to Aka country. For now, take your time to rest your body." "Yes, Mother." Seeing that Tori had slept, Gen Shioku left the house. Then, quietly, she began her martial arts training. The ones who hurt Tori, she will settle this eventually. She can't leave people like that in the future of Tori. The moment when Tori was injured is still burned into her memory. It was when Gen Shioku was still a martial artist and working as a bodyguard. The enemy took the young Tori hostage. And then, when Tori tried to escape, they used the Four Fiends technique on her. They were laughing. Because Tori wouldn't obey them, she was going to die from the Four Beasts technique. Looking down at the fallen Tori, even now, remembering it makes her anger rise. They said that Tori's serious injury was fate. They claimed it was punishment for Gen Shioku opposing them, and that Tori's death was fate. She will eventually take them down, even if it costs her life. But before that, she must pass on her technique. Finger control art. Finger control art is the secret of the pressure point technique. The person she teaches must be someone she can trust. The best choice is Tori, but she can't let her use martial arts. So then, she should teach Reiku's disciple, Kou Tenhou, or his senior disciple. Thinking this, Gen Shioku tilted her head. By the way, the pressure point technique didn't work on Tenhou. Is it really the power of divine energy, or could it be another reason? When Gen Shioku checked Kou Tenhou's ki, she used the pressure point technique, hitting the opponent's pressure points to affect his body with ki energy. It's the weakest form. It only has a slight effect, like making the hand feel a little numb. Yet, it didn't work on Kou Tenhou. She doesn't know if the pressure point technique just didn't work or if it was instantly cancelled. She wants to solve that mystery. If she does, her finger control art might evolve even further. What a deep karma. Even if she quit being a martial artist and became a traveling doctor, is this all there is? She hopes the next generation of Tori will be peaceful, without fighting over strength, just calm and serene. While wishing for that, Gen Shioku continued her martial arts training. Tenhu's perspective. A few days after visiting Tekizan, we left Soma country. The king and queen of Soma country, along with Shu's mother and half-siblings, saw us off. I think we accomplished our mission to strengthen the friendship between Aka country and Soma country. We decided to send engineers for flood control and irrigation, as well as for mining development, and it was also agreed that both countries would regularly exchange messengers. Shu's treatment changed too. She was still a hostage, but if she applied and got permission, she could return to Soma country anytime. To be honest, it was like she was just a guest. Her mother was smiling as she saw Shu off. It seemed like she felt more at peace after returning to her hometown. At the moment of parting, she called Shu over and whispered something in her ear. Shu turned bright red, but I wonder what they were talking about. After that, once we left the capital, we met up with Shu-sensei and the others in a nearby town. Shu was dressed as a boy, but when she was checked for ki, it was immediately clear she was a girl. As expected of an expert in ki energy, according to Shu-sensei's assessment, it seems that divine energy is also developing within Shu. It's less than mine, but it's still a sufficient amount. After discussing it, we decided that Shu would also receive guidance from Shu-sensei. Seirei would join too. Since she also did beast body guidance with me, she should have divine energy as well. I'll make sure to talk to Seirei about it when we get back. With that, our journey continued smoothly. We safely returned to the capital of Aka country, Hokurin. Chapter 7 Tenhou and Seirei, starting new training. Tenhu's perspective. I'm back. Mother. Seirei. Hakuyu. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you completed your duty safely. Welcome back, Husama. Welcome back, big brother. Ha! Who's that behind you? When I returned to the Kou family, I was greeted by my mother, Hakuyu, and Seirei. My mother seemed to be in good health and came to the entrance to welcome me. It looks like Hakuyu protected the Kou family while I was away. Seeing me, she had a relieved expression on her face. Seirei was staring intently behind me. She seemed curious about the guest I brought along. This Tori-san from Soma country. I introduced Tori-san to everyone. Shokei and I will be receiving ki energy training from Tori-san's mother. Her mother, Gen Shioku-sama, is a renowned doctor recognized even by His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. If possible, I would like her to examine you as well, Mother. Oh, is that so? To have such a person come to Aka country. Both my mother and Hakuyu were surprised. I continued explaining. Gen Shioku-sama is currently meeting with His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. In the meantime, please stay with the Kou family. I am Gen Tori. Nice to meet you. Tori-san bowed to the mothers. From now on, I will help everyone with my mother. Thank you, we appreciate it. My name is Hakuyu. If you are a guest of Husama, you are very welcome. So you are the doctor's daughter. Mother, Hakuyu, and Seirei each returned Tori-san's greeting. After confirming that, Tori-san said, Tori has been told by Mother to explain the guiding method to Tenhu-sama and Seirei-sama. She looked at me and Seirei as she said this. Tenhu-sama, Seirei-sama. May I begin the explanation? We just arrived. It might be better to rest a bit first. And no. Tori-san shook her head at my words. It's better to do this quickly. If we take too long, hesitation will arise. Please, could you accompany me? Saying that, Tori-san deeply bowed her head. I guided Tori-san to my room. Seirei came along too. In this room, I always do beast body guidance with Seirei. There's enough space. It should be fine for all three of us to do the guiding together. Are there any points to be careful about when starting the guidance method, Tori-san? I asked Tori-san. After thinking for a moment, Tori-san replied, please make sure no one looks into the room. The room? Because it's a secret technique. I see. It's a secret technique, then. I left the room and told my mother and Hakuyu to stay away from the room for a while. After that, I returned to my room and informed Tori-san about it. Then, Tori-san said, first, I will confirm something. Looking at me and Seirei, Tori-san continued, Tenhou-sama, Seirei-sama, and Uka-sama have a powerful key energy called divine energy within them. Seirei-sama, are you aware of this? Yes. I've heard about it from my brother. Seirei raised her hand. It's something that was created when my brother and I exchanged ki through beast body guidance. That's right. And those who possess divine energy can gain special powers. Special powers? Like being able to talk to animals. The effects vary from person to person. It's possible for such abilities to manifest. I see. Since Seirei started doing guidance with me, she has been able to talk to animals. So, it was related to divine energy. The guidance method I will teach you from now on is to grasp divine energy and control it with your own will. Tori-san began to explain. This was created by my mother and Guyan-sama. It helps to balance the ki in the body, strengthen the meridians, and has healing effects. It's called Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Since it connects to heaven and earth, in other words, it becomes part of nature, that's why it has such a name. So if I do this guidance, I can be of more help to Big Brother. Seirei said with an excited face. Please teach me. I'll stay up all night to learn it. Seirei, you don't have to push yourself that hard. I said. Seirei is already helping a lot. Even in the northern lands, Seirei's dove delivered letters, so my father was able to fight advantageously. Both my father and my older brother and I are grateful to Seirei. Why yes. Big Brother. Let's take our time and learn slowly. I understand. Now, Tori-san, please teach me how to do Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Please. Seirei and I bowed. Tori-san nodded with a nervous expression. It's probably a difficult guidance technique. It's a secret technique that should not be seen by anyone. It shouldn't be easy to master. Still, I want to learn this technique. In the game history of Swordmaster, there is no such thing as divine energy. I don't know if it's a hidden parameter or if it's just not implemented. I also don't know what effects this key has. And, there's also the dream I had. In the dream, King Ruin said, this country will be devoured by the 4 fiends. Those 4 fiends don't appear in the game either. I have too many things I don't understand. So, I have no choice but to try everything. I want to be prepared for anything that might help me avoid the destruction ending. I really don't want to be torn apart by oxes like in the game Kou Tenhou, or hung up and have stones thrown at me. No matter how difficult the guidance method is, please teach me the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique with Seirei. I deeply bowed my head to Tori-san. Tori-san nodded and said, It seems you are ready. Yes. Why yes. I'm the same as my brother. Understood. Tori will also make up her mind. Saying that, Tori-san placed her hand on her obi. As I mentioned before, Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique is about becoming a part of nature. Therefore, you need to do it in a form close to nature. Wait, isn't that what I was just saying? Seirei looked like she realized something. Yeah, she definitely said before that the beast body guidance would be more effective if you took a form closer to an animal. I thought it meant moving more like an animal and making a lot of animal sounds. I was planning to try it together when I got back from Soma country. Well, Seirei-sama, that's amazing. Tori-san's eyes sparkled. It seems Seirei-sama has grasped the essence of the guidance method. That's incredible, Seirei. Why yes. It's thanks to my brother. When I was doing beast body guidance with him, I started to feel that this is the right way to do it. You're right, Seirei-sama. Heaven-earth guidance technique means becoming close to an animal. In other words, we do it without clothes. Tori-san said. By exposing your true self to the world, you become one with nature. This makes it easier to take in energy. Also, without the weight and movement of clothes, it's easier to understand the state of ki inside your body. It made sense. As expected of the method created by the great master. I will guide you. First, you should try it. But showing my skin to anyone other than my brother is. It's fine if you wear underwear and put on a light robe over it. Tori-san said, gently smiling at Seirei. I will show you how it's done. After that, you can decide what to do. Tori-san said as she began to prepare for Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Chapter 8 Meeting with Gen Shioku. At Ryujin Kuen's mansion. I see. The reason Gen Dono continued as a traveling doctor was for your daughter. Yes. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. This is Ryujin Kuen's mansion. In the guest room, Ryujin Kuen, his aide Tansha, and the traveling doctor Gen Shioku were talking. Yes. I became a doctor to heal my daughter Tori's wounds. You were originally a martial artist skilled in pressure point technique, right? As you know, pressure point technique affects the ki flowing through the opponent's body and can immobilize them. That's why you are knowledgeable about ki. So, you were able to become a doctor. Your insight is correct. Ryujin Kuen looked deep in thought. Gen Shioku was one of the people Ryujin Kuen was looking for. She used to be a martial artist, and now she is a famous doctor. When Kou Tenhou brought her, he was honestly surprised. He thought she might be a fake. So, he had several martial artists confirm it. As a result, he found out she was definitely the real deal. Among the martial artists, there were those who had sparred with Gen Shioku and those who had received her treatment as patients. So Gen Shioku was in Soma country. I can't believe Kou Tenhou brought her here. Ryujin Kuen was completely surprised by this unexpected turn of events. I have traveled to find a way to heal Tori, Gen Shioku said with a bow. As a result, I discovered that Tori can heal her body by exchanging ki with Kou Tenhou. That's why I decided to come to this country. Does that mean your journey is over? Ryujin Kuen replied. Then, will you become my guest? Your skills as a traveling doctor are invaluable. Would you consider settling in Aka country? I appreciate the kindness of your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Gen Shioku said as she knelt and touched her forehead to the floor. I would like to stay in this country until I fulfill my promise with Kou Tenhou. Will you not become my guest? In return, my daughter Tori will be of service to your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Gen Tori? But isn't she still too young? That child is a genius. A genius? Master Guyan said, this child has the strength to survive even the techniques of the four fiends. If this child lives long and can use that talent, history might change. Really? You might not believe it. But it's the truth. Does your daughter know about this? I haven't told her. Gen Shioku shook her head. I want that child to grow up naturally, without pressure. She doesn't need to know about the techniques that hurt her. That is a fate I must end myself. So, the reason you can't be a guest is, I intend to go on a journey to defeat the enemy who harmed my daughter. Gen Shioku declared. I cannot leave dangerous martial artists unchecked. I want to do my best as a martial artist, Gen Shioku, to protect the peace of my daughter, Kou Tenhou, and everyone living in the country. Until then, I plan to be of service in Aka country. Saying this, Gen Shioku again bowed her forehead to the floor. Chapter 9 The Great Villain of the World learns a new guidance technique. Tenhu's perspective. Watching Tori-san's Heaven-Earth guidance technique made me realize once again. She is a master of guidance. No, a genius. The Heaven-Earth guidance technique is about becoming one with heaven and earth. By fully embodying a creature that is deeply connected to heaven, earth, and humans, you can efficiently absorb ki energy into your body. This allows you to clearly understand your body's condition and makes it easier to grasp the key energy inside you. It seems you can also control divine energy. As I listened to Tori-san's explanation, I was left speechless along with Sei-rei. Tori-san's figure while performing guidance was so beautiful and mysterious. That's all. Descend from the heavens, take the form of a creature close to humans, and return to the earth. This is the heaven-earth guidance technique. After finishing her guidance, Tori-san quietly said, "By becoming a creature that soars through the heavens, you can absorb ki from a higher place, and by becoming one with the earth, you can absorb ki from a deeper place. Now, please give it a try." Tenhou-sama, Sei-rei-sama, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. It's really nothing. I couldn't respond right away because I was captivated by Tori-san. When she was using the heaven-earth guidance technique, she looked just like a celestial maiden. Of course, I know she's human. She was only wearing a thin robe. Her skin was flushed, and she was sweating on her forehead. Her long hair was sticking to her sweaty neck. She definitely looked human, but still, while she was guiding, Tori-san seemed so mysterious, like she wasn't of this world at all. It looked like she completely forgot that she was human. It was the same feeling I had when I saw Master Reiku's technique. The skills of a master are truly amazing. As an ordinary person, I was just so moved. But Gen Tori-san doesn't appear in History of Swordmaster. Since Shu-sensei is a non-player character, it makes sense that her daughter, Tori-san, wouldn't show up. However, what concerns me is Tori-san's body. Shu-sensei said that a large amount of divine energy is needed to heal her. Master Reiku wrote in a letter that only I have a body made entirely of divine energy. So, in History of Swordmaster, where there is no Kou Tenhou who possesses ki energy, what was Tori-san doing? Tenhou-sama. What happened? Brother. When I noticed, Tori-san and Sei-rei were staring at me. I quickly shook my head. I'm in training for guidance. I need to focus. Thinking about Tori-san's future, there's no point in that right now. But I owe a debt to Shu-sensei and Tori-san. They took on the role of guiding me in ki energy, putting my hopes into it. I will definitely repay that kindness. I'm not like Kou Tenhou from History of Swordmaster. I will repay my debts and honor my obligations so I don't become a great villain. Also, I want Tori-san to be healthy and alive in 10 years. I'm sorry, Tori-san. I bowed to Tori-san and said, "Thank you for showing me an example. Please continue to guide me. I understand." Then, Tenhou-sama, Sei-rei-sama. Yes, Tori-san. Why yes. While Tori is facing away, please become suitable for guidance. Yes, go ahead. Tori-san said that and clapped her hands. It was a bit strict, like a mentor's tone. Sei-rei and I decided to follow her instructions. First is form of the bird. It represents a bird carrying a soul from the heavens to the earth. Tori-san gently moved her arms. She swayed her arms up and down, with ki flowing to her fingertips, bending her body. Heaven-earth guidance technique, form of the bird. Tori, shaped like that, really looked like a bird carrying souls to the ground. That's amazing. Sei-rei-sama. Please focus. Why yes. When you exhale, lower your left arm a bit. Yes, that's right. Moreover, the way she teaches is great. While showing us an example, she carefully checks our movements. If we make a mistake, she corrects us step by step. Following Tori's instructions, we repeat the bird shape. In the end, we connect our hands in unified ascension, returning to heaven with joined wings, to share our ki and finish the bird shape. The souls carried by the bird from the heavens are received by the creatures on the ground. Saying that, Tori-san bends down. With her slender fingers, she scratches the heads of me and Sei-rei. Next, we will become the creatures on the ground that receive the souls from the bird. It's the form of the monkey I showed you earlier. Ready, go ooh. 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 You both are too stiff. First, let's do grooming of the monkeys. Monkeys forming a group and grooming each other harmoniously. Ooh. Eek. Eek. Be more instinctive. Really become monkeys. Eek. Sei-rei and I, along with Tori, crouch down and start poking each other's backs. Ooh, 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 eek eek. This is the monkey mountain. We are monkeys. So Seirei clings to my back, pressing her face against my neck. I walked in circles while keeping Seirei close, placing my hand on Tori-san's back. It was the same thing over and over. The heaven-earth guidance technique represents heaven, earth, and man. Something that flies in the sky, a bird. Something that roots deep in the ground, a tree. A beast that resembles a human, a monkey. These three types of creatures are represented. The reason a monkey is used instead of a human is that, to become one with heaven and earth, you need to forget being human. So, a beast that looks close to a human is used. Okay. Finally, let's take the form of the tree. The monkey that has died returns to the earth, nurturing the tree, and the fruits are born, which the bird pecks at and carries to the sky. First, we start with tree embrace of the heaven. The great tree spreads its branches and supports the heaven. Like this. We'll back up against each other. Like this, brother. Yes, just like that. Let's intertwine our legs and arms, forming roots and branches. While intertwined, please become the tree. We stood back to back, stretching our arms to resemble the branches of a tree. As we did this, I could feel Ki entering my body. Maybe because our bodies were close, I could see the Ki inside Seirei and Tori. It was a fluffy, soft thing. That seemed to be their Ki energy. I could feel that I also had a dense Ki energy inside me. It felt compressed, like it was boiled down. Anyway, it was thick. Could this be divine energy? I felt like I was almost able to reach it. Thinking about that, I continued my training. Okay. Let's stop here for now. Soon, Tori-san announced the end of the guidance. Seirei and I sat down on the floor. We were both drenched in sweat. Our bodies felt hot. As expected, this is the secret guidance method. I understand now why Tori-san said, if possible, wear only your underwear. The clothes sticking to my skin feel uncomfortable. I feel like I could have moved better without them. Actually, when doing the guidance, wearing clothes feels really unnatural. It's a strange feeling. Seirei seems to be thinking the same thing, as she pinches the neckline of her shirt. But well, I can't do guidance in my underwear with Seirei and Tori-san. After a short break, we will do beast body guidance. Looking down at Seirei and me, Tori-san said, once you finish the heaven-earth guidance technique, make sure to do beast body guidance. Think of the two as one guidance method. Yes, Tori-san. Okay, please call out to me when you feel calm. Saying that, Tori-san walked to the corner of the room and sat down behind the bed. She spoke in a faint voice. I'm embarrassed. Ha! This is the first time I've shown this kind of appearance in front of anyone other than my family. Sitting there, Tori-san's neck was bright red. You know, Tori is a bit strange. When I'm giving guidance, I don't feel embarrassment or fear at all. But once it's over, my emotions come rushing back. Is that so, Tori-san? Why yeah, and since I've been traveling with my mother all this time, I've hardly talked to anyone else. Did I say anything weird? Did you think I was a strange girl? It's okay. It's okay. Tori-sama guided us wonderfully. I and Seirei hurriedly replied. Maybe Tori-san is a genius. A genius at guidance, and she's really good at teaching. When she starts giving guidance, she forgets everything else. But the difference between her on and off is huge. Once the guidance is over, she turns back into a shy and reserved person. You're amazing, Tori-san. I couldn't help but say those words. Even though you're shy, you still teach me and Seirei properly. The fact that you can't see anything else when you start guiding means you're really focused, right? That means you have a talent for it. I think it's incredible that she can concentrate that much. I can't immerse myself in training like Tori-san does. Even during training, I can't forget about Kou Tenhou destruction ending. I don't think I can become a master like Master Reiku, Shu-sensei, or Tori-san. That's why I respect people like Tori-san, who strive to master one path. Even if it's to heal the Ki energy wounds, I can honestly think it's amazing. Moreover, I heard that Tori-san is also learning about medical techniques from Shu-sensei. Having knowledge of medical techniques and being able to provide guidance is really impressive. If I could borrow Tori-san's power, I think it would be easier to avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction ending, but she has health issues. I can't push her too hard. And if I force her to help and she ends up getting sick, I would make Shu-sensei my enemy. That would be the worst. Above all, using others is the way of Kou Tenhou from the history of Swordmaster. I don't want to do the same thing. I'm just grateful that I can learn guidance from Tori-san like this. I believe Tori-san must have amazing talent. I said. If Tori-san continues to master the skills, Tori-san might become a master who changes history. I hope that happens. Tenhou-sama. Yes. You are doing the same thing as Guyan-sama. How about we start the beast body guidance soon, brother? Suddenly, Seirei pulled my hand. I'm already calm now. You seem to have stopped sweating too. Seirei stroked my arm to check that I wasn't sweating anymore. So, let's continue our training. We can't waste time. Why yeah. You're right. I understand. Then, let's start with form of the cat. Tori-san, who had been curled up in the corner of the room, stood up. On her back, which was damp with sweat, there was a scar. It looked like a red mark from being hit by something. Even during the guidance, it had been visible. I tried not to pay attention to it, but this is an old scar. Please don't mind it. Noticing my gaze, Tori-san said hurriedly. Then, she took a slow, deep breath and continued. All right. Now, Tenhou-sama, Seirei-sama. Let's continue the guidance. Tori took my hand and Seirei's. If we do beast body guidance in this form, the effect should be stronger. Your divine energy will also increase. I'll teach you better ways to use it later. With that, we once again became fully immersed in our animal forms. A little while later, thank you for your hard work. Hu-sama, Seirei-sama, Tori-sama. The tea is ready. As we finished the guidance and left the room, the maid Hakuyu was standing at the end of the hallway. It seemed she had been waiting for us to come out. The water is also boiling. Madam said that Seirei-sama and Tori-sama should wash off the sweat. However, for Hu-sama, is something wrong, Hakuyu? A letter has arrived from the royal palace addressed to the Kou family. I would like you to respond to it. A letter from the royal palace? Madam will explain the details. Please, come to your room. I understand. I headed to my mother's room. She was sitting in a chair. It seemed like she was feeling well today. You're doing great, Tenhou. I'm proud of you. As soon as I entered the room, my mother said that. I admire your continuous effort. Thank you, mother. The reason I called you here is not for anything else. I believe you've heard from Hakuyu, but a letter has arrived from the royal palace. My mother opened the letter that was on the desk. It says, a meeting will be held at the royal palace, and members of the Kou family are requested to attend. A meeting, you say? It's something that happens every year. It's a feast and tea party to wish for a good harvest. This year, it mentions that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be hosting it. I knew such events existed. However, no one from the Kou family has ever attended. My father and older brother are at the northern fortress during this time. The royal family knows this, so they didn't send an invitation to the Kou family. But the fact that we received an invitation this year means His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants you to attend as a representative of the Kou family. My mother said, of course, you can refuse. You are still young, and you might feel out of place among the nobles. I won't force you. I respect your wishes. With a gentle smile, my mother, Gyokushi, said that. Chapter 10 Kou Tenhou and Suuka, receiving guidance from Shu-sensei. I decided to attend the meeting. If I refuse the Crown Prince's invitation, it would be seen as rude. That wouldn't be good for the Kou family either. Also, I want to see what Crown Prince Ruin is really thinking by meeting him in person. I want to observe the high officials around Crown Prince Ruin and see what kind of people they are. This should help prevent the Kou Tenhou destruction end. Thinking this way, I told my mother that I would attend the meeting. I understand. Then, take Seirei with you. When I expressed my intention to attend, my mother said, "That child said she wants to handle the Kou family's social events. It will be a good experience for her to see the faces of noble people. It's an official meeting, right? Is it really okay to bring Sei-rei? We just need to make sure she doesn't attend the banquet. There is usually a waiting room for companions at these kinds of meetings. Sei-rei can wait there with Hakuyu. She should dress up so that everyone knows she is the daughter of General Skybear." My mother smiled gently. Sei-rei also needs experience in front of people. Plus, if Tenhou praises her dressed-up appearance, Sei-rei will gain confidence. Then, she will be able to talk comfortably with nobles. It's necessary for socializing. I understand, mother. Sei-rei, I will teach you etiquette. It will be good for expanding your world. Tenhou, stay by her side. That will probably make Sei-rei the happiest. As expected of mother. She's thinking about Sei-rei. It's true that Sei-rei doesn't go out much. Before attending the Kou family's social events, she should gain some experience being in front of people. Sei-rei is an incredibly beautiful girl. If she realizes that, she will gain confidence and be able to live more comfortably. With that comfort, she should be able to communicate with others normally. I just hope she grows up honestly. However, caution is necessary. In History of Swordmaster, Sei-rei becomes the favorite of Crown Prince Ruin. I want to avoid going down the same path. So, I should do my best to keep Sei-rei and Crown Prince Ruin from meeting. Fortunately, this time, Sei-rei is going to the waiting room for the meeting companions, so the chance of Crown Prince Ruin coming is low. But, it's better to be prepared. While listening to mother, I was thinking about all this. After that, the guidance from Shu-sensei and Tori-san continued. However, starting the next day, Sei-rei would be out. She would be receiving etiquette lessons from mother. I would be the one to teach Sei-rei the Heaven-Earth guidance technique at home. I practice beast body guidance with Sei-rei every day. During that time, I teach her the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. When Sei-rei heard about the meeting, she replied, "I want to follow you, big brother." She had a serious expression. For the Kou family, socializing is something Sei-rei really wants to do. I want to do what I can for the Kou family. By socializing, the Kou family has taken in a wonderful young lady. She is a woman worthy of the Kou family. It seems that being told such things is Sei-rei's dream. Since Sei-rei is reliable, I think she will be okay. Maybe her path is different from the game route. I hope she can move toward the future she wishes for. So, Sei-rei decided to step away from the guidance practice. Starting the next day, Shu and I were instructed by Shu-sensei. The training place is Shu-sensei and Tori's home. Ryujin Kuin lent us the house next to Master Reiku. Shu and I would go there every day. Shu-sensei checked the ki energy of me, Shu, and Sei-rei. The condition of our ki energy was fine. The results showed that Shu is suited for fire and wood, while Sei-rei is suited for water. My special trait is none. I only have divine energy inside my body. I don't have any normal ki at all. So, it seems that my suitability can't be confirmed. The conclusion from Shu-sensei was that I should just change ki into whatever attribute I like and use it. From now on, I will teach Tenhou Kuin and Uka Kuin how to use ki energy. Shu-sensei said. First, you two will experience the pressure point technique. The pressure point technique, you say? What do you mean, Shu-sensei? Do you know what the pressure point technique is? Why yes. In response to Shu-sensei's question, Shu raised her hand. I've heard that the pressure point technique sends ki into the pressure points of the opponent's body to disrupt their ki flow. This can stop the opponent's movements. You're studying well, Uka-kuin. Thank you. Just as Uka-kuin said, my style, finger control art, deflects the opponent's attacks and uses that opening to apply the pressure point technique. Shu-sensei nodded. By practicing the pressure point technique, you'll get better at handling ki energy. It's faster to try it than to explain. Now, Uka-kuin. Why yes, sensei. Go ahead and attack me. Saying this, Shu-sensei stood in front of Shu. She was in a relaxed stance, just slightly bending his knees. Shu held a wooden sword, while Shu-sensei was barehanded. She lightly extended her fingers, waiting for Shu. Use the swordsmanship you learned from Reiku and try to cut me. And no. I can't use sword techniques against my mentor. This is an order as your teacher. Come at me. Yes. Shu readied her wooden sword. I'm going. 5 divine swordsmanship. Shu charged at Shu-sensei. The technique he used was Suzaku flame dance, a move shaped like a bird dancing in flames, which was Shu's specialty. Zeng Tiger, who received this technique, almost dropped his spear. But Shu-sensei, finger control art, flowing water, easily deflected Shu's sword. Finger control art, falling water. And then, she touched Shu's wrist and elbow. Ha! The sword fell from Shu's hand. Her right arm hung limply, unable to move. What? Just by Shu-sensei's finger touching me, Ukakuen used a fire attribute technique. In response, I sent in water ki to counter it. That's why the flow of ki in your body was disrupted, and your arm couldn't move. Amazing. So this is the finger control art. Pressure point technique. The game history of Swordmaster also had the pressure point technique. If successful, it could immobilize the opponent and capture them without injury. However, it had a low success rate, and if you failed, you would take heavy damage as a counter and hazardous skill. But Shu-sensei's pressure point technique is incredibly strong. It can slow down the enemy's movements, and you can escape right after. To survive, I definitely want to learn this technique. Ah, Shu-sensei, how do I break free from this? Think about it. Then Tenhou, you should think about it for Shikei. Shu-sensei looks at me and grins. What do you think you should do, Tenhou? This is also training for ki energy, right? I think for a moment, then say. Then I understand. Since Shu-sensei stopped Shu's fire ki with water ki, I just need to create earth ki to win against water. In other words, I should use the earth attribute technique of the Kirin. Ah, yeah. I got it. Tenhou. With her arms hanging down, Shu took a deep breath. She was desperately fidgeting like that. She was trying to use the Kirin technique with her body that wouldn't move well. After a few minutes of doing that, Shu swung her right arm up. She checked to see if she could feel it again, then opened and closed her hand. Thank you, Tenhou. Saying that, Shu wiped the sweat from her forehead. I was surprised. I didn't know the pressure point technique was such an amazing skill. Isn't there anyone in Soma country who can use the pressure point technique? Yeah. There are a lot of people who use techniques that overwhelm their opponents with ki energy. But with this, it doesn't matter about size, you can fight bigger opponents. I don't want to make you fight someone like that. Hehe. I thought you'd say that, Tenhou. Shu looked a bit shy and said, but I want to learn all kinds of techniques and become stronger. For the friendship between Soma country and Aka country. I want to achieve something that both countries will recognize and make my wish come true. That's impressive, Shikei. Hehe. It's been a while since you called me Shikei. Sorry. I just did it without thinking. It's fine. I like being called Shu by you and Shikei too. Saying that, Shu smiled while squeezing the hand that had received the pressure point technique. Then, Shu-sensei looked at me and said, Alright, it's your turn, Tenhou-kun. Are you ready? Yes. Shu-sensei. Just like Ukakuen, attack with your best technique. Got it? Yes. Then, here I go. Since it's a good opportunity, I'll try various things. If I just go straight at it, I'll end up like Shu and just take the pressure point technique. So, I'll surprise her. Cat Sphere. I rolled on the ground using Cat Sphere from Beast Body Guidance. While rolling, I headed towards Shu-sensei's feet. I kicked the ground and activated Storm of the Lurking Dragon King from 5 Divine Swordsmanship. Cat Sphere was a technique I used when I took back Seirei from Ryugen. It's a guidance technique, but it helped me catch my opponent off guard. I had always wondered what would happen if I combined it with 5 Divine Swordsmanship. This is a great chance. I'll give it a try. Using the guidance technique as a distraction. You really are interesting, Shu-sensei easily deflected the wooden sword coming from my feet. Then, she touched my wrist with 2 fingers. Right after that, my arm went numb. It was Shu-sensei's pressure point technique. I quickly used a different technique. I changed the 5 elemental attributes to cancel out the ki that Shu-sensei had sent at me. Regaining the feeling in my arms, I readied my wooden sword. You're doing well. But it's still not enough, Tenhou-kun. Tap, tap, tap. Shu-sensei tapped my shoulders, knees, and back. Her ki flowed into 5 points on my body. Before I knew it, I had collapsed face down. Tenhou, are you okay? Stay with me. I couldn't move. My arms and legs were completely numb. Even when I tried to move, nothing happened. Try to break free, Tenhou-kun. Why yes. By repeatedly releasing the pressure point technique, you will get better at handling ki energy. That way, your techniques will become stronger, and you'll be able to control divine energy freely. Why yes. I understand. If you can't break free, just let me know. But before that, look within yourself. Understand what kind of ki is inside you. Only after that will I help you break free. Shu-sensei is stricter than Master Reiku. It's as if there's an enemy somewhere that I need to defeat, and she's desperately trying to teach me how to fight back. I focused on my breathing. Inside my body, Shu-sensei's ki was stuck like a wedge. I began to circulate my ki energy to cancel it out. My whole body is numb, so I can't use the 5 divine swordsmanship techniques. I have no choice but to use divine energy to cancel out Shu-sensei's ki. Since divine energy has all attributes, I should be able to convert it to wood or water. Speaking of which, when I took the exam before, Master Reiku said, try becoming the 4 gods. Just memorizing the techniques isn't enough. You need to fully become Seiyu dragon, Suzaku bird, Byakko tiger, and Genbu turtle. Beast body guidance is meant for that. If I follow Master Reiku's teachings, by fully becoming the 4 gods, I should be able to change the attribute of my ki energy inner force. I don't need to use any techniques. I just need to imagine the 4 gods. 5 divine steps and fully become them. While thinking about that, I struggled for a while. After about 10 minutes of that, I have released the pressure point technique. Finally, I was able to stand up. It took longer than Shu. It seems that Shu is better at using ki energy. I see. Shu-sensei touched my wrist. Maybe to check the state of my ki, she seemed satisfied and said, you both did well. That's it for today. Thank you very much. I, along with Shu, bowed our heads to Shu-sensei. For some reason, Shu-sensei was staring at my face. Then, she cleared her throat and said, well then, come inside and do the Heaven-Earth guidance technique and beast body guidance. Yes, Shu-sensei. Tori is preparing tea, so drink that afterward. I want you to include Tori in the guidance too. After that, take your time to rest. And with that, Shu-sensei announced the end of today's training. Chapter 11 Gen Shuyoku, talking with her daughter too. Gen Shuyoku's perspective. Are Tenhou-sama and Uka not here today? Tori asked her mother, Shuyoku. Tori was holding a cloth and continuing to clean the room. She wanted to keep it tidy in case Tenhou and Uka came by. Also, when she was practicing the Heaven-Earth guidance technique, she had to expose more skin. It would be terrible if Tenhou or Uka were to accidentally hurt themselves with something sharp. To prevent that, Tori cleaned every corner of the room every day. I heard Tenhou-sama is out. That's right. He said he was going to a meeting. What about Uka-sama? Uka is writing a letter to her parents in Soma country. She's reporting that she arrived in Aka country. Is that so? Are you feeling lonely, Tori? Yes. Tori pressed her hands against her chest and said, they are my first friends. I'm sorry. The reason you haven't made friends until now is that I made you live a wandering life. Shuyoku gently patted her daughter's head and said, but I think we can stay in Aka country for a long time. Maybe Tori won't have to live a wandering life anymore. Mother, I plan to train in martial arts a bit longer in this country. My proud finger control art was easily broken by Tenhou. When Gen Shioku used the pressure point technique on Tenhou, he injected different types of ki into 5 different points on his body. It was to test his ability. It should have taken at least an hour, or even longer, to release it. Yet, Tenhou easily broke free from it. It seems his divine energy can change attributes freely and cancel the pressure point technique. If it's him, he might be able to counter the 4 fiends' techniques. Shioku shook her head to dismiss the thought. She wouldn't involve Tori, Tenhou, and Uka in the fight against the 4 fiends. She had already decided to handle everything by herself. By the way, Tori, how's your health? I'm fine. Tori is doing well. Tori twirled around with a broom in hand. Since coming to this house, Tori has consistently done the cleaning and other chores. So far, she hasn't had a fever. Show me the state of your ki. Why yes. Gen Shioku took Tori's hand and checked the condition of her meridians. The disturbance in her ki energy was weakening. It was probably because she had been doing guidance with Tenhou, Uka, and Seirei. Their divine energy has synchronized, and the ki energy is becoming more balanced. That's good. You should thank Tenhou and the others. Why yes. Of course. If you're feeling well, can I ask you to run an errand? Shioku thought for a moment and said, later, go deliver the medicinal herbs to Tenhou's house. You should give them to Gyokusha-sama of the Kou family. As soon as Shioku arrived in Aka country, she visited the Kou family and examined Gyokushi. After that, she had been preparing medicinal herbs for her. I'll let Ryujin-kun's aide, Tansha-sama, know about the preparations, so that even when I'm not around, the herbs can be delivered to Gyokushi-sama. Tenhou-sama's mother is in poor health, right? Yes, but there's no need to worry too much. If she continues to use the prepared herbs, she'll get better soon. However, is something wrong, mother? From what I've seen, Gyokusha-sama seems to have very strong feelings. General Skybear, Kou Aishing, seems to dote on his wife, Gyokushi. However, when Shioku examined her and listened to her, she found that Gyokushi deeply loves Kou Aishing as well. The problem is that Gyokushi was born a commoner. She is concerned about their difference in status. Because of that, she doesn't express her feelings much. This is causing a strain on her heart, weakening her vitality. That was Shioku's assessment. I told Gyokusha-sama to express her feelings a lot to General Skybear. If she does that, her health will get better. I see, so those symptoms exist. The mind and body are connected. If Gyokusha-sama loses their family, she might suffer a deep emotional wound, and because of that, she could fall seriously ill. I can only pray that doesn't happen. Shioku nodded at Tori. Remember that there are such cases. It will help you when you start working in medicine. Yes, mother. Tori, still holding the cleaning cloth, began to repeat the words she just heard. Tori is serious. Plus, she's smart. What stands out the most is her memory and observation skills. Those will be useful in medicine too. If she stays healthy like this, Tori will surely surpass me. Shioku looked at her daughter with a gentle expression. Then, Tori suddenly seemed to realize something. By the way, mother, when I was doing Heaven-Earth guidance technique with Tenhou and Seirei, something strange happened. Something strange? Tenhou, who was guiding with me, noticed that I have a scar on my back. I see. That scar is from when she was attacked by the 4 fiends. The enemy struck from behind, targeting Tori. The attack barely missed her heart. If it had been off by just a little more, Tori wouldn't be alive. Tori must have always hated having that scar seen. However, Tori didn't mind being seen by Tenhou-sama with her injuries. Oh. Also, Tenhou-sama said, if Tori-san continues to master her skills, Tori-san might become a master who can change history. Just like Guyan-sama said. That's quite frightening. He is. Guyan, the master of Shioku, recognized Tori's talent. He told her that once the injuries from the 4 fiends technique healed, she would become a master even greater than Gen Shioku. If Tenhou said the same thing, then she must have seen Tori's talent too. When I heard those words, I felt really happy. If I really have talent, I wanted to find out what I could do with it. Tori continued, I thought my meridian injuries would never heal. So, I planned to help my mother as long as I lived. I thought that was enough for my life. Tori. But if my injuries can heal, then after that, I want to repay the people who helped me. If I have some talent, I want to use it for the people I care about. That's what I've come to think. I see. Doing the Heaven-Earth guidance technique with Tenhou-sama is embarrassing. Because of my big chest, I can't move as quickly as Uka-sama or Seirei-sama. But that's okay. I will do my best with what I can do. You've grown, Tori. Hee hee. As she stroked her head, Tori squinted her eyes happily. In the near future, Shioku would have to leave Tori. It was to defeat those who used the dangerous Four Fiends techniques. Ryujin-kun said, "I'll take care of your daughter." In return, Shioku promised to work as Ryujin-kun's subordinate while staying in Aka country. After that, she planned to go on a journey after repaying her debts to Ryujin-kun and Tenhou. What worried her was how Tori would react after she left the country. I guess I was worrying for nothing. While holding her daughter's shoulders, Shioku let out a sigh of relief. Tori was growing by interacting with Tenhou and Uka, people her age. Probably at a speed that would surprise Shioku. I must have been too overprotective. Tori has grown far beyond my expectations. Mother. What is it, Tori? Tori wants to repay Tenhou-sama first. With a dreamy expression, Tori began to whisper. That person is always trying to improve himself. Tori wants to do what she can for that. I can't use martial arts, but I've seen your techniques, so I have knowledge. I'm good at remembering what I've seen and experienced. There's no need to rush, Tori. Gen Shioku stroked her daughter's hair. Tori has time, you know, right? Yes, mother. Take your time to think about what you want to do, and then decide. As Shioku whispered those words, she snuggled close to Tori. Chapter 12. The great villain of the world attends the royal banquet 1. From Tenhu's perspective. The day of the royal banquet at the palace had finally arrived. I quickly finished getting ready. To attend the palace, I needed to dress properly. I asked Hakuyu to find something suitable for me, and she found an old outfit that belonged to Kairyuaniu. Kairyuaniu was an exceptional person even from a young age. When he was around my age, he had already met with Crown Prince Ruin. The outfit he wore back then was still kept, and I was able to use it. Thanks to that, I didn't need to buy new clothes, and I was able to prepare everything. After changing, I waited in my room until Seirei was ready. I was bored, so I practiced the Heaven-Earth guidance technique moves. Just like how the Beast Body guidance technique could be used for self-defense, I thought that the Heaven-Earth guidance technique might have other uses as well. For example, it could be used in a way that's suitable for birds, monkeys, and trees. Husama, Seirei-sama is ready. Just as I was thinking about this, Hakuyu came to call me. Together with her, we headed to the main hall, and, how do I look? Seirei-sama, you look beautiful. Seirei, who had finished getting ready, came over. Seirei was wearing the same outfit she had shown me before, the one she wore when going out. The bright colors matched her silver hair perfectly. Seirei's hair is decorated with the Setsuenka, Snow's Edge flower, hairpin that I gave her before. When choosing accessories for the celebration, it seems Seirei picked this one without hesitation. It's beautiful, Seirei. Mother's eyes are shining. Really? You've grown so lovely. I wanted to show this to the Ryu family. Mother Gyokushi. I'm sorry. Seirei looked so beautiful that I couldn't help it. Saying that, Mother wipes away her tears. I can trust you with the Kou family's social events. Go to the palace with your head held high. Why yes, Mother Gyokushi, and Tenhou, as a member of the Kou family, you must fulfill your role properly. Yes, Mother. And Tenhou. Yes. You haven't given your thoughts on Seirei's appearance yet. Mother has her hands on her hips, looking at me. Seirei has dressed up so beautifully. You should say something nice. Words from someone close can boost a girl's confidence. Why yes. I stepped in front of Seirei. Yeah. Seirei really has become beautiful. Maybe it's the guidance, but her skin is glowing. Her silver hair looks like it's shining from within. Around Seirei are a black cat and a messenger pigeon. With animals by her side, Seirei looks mystical, like a fairy in this world. Yeah, you're really beautiful, Seirei. Be brother. Honestly, I don't want to show the current Seirei to anyone other than family. Brother. I don't think any royal family members will come to the waiting room, but be careful. I believe mother has taught you, but if a royal family member comes, you should bow down. Until I arrive, try not to show your beautiful self too much. Brother. No, really. The current Seirei is as beautiful as a star. So be careful. By the way, the name Seirei was given to you by your mother, right? Mother said this while brushing Seirei's hair. I heard before that when Seirei was in her mother's womb, she had a dream of drinking a shining star. That's why she named you Seirei. Is that a true story? Seirei murmured softly. Feeling shy, she pressed her hand to her chest. Mother said, you are a child blessed by the stars, so you have shining silver hair. But I thought that was just a made-up story to comfort me. It's a true story. Mother took Seirei's hand and said, your mother was my best friend. I guarantee that. Thank you, Mother Gyokushi. Seirei touched her hair, looking shy. And because I came to this house, I've come to not dislike my silver hair and red eyes. It's surely thanks to everyone in the Kou family. Is that so? Yes. I realized what is most important to me. Well, when I was in the northern town, the kids in the neighborhood said a lot about my appearance. I thought that when I grew up, I would become important and strong, shining like a star, and I wanted to show everyone how great I could be. Seirei whispered as if praying. But that's all in the past now. Right now, as long as I can feel the warmth beside someone who shines with a warm light, that's enough. I realized that Seirei is not a lonely star. Seirei. Mother reached out and hugged Seirei. She gently stroked her hair, careful not to mess it up. You are my pride, my daughter. Seirei. Mother Gyokushi. I am proud of you for bouncing back from tough times and trying to help the Kou family. Truly. Mother Gyokushi. That's not good. Hakuyu worked hard to fix your hair and clothes. Reluctantly, Mother let go of Seirei. Tenhou, Hakuyu. Please take care of Seirei. Yes, Mother. I would give my life for it. Tenhou. Your father, Shinsama, said in a letter that he leaves everything to you. You might feel nervous in front of noble people, but you must live up to Shin's trust. Yes, Mother. I bowed and then asked, by the way, did my brother say anything? He said, Tenhou will be fine. And also, he's worried about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. There's been no reply to his letters, so he's concerned. No reply to his letters. Kairyuaniu, who is at the northern fortress, has sent several letters to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Some were written by me, and some were sent directly by my brother. So, Crown Prince Ruin hasn't replied to my brother's letter? That's strange. Kairyuaniu and Crown Prince Ruin are close. Crown Prince Ruin called my brother my friend, and he went to the north because my brother was there. If it was a letter from my brother, he should at least reply. Because of my failure in the northern land, I may have lost His Royal Highness's trust. It's sad, but it can't be helped. Kairyu wrote something like that. My brother would say something like that. If Kairyu returns to Hokurin, there will be a chance to talk with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. My mother said in a calm tone, I will tell Kairyu to focus on his mission. Fulfilling his duties will help restore His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's trust. Yes. I will also write a letter to my brother. That's right. If you tell him about the banquet, Kairyu will be happy. I understand. I bowed again to my mother and said, then, I will fulfill my role as a representative of the Kou family. The banquet will have high-ranking officials and nobles from Aka country attending. Among them, there should be people who will be involved in the chaotic world 10 years from now. I need to figure out what kind of people they are and who I can trust. I can't miss this opportunity. While protecting Seirei, I will take my time to observe the people. I'm nervous. Seirei is taking deep breaths repeatedly. The places I go will have families and servants of important people gathering. I'm worried about whether I can talk without getting nervous when I attract attention. Seirei, I have a suggestion for you. A suggestion? Yeah. I want to teach you how to hide your presence. If you can make your presence and aura disappear when you're nervous, you won't attract attention from others. Why yes, that makes sense. When you get nervous, stay in that state for a while, and when you calm down, you can let your presence and aura show again. But, can I really do that? Listen, Seirei. I leaned closer to Seirei's ear and whispered. No one pays attention to nameless roadside trees, right? Ah. When I whispered, Seirei's eyes sparkled. I understand. It's an application of beast body guidance when brother escaped from the bad guys. That's right. I believe you can do it, Seirei. Yes. I'll give it a try. This way, I won't have to worry about being watched, and I can observe the others carefully. If a really important person comes, you should use this technique. That should also help avoid contact between Seirei and the royal family. If Seirei wants to socialize as Kou family, I will respect her wishes. Now that Seirei has gotten better, I can't keep her locked away with the Kou family. I'm her brother, after all. I want to grant my sister's wishes as much as I can. But I want to make sure we can avoid contact with dangerous people, so that Seirei can live safely and freely. What I came up with is a technique based on the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. You always help me, big brother. Seirei leaned her small shoulder against mine. I'll do my best. For you, no, for the Kou family. Yeah. I'll do my best to fulfill my role too. After talking like that, we got into the carriage. Then, we bowed to our mother and said, "See you later, mother." "I'll be back, mother Gyokushi. I will protect you both, Hakuyu will." And so, Seirei, Hakuyu, and I set off toward the royal palace. Chapter 13. The great villain of the world attends the royal banquet too. This is the royal palace. It's a big building, isn't it? I and Seirei were heading to the royal palace by carriage. The royal palace of Aka country has 3 gates. The outer gate, the middle gate, and the inner gate that leads to the important parts of the palace. After passing through the outer gate, Seirei and I got off the carriage. We parked the carriage in a designated spot and started walking on the stone-paved path. At the end of the path, there are long stone steps leading up to the middle gate, which is guarded by soldiers. The place where this meeting will take place is just beyond the middle gate. Further down the corridor is the inner gate, but we won't go that far this time. Beyond the inner gate is the deep part of the palace. There's the throne room, the king's residence, and the harem. These are places I have no business with right now, and I hope to avoid them in the future. We were guided by a government official and started walking down a path flanked by gardens. After walking a bit, a large building came into view. This is the building where family members and attendants gather, Hakuyu informed us. She said she had come here before with father. Well then, brother. See you later. Leave Seirei-sama to Hakuyu. In front of the building, the waiting room for family and attendants. I parted ways with the 2 of them. From here on, it's just me. I followed the government official and began to walk down the connecting corridor. Kou Tenhou from History of Swordmaster must have been here too. As I walked down the flower-lined corridor, I wondered what he was thinking. Was it about gaining power, or perhaps about the country? 10 years from now, this garden will be trampled by heroes. In the game, I also controlled the heroes and infiltrated the royal palace through the outer gate. Outer gate conquest. Middle gate conquest. After passing through the inner gate, the climax of the game is conquering the royal palace. When Kou Tenhou, who appears in the game, was captured by the heroes, he said something. However, the dialogue wasn't displayed. What was shown was only, traitors. The lines that feel like they come from a dream I had don't appear. If the game's Kou Tenhou isn't really a villain and has some reason for wielding power, what could that reason be? If I could figure that out, it should be easier to avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction ending. Kou Tenhou-sama. Please, this way. In front of a large building, a bureaucrat said. The pillars are painted red. Moreover, They have golden decorations. The ceiling is several meters high. Up above, there are windows for light. After climbing a few steps, there is a large hall. It seems the banquet preparations are already complete, and most of the seats are filled. Many people are sitting in the prepared seats. They are high-ranking officials in robes. Among them, there are no familiar faces. After all, the only ones I know are from History of Swordmaster. It's their appearance 10 years later, and some look worn out because the dynasty is on the verge of collapse. It's no wonder I can't imagine them as they are now. General Skybear's son, Kou Tenhou-sama. This way, please. Ha! I was guided to a seat at the back of the hall. In the center of the hall, there is a passage, and on both sides, seats are prepared for the people. The path ahead rises up a step, and there are seats decorated in gold. That must be Crown Prince Ruin's seat. The seat I was guided to is close to that one. It's a few places from the back. In terms of upper and lower seats, it's quite a high position. Is there some kind of mistake? I asked the official. I'm just a nobody, sitting close to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It's not a mistake. However, the official bowed and said, I was instructed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to bring Kou Tenhou-sama to this seat. By His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Kou Tenhou-sama is here as a representative of General Skybear Kou Aishing-sama and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's friend Kou Kairyu-sama. It's only natural to prepare a suitable seat. I see. To refuse any further would be rude. I steeled myself and took my seat. Once seated, I drank some tea. Listening closely, I could hear the voices of the people. They were talking about things in Acre country, the northern border area, this year's harvest, the positions of civil and military officials, foreign countries, and Ryujin Kuan, who hasn't arrived yet. Everyone seemed calm. There was no information indicating a crisis for the country. That was a relief. Sometimes, my name comes up in conversation. Well, I do stand out. I'm too young to be sitting here. As I listened to the people talking, Acre Country Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Ari Ruin, please enter. With a loud voice, Crown Prince Ruin arrived in the garden. Everyone turned to face the voice and cheered. Crown Prince Ruin was dressed in formal attire for a crown prince. He wore a coat with complicated embroidery. On his head was a crown. At his waist, he had decorations made of jewels. The attendees all stood up and bowed. I followed their lead. After a while, when I looked up, my eyes met Crown Prince Ruin's. Crown Prince Ruin had a complicated expression. He didn't seem as confident as before. He looked a bit awkward. Even though it was Crown Prince Ruin who called me. Next to Crown Prince Ruin was a man who seemed to be a high-ranking official. He was tall, around 20 years old. I recognized his face. He was a character from History of Swordmaster. In fact, he appeared early on. His name was Cho Seikimei. He was a general in charge of Crown Prince Ruin's army. His ability was slightly above average. He was in a position to face the heroes who raised their flags. If I remember correctly, Cho Seikimei was Crown Prince Ruin's mother's brother. He is what you call a relative by marriage. So, he has probably been by Crown Prince Ruin's side since 10 years before the game started. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I hope you are in good spirits. When Crown Prince Ruin takes his seat, the banquet begins. First, the high officials greet Crown Prince Ruin. By the way, I can't greet Crown Prince Ruin. While everyone is greeting him, I just keep my head down. I am here as my father's representative, but I have no official rank and hold no public office. I am just the child of General Skybear and the disciple of Ryujin Kuan's guest. I have no right to stand in front of Crown Prince Ruin in a place like this. So, I thought I wouldn't be called by name, but General Skybear's child, Kou Tenhou. Come here. Suddenly, a government official called my name. When I looked up, Crown Prince Ruin was staring at me. I hurriedly lowered my head. What is it? I am calling you. Come here. As I kept my head down, I heard Crown Prince Ruin's voice. With all due respect, I replied while keeping my face down. I am of no rank or title. It is not appropriate for me to greet your Royal Highness the Crown Prince in a place like this. It doesn't matter. Come. This Kou Tenhou understands his place. That's not acceptable. Know that declining any further would be a loss of courtesy. Understood. I step forward. In front of me sits Crown Prince Ruin. Next to him is Cho Seiki-mei. I bow formally and then kneel before Crown Prince Ruin. To Kou Tenhou, I, General of the Devoted Cavalry Cho Seiki-mei, declare. General of the Devoted Cavalry, ha. So, in this era, Cho Seiki-mei was a general. It was a great honor to fight alongside your Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the northern lands and drive away the foreign tribes. At Cho Seiki-mei's words, Crown Prince Ruin awkwardly looked away. I see. What Cho Seiki-mei said seems to be the official stance of Aka country. It looks like it's being said that I fought alongside Crown Prince Ruin to repel Zheng Tiger. I was probably called here to convey this official stance to everyone. Well, even if this is the official stance, I don't mind at all. In fact, it works out well for me. I have no intention of climbing the ranks or standing out. In the battle with the Jinkyo tribe, Kairyuaniu didn't die. Crown Prince Ruin was safe too. Thanks to Shu, we were able to injure Zheng Tiger. This should have also helped avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction ending. That's enough for me. I am honored to receive such praise. I kept my head down and answered. However, I wasn't the only one who fought alongside His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. My Shikei, Sui Kao, was with me too. We were able to eliminate the enemy thanks to Shikei. I have received that report. I heard the voice of Cho Seiki-mei. Therefore, accepting the advice of His Royal Highness the King's younger brother, our country will send support to Soma country. I believe we have sufficiently rewarded your Shikei's achievements. I understand. I bowed even deeper. I apologize for my rudeness. Yes. Even though you hold no title, you should know proper etiquette. Cho Seiki-mei said. That's all. You may leave. Wait, Kou Tenhou. Crown Prince Ruin interrupted Cho Seiki-mei. Chuseki Naru gasped in surprise. Then, Crown Prince Ruin spoke in a calm tone. Lift your head, Kou Tenhou. I allow you to speak freely. I want to talk to you. That's what he told me. Chapter 14 The Great Villain of the World attends the Royal Banquet 3 in the waiting room. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Seirei and Hakuyu are. Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Grace of the Swaying willow trees that deflect and accept the wind. Seirei murmured without speaking out loud. Seirei-sama. In front of Hakuyu, Seirei's presence started to fade away. Not believing what she was seeing, she rubbed her eyes. Seirei was next to Hakuyu, but her presence was weak. It was as if she were a tree placed against the wall. The waiting room had large windows that allowed a view of the courtyard. From there, the trees decorating the courtyard could be seen. Seirei seemed to blend in with the scenery, as if she were part of those trees. Is this the power of Husama and Seirei-sama? Hakuyu also knew that Tenhou and Seirei were learning the guidance technique. Because of that, Tenhou had gained ki energy. With Kairyu's help, he had achieved great feats, driving back foreign tribes. But she never imagined that Seirei would have such power as well. Of course, Seirei hadn't completely erased her presence. She had just made it weaker. However, in such a crowded place, it was quite significant. A weak presence could easily get lost in the noise of conversations and the crowd. The people around her would find it hard to notice her existence. Seirei can quietly observe people. Anyway, Hakuyu has to fulfill her duty. She remembers the conversation they had before entering the waiting room. Seirei had told Hakuyu, if anyone has anything to do with the Kou family, please let me know. Hakuyu must follow her instructions. Still, Seirei's growth is hard to believe. Seirei is just standing by the wall. Her posture is natural and, in a way, even elegant. Just like that, Seirei blends into the scenery, like one of the trees placed against the wall in the waiting room. Yet, Seirei's eyes are carefully observing her surroundings. The nobles who are chatting, the officials and military personnel who are patrolling, the elegantly dressed women. Seirei's eyes quietly watch everyone in the waiting room and everything that is happening. Most of the people in the waiting room are women. They are likely relatives of those attending the meeting. It seems that Gyokushi is not the only one who thinks of this as a social gathering. Seirei-sama. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother's daughter has arrived. Suddenly, Hakuyu called out to Seirei. She saw a new girl entering the room. From the conversations around her, Hakuyu concluded that this was Ryujin-kun's daughter. Suu. Seirei took a deep breath. She bent her body like a tree and bowed. Right after that, Ryujin-kun's daughter noticed Seirei and stopped in her tracks. Well, how cute. Ryujin-kun's daughter smiled at Seirei. I'm sorry. I didn't notice you there. You are. I'm General Skybear Kou Aishing's adopted child, Ryu Seirei. Seirei-sama. Oh, it's you. Ryujin-kun's daughter and her maids turned to face Seirei. I'm Ari Heiku's youngest daughter, Yuri. I've heard about you and your brother from my father. Thank you for your polite greeting. Seirei bowed deeply. If Yuri-sama remembers my name, my brother will be happy too. Seirei-sama. Yes, Yuri-sama. If I said I know your situation, would you get angry? Yuri looked apologetic, lowering her eyes. I'm sorry. When you and Kou Aishing-sama were at my father's place, I overheard the conversation. That's why I've been thinking about you ever since. Hakuyu listened to their exchange while kneeling. Yuri is one of Ryujin-kun's daughters. She is about the same age as Seirei. Being the youngest daughter, she is said to be especially cherished. It was surprising that Yuri was concerned about Seirei. Yuri is the daughter of the king's brother, and Seirei is the adopted daughter of General Skybear. Their statuses are different. Still, the reason Yuri spoke to Seirei was, did Husama bring them together? When Tenhou learned that Seirei had been kidnapped, he was ready to face punishment and borrowed Ryujin-kun's power. After that, he became a disciple of Ryujin-kun's subordinate. With the martial arts he learned, he protected the northern lands and brought back a rare talent from Soma country, Gen Shuyoku. It seems that Tenhou is a topic of conversation even in Ryujin-kun's household. That's why Yuri became interested in Seirei. I asked my father many times to let me meet you, but he told me to wait for the right time. I'm really happy to meet you here. I am honored, Yuri-sama. I hope we can have a calm conversation someday. Yuri's words made Seirei's eyes widen. Yes. If there's a chance, I would love that. Hee. Well then, excuse me. Saying that, Yuri left Seirei's side. When she noticed, all the people's gazes were focused on Seirei. Of course. Yuri, being Ryujin-kun's daughter, holds the highest status in this place. It's unusual for someone like her to speak to Seirei first. Everyone must have looked at Seirei with respect. After bowing to those people, Seirei moved to another spot. And, grace of the swaying willow, she once again faded into the background. People looked puzzled, and then quickly lost interest, turning their gaze away from Seirei. Then they began to gather around Yuri. Seirei-sama, that's amazing. No, maybe it's Husama who's amazing. It was probably Tenhou who taught Seirei how to lessen her presence. Seirei faithfully follows that advice. By doing so, she observes people and figures out who she should talk to. Oh, it seems we have some beautiful ladies here. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the hall. The speaker was a young man. From his clothing, he seemed to be a noble, likely of high rank. The man passed by Seirei without looking at her. Seirei listened closely to the conversations around her. She picked up information about the man and quietly repeated it to remember. Cho Shikatsu-sama. He is also the son of General of the devoted cavalry Cho Seiki-me-sama, who is related to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, right? I don't think you need to force yourself to talk to him. Hakuyu replied in a low voice. Husama said, until I arrive, try not to show your beautiful appearance as much as possible. I think Husama was afraid that Seirei-sama's beauty would attract men. I'm happy to be called beautiful by my brother. Seirei's breathing became slightly uneven, but she quickly steadied her breath. Is Cho Shikatsu-sama someone we should be careful of? Well, it seems like he's talking to women all over the place. Hakuyu was right. Cho Shikatsu was approaching the women in the waiting room and talking to them. Moreover, he was standing really close. The reason the women didn't reject him was probably because Cho Shikatsu's father was a general and related to the crown prince. The only one he didn't approach was Yuri, Ryujin Kuen's daughter. It was as if he was gathering people in the hall, dividing them with Yuri. It seemed that Seirei was dealing with a difficult person. I guess I should stay away from that guy. Seirei muttered quietly. I wanted to practice socializing for the Kou family. Socializing isn't just about talking. Observing the personalities of the attendees is also an important job, I think. I understand. Seirei continued to observe the people in the hall while keeping a low profile. Seeing Seirei like that, Hakuyu let out a breath as if she was moved. Seirei-sama has become stronger. I decided to be Seirei-sama's shield. And with that resolve, Hakuyu steeled herself. Before, Hakuyu couldn't protect Seirei. Even though the opponent was a martial artist, she had let Seirei, who she should have protected, be taken away by her uncle, Ryu-gen. That left a deep scar in Hakuyu's heart. So this time, no matter what happened, she was determined to protect Seirei. By any means necessary. To do that, she wouldn't mind being punished or even taking her own life. She's prepared for that much. But it wasn't necessary. Seirei skillfully created and erased her presence repeatedly. She talked to those who needed her and avoided those who were dangerous. As Hakuyu was moved by Seirei's actions. Oops. Cho Shikatsu bumped into someone and stumbled. He was coming straight toward Seirei. At this rate, he would collide with her. Hakuyu instinctively stepped in. However, their sizes were too different. If this continued, Cho Shikatsu's shoulder would touch Seirei. If that happened, he would notice her presence. To prevent that, Hakuyu had no choice but to push Cho Shikatsu aside. Of course, it would be rude for Hakuyu, as a servant, to touch Cho Shikatsu's body. But she was determined. As she prepared for punishment, just as Hakuyu was about to push Cho Shikatsu. Heaven-earth guidance technique. Thicket of dense shrubs, a low-growing tree with branches reaching down to the ground. In the next moment, Seirei further weakened her presence and knelt down. Immediately after, a noble entered the hall. No one had noticed the person's arrival yet, but Seirei was aware. She was observing her surroundings that carefully. Cho Shikatsu, who bumped into Hakuyu, didn't notice or touch the kneeling Seirei. He simply said to Hakuyu. Arriving late to Seirei by a few seconds, he noticed the nobles who had come to the hall. Everyone in the hall, too. They all knelt at once. The noble who came to check on the waiting room. The brother of the king, Ryujin Kuen. I'm sorry. It seems I've interrupted a fun gathering. Ryujin chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Then he looked at Cho Shikatsu. But Shikatsu, don't you think you've gone a bit overboard? To hisses. Your Royal Highness the king's younger brother. It looked like you were calling out to women randomly, didn't it? Well, that's... Shikatsu, who was glared at, started to panic. I thought it was a good opportunity to expand my connections with many people. I understand that. But this is a place to enjoy socializing. You shouldn't trouble everyone. No, I'm just asking everyone for wishes for my father. Cho Shikatsu bowed and said, Please, with everyone's cooperation, let us defend the northern lands. This is not a place to propose military matters, Shikatsu. If you have an opinion, it would be better to present it through your father. If it's reasonable, I will lend my support to make it happen. How about that? Understood. Then, I will take my leave. With that, Shikatsu exited the waiting room. Ryujin looked around at everyone, clapped his hands, and said, I'm sorry for the disturbance. Please, continue your conversation. With those words as a signal, women carrying tea sets began to approach. I'm glad I got some good tea, so I came to share it with everyone. Did I interrupt your conversation? Thank you very much, father. Yuri approaches Ryujin Kuen. You really helped me. Shikatsu-sama doesn't let everyone go easily. But I wonder if it's okay for me to interrupt. Well, if it's someone from the Kou family, there's not much we can do. More importantly, father, there's someone I want to be friends with. Yuri says cheerfully. You mentioned them before, right? The Kou family. Oh. Where's Seirei-sama? Is Kou Tenhou's younger sister here? Yes. But I can't see her. Has she already gone home? Look closely. Isn't there a servant from the Kou family over there? Kneeling, Hakuyu trembles slightly. She never expected Ryujin-kun to know about her. Ryu Seirei is right next to her. Didn't you notice? Really? I'm so glad. I thought she had gone home. I apologize. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Yuri-sama. With her face down, Seirei replies. She already has a strong presence. Her ability to blend in with the surroundings didn't work on Ryujin-kun. That's probably because Ryujin-kun is someone who is interested in people and observes them well. To Ryujin-kun, Seirei says, I'm feeling a bit shy in front of the noble people. I was shrinking back. That's a smart response. Especially in front of someone like Shikatsu, it's a very wise decision, Ryujin-kun adds in a low voice. Then, Ryujin-kun clears his throat and says, That's enough. Lift your head. Why yes. That was a wonderful response. As expected of Kou Tenhou's sister. You seem to understand how to behave in such situations well. Thank you very much. I personally dislike these formal occasions, though. Yuri shrugs her shoulders. Ryujin-kun smiles wryly and says, Learning manners in a setting like this is important. Yuri, you should take after Ryu Seirei. Then, may I invite Seirei-sama to our mansion? Yuri has a mischievous expression and says, If I talk a lot, I can learn from Seirei-sama too, right? Plus, I want to be friends with Seirei-sama. Right, father? That's fine. I'll send an invitation later. Thank you, father. Saying that, Yuri took Seirei's hand. Please do come. I need trustworthy friends. Why yes, Yuri-sama. I'm not as good as father, but I believe I have a good eye for people. Yuri says seriously. Also, considering the achievements of the Kou family, it's necessary for me to be friends with you. First, let's talk a lot. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the mansion, Seirei-sama. Well then, Ryu Seirei. See you later. Ryujin-kun and Yuri started walking to meet the people. That was impressive. Seirei-sama. Hakuyu was trembling with emotion. What Tenhou and Gyokushi suggested to Seirei was to observe people. Talk to the necessary people and, on top of that, avoid danger. Seirei handled it perfectly. Moreover, she gained the favor of Ryujin-kun's youngest daughter. Yuri declared in front of everyone that she wanted to become close friends with Seirei. Everyone in the hall was watching this scene. This was big. Considering the influence of Ryujin-kun and Yuri, those around them could no longer treat Seirei carelessly, even if that person was royalty. Yuri becoming friends with Seirei meant that she would gain a powerful supporter. Furthermore, Seirei would learn social skills under Yuri and be able to make good acquaintances. Seirei would fulfill her social role more than enough. Aishin-sama, Kiryu-sama. While you were away, it seems that Hu-sama and Seirei-sama have been doing wonderful work. While following Seirei, Hakuyu murmured such thoughts. Chapter 15 The Great Villain of the World attends the royal banquet for Tenhou and Ruin. That's not allowed, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It was Chosekime who stopped Crown Prince Ruin. There has never been a case where someone without rank or title was allowed to speak so freely. What are you saying, Sekime? I sent an invitation to talk to the Kou family. We have already finished the business with Kou Tenhou. Don't mess with me, Sekime. If you had just listened quietly, what was that talk earlier? Crown Prince Ruin glared at Chosekime. This Ruin was helped by the Kou family in the northern lands. That is a fact. I don't want to admit it, but it is the truth. After those words, silence fell over the hall. Crown Prince Ruin dug his nails into the sleeves of his robe and squeezed out his voice. And yet you say to Kou Tenhou, together with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, We fought in the northern lands and drove out the foreign tribes. Are you mocking me? If that is for your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Cursed Crown Prince must be erased by the achievements that this Ruin himself has made. Crown Prince Ruin shouted. Are you saying I can't do that? Sekime. Well, your Royal Highness, you shouldn't say such things. Everyone knows that I am called the Cursed Crown Prince. It's silly to hide it anymore. Your Royal Highness. The disgrace exists. However, I will not take away the achievements of others to clear my name. To wipe away the disgrace, it must be through my own accomplishment. But, your Royal Highness, the achievements of your subordinates belong to the general. When we fought the Jinkyo tribe, the commander of the troops was my friend, Kou Tenhou. If the achievements of my subordinates belong to the general, then all achievements would belong to Tenhou. Are you telling me to take away my friend's accomplishment? Come to think of it, Ari Ruin was this kind of person. Anyway, he has a high pride. He tends to look down on others. But there's no doubt he has ability. The Ruin King in the game was someone who wouldn't admit mistakes. Maybe his pride was too high and got in the way. But it seems that during his time as Crown Prince, Ruin couldn't stand taking away the achievements of others because of his pride. I will tell my friend's younger brother, Kou Tenhou. Of course, Crown Prince Ruin doesn't have good feelings toward me. When he looks at me, Crown Prince Ruin has a bitter expression. I am grateful for what you did in the battle against the Jinkyo tribe. That's too kind of you to say. But that was just a one-time thing. Crown Prince Ruin gritted his teeth and said, I will make sure I will never be saved by you again. Otherwise, I would owe an apology to my wolf cavalry members. Your Royal Highness, I consider your words to be quite honorable. By the way, you knew the name of the prince from the Jinkyo tribe, didn't you? Suddenly, Crown Prince Ruin seemed to realize something. You said you heard it through rumors, is that correct? That's right. Actually, I only knew it from the game history of Swordmaster. But I couldn't say that out loud. I pretended I heard the information about Zheng Tiger through rumors. My father and brother are guarding the northern lands. I thought I could help, even a little, so I gathered various information. I see. So you are that kind of person. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Never mind. Then, I will consider you well informed and ask you. Crown Prince Ruin looked straight at me. What do you think are the ways for our country to counter the threat of the Jinkyo tribe? Your Royal Highness, it is not something to ask a person of no rank. Even though he fought the Jinkyo tribe, Kou Tenhou is still inexperienced. The people gathered in the hall began to voice their opinions. I was also surprised. I never thought Crown Prince Ruin would ask me about military matters. If I say something weird, it could cause trouble for my father and brother. So, I'll play it safe and borrow my father's words. As for measures against the Jinkyo tribe, I agree with my father, Kou Aishing. I answered. I believe we should cooperate with the other tribes around them to suppress the movements of the Jinkyo tribe. They are a warlike group, and other tribes are suffering too. If we send messenger and build good relations, cooperation should be possible. Kairyu said the same thing to me. Yes. My brother is my goal. However, there are multiple tribes around the Jinkyo tribe. Which one should we ally with first? Your Royal Highness. This is just casual talk. We're not deciding national policy here. Even so, it's a bit troubling. All I know is the information from history of Swordmaster 10 years later. At that time, the Jinkyo tribe was the only one in the northern lands. All the other tribes that are here now must have been conquered by the Jinkyo tribe. In the game world, Aka country was in great chaos. The Jinkyo tribe had no worries about being attacked. So, they could invade other tribes without hesitation. As proof, the characters from the Jinkyo tribe in the game had some unusual traits. They wore outfits completely different from the Jinkyo tribe. Their hair colors were also different. They were low-ranking members of the Jinkyo tribe. Yet, their ability stats were high. So I was curious, maybe they were people from a conquered tribe. I remember seeing them in the game with red hair and wearing a scarf. With that kind of appearance, the only other tribe around Aka country would be Shouldn't we ally with the Boku tribe? I answered. The Boku tribe lives in the northwestern mountains. They are closed off, but they have never been hostile to the Aka tribe. Boku tribe, huh? I see. Crown Prince Ruin looked like he was deep in thought. I heard an unexpected suggestion. What do you think, Seiki-mei? This was just casual talk, Your Royal Highness. Ah, just casual talk at the banquet. Then I will respond. I believe it is a proposal that does not need serious consideration. What's your reasoning? The Boku tribe is the weakest among the surrounding tribes. I have heard they live in the mountains and rarely interact with others. I believe that forming an alliance with them would not strengthen our country. I see. Crown Prince Ruin nodded and then looked at me. Seiki-mei says this. But what is your opinion, Kou Tenhou? The Boku tribe is a weak force, then. Yes, that's right. Still, that's impressive. A small tribe like that can maintain its independence near the Jinkyo tribe. In the game, the red-haired character from the Jinkyo tribe, the Boku tribe, was strong. They might not match Zheng Tiger in military power, but they had decent strength and some smart generals. 10 years ago, thanks to such talented people, the Boku tribe might have been able to maintain their independence. Even as a small force, they are keeping their independence from the Jinkyo tribe. Isn't that proof that the Boku tribe has strong individuals? But a small force is still a small force. Are you saying they are not worth our respect and effort to engage with? Yeah, I think so. Certainly, from Aka country's perspective, the Boku tribe may seem small. I bow and respond. However, they are worth incorporating for the Jinkyo tribe. If the Jinkyo tribe conquers the Boku tribe, their power will grow. They could become stronger and might turn their attention toward Aka country. The Boku tribe is indeed a small force. That's why I think we should show our greatness as a major nation. If the Boku tribe becomes allies with Aka country, other tribes that fear the Jinkyo tribe might come to pay tribute to Aka country. To gain more powerful allies, shouldn't we start by gaining smaller ones? You've said the same thing before. Crown Prince Ruin makes a face like he's bitten something bitter. If the opponent is a fledgling, it would be good to help them and build a protective relationship. You seem to prefer that kind of approach. I'm honored. Got it. Let's leave it at that. Crown Prince Ruin waved his hand lightly. Thank you for your kind words. Talking with someone from the Kou family is always enjoyable. That's too generous of you. Kairyu hasn't sent me any letters lately. I just wanted to talk to you, Kou Tenhou. Ha! That's strange. My brother should be sending letters to the palace. So, why haven't they reached Crown Prince Ruin? Excuse me for saying this, but... I bowed and raised my voice. I might as well add one more thing. My brother, Kou Kairyu, always writes about Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince in his letters. It's clear that he worries about Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If it's Kairyu, then that's true. And my brother mentioned to our mother that he is disappointed not to receive a reply to the letter he sent to Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What? Crown Prince Ruin's expression changed. Kairyu sent a letter, but I haven't received anything. I thought so. Crown Prince Ruin cares about my brother. He calls him my friend. I can't believe this person would ignore my brother's letters. Maybe my brother's letters are being stopped somewhere. That means someone on Crown Prince Ruin's side is doing this. What's going on? I haven't received a letter from my friend. There are many letters arriving at the palace every day. The one who spoke was Cho Seiki-mei. There are important letters, including reports from the northern lands. It must have gotten mixed in with them. Let me investigate. Is that all right, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince? No, we will conduct the investigation here. A voice came from the entrance of the garden. When I turned around, there stood His Royal Highness the King's younger brother, Ryujin Kuan. Even if it's personal, it's a letter from someone who protects our borders. If it's lost, we cannot overlook it. Uncle, I'm sorry for being late, Your Royal Highness. Ryujin Kuan maintained a calm smile. May I investigate this matter? It's not something that should trouble Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Handling information related to the northern lands is my job, Choseki-mei. Well, that is. I will have my subordinates investigate. Is that all right? Understood. Choseki-mei replied. At that signal, I returned to my seat. After that, the banquet continued as usual. Crown Prince Ruin looked unhappy for a while. Then, before the festivities really picked up, he left. During the party, Ryujin Kun told me about what happened in the waiting room. Seirei was polite and spent time in the waiting room. Ryujin Kun's daughter, Yuri, became friends with Seirei. I would like to invite your sister to our mansion soon. At that time, I will share the results of my investigation about your brother's letter. Saying that, Ryujin Kun left. After that, the party continued without any issues and eventually ended. I've been waiting for you, big brother. Thank you for your hard work, Husama. I safely reunited with Seirei and returned to the Kou family. Chapter 16. The Cho family's parent and child, talking. The day after the banquet. Isn't His Royal Highness Ruin too attached to the Kou family? The morning after the banquet at the royal palace, Choseki-mei muttered these words in his room. It was our Cho family that worked hard to erase the name of the cursed crown prince. So why does His Royal Highness? I think you are right, father. A young voice responded. It was Cho Shikatsu, the heir of the Cho family. Just because they are close in age, His Royal Highness Ruin calls Kou Kairyu my friend and treats him well. It should be me, Shikatsu, who is called my friend instead. Are you dissatisfied, Shikatsu? Forgive me for saying so. I understand your feelings. If my sister, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's mother, had not passed away, things would not have turned out this way. Choseki-mei's sister was the official wife of the king of Acre country. She was favored by the king and gave birth to Ruin the year after entering the palace. Then, just the following year, she lost her life to illness. She died on Crown Prince Ruin's first birthday. Her death is also one of the reasons why Ruin is called the Cursed Crown Prince. On the day he was born, a cursed star fell from the sky. A scholar saw it and said, His Royal Highness Ruin was born under an unlucky star. The following year, on his birthday, he lost his mother, the queen. Everything pointed to Crown Prince Ruin being an unlucky person. That's why His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must achieve great things to clear the name of Cursed Crown Prince. Choseki-mei sighed. I have been saying this since His Royal Highness was young. The Cho family will spare no effort to raise His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's name. So why doesn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince rely on the Cho family? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince respects martial skills. Shikatsu bit his lip and said, perhaps that's why he values the Kou family, who have experience fighting the Jinkyo tribe. Achievements, huh? But that only matters if there are enemies. We in the royal capital can't do anything about that. Why doesn't His Majesty the King entrust the northern defense to my father? Yeah, if I were in charge of the northern defense, I would surely defeat the Jinkyo tribe. Choseki-mei, the general of the devoted cavalry, has the duty to protect the royal capital and its surroundings. So, he and his subordinates are responsible for the forts around the capital. The Cho family is related to Crown Prince Ruin by marriage. That's why the king trusts the Cho family and has given them the task of defending the capital. Choseki-mei understands this. However, he also feels a sense of urgency. It's difficult for the generals stationed around the capital to achieve glorious military victories. He can't help but feel inferior compared to Kou Aishing, who is fighting against foreign tribes in the north. That makes him frustrated. General Skybear, Kou Aishing, has achieved the feat of repelling the Jinkyo tribe. His son, Kou Kairyu, is also protecting the people from the Jinkyo tribe. On top of that, even Kou Tenhou received praise from His Royal Highness Ruin in public. What we need is an opportunity, father. Shikatsu steps forward in front of his father and says, if we have the opportunity, we can regain the interest of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in our Cho family. That's why I'm lamenting, because there is no opportunity. Then, I will speak. Shikatsu bowed before his father. This Shikatsu is always gathering information from various places. Among that, I found a concerning rumor. Speak. It's a rumor from the north. The Jinkyo tribe fears that the general protecting the north will be replaced by Chosekime. Shikatsu announced this in a clear voice. I heard this from a friend in the north. He also said, while Kou Aishing is taking a passive approach, the Jinkyo tribe will gain strength. In the long run, this will benefit the Jinkyo tribe. The Jinkyo tribe is glad that Kou Aishing is the protector of the north. If it were General Chosekime, they would invade their territory and destroy them. That's just a rumor. Chosekime waved his hand dismissively. What good does it do to be swayed by such things? You shouldn't be troubled by this, Shikatsu. I don't intend to be swayed, Shikatsu said proudly. However, others may be swayed by the rumor. What do you mean? Trying to stop a rumor is like trying to block a river. Eventually, it will overflow and affect the country. It will happen soon. Shikatsu. Chosekime glared sharply at his legitimate son. What exactly are you planning to do? To achieve accomplishments for the Cho family. By doing so, we can clear the name of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the cursed Crown Prince. I always think of that as my top priority. But I can no longer dispose of the letter from Kou Kairyu, father. I understand. But that doesn't mean. The Cho family must do everything possible to achieve results. Eventually, that will benefit His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Shikatsu bowed down again. While pressing his forehead to the floor, Shikatsu said, I will take full responsibility. Please let father believe that you knew nothing. Everything I do is necessary to protect the country and erase the name of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the cursed Crown Prince. We will achieve great results to help His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. With a voice full of determination, Shikatsu declared this. Chapter 17 The Great Villain of the World, Recognized. Tenhou's Perspective. The day after the banquet at the royal palace, I was copying a letter at my house. It was to send a letter from my older brother to Crown Prince Ruin. My older brother's handwriting isn't very good. But, to avoid being rude, I wanted to send a nice letter to Crown Prince Ruin, so I had been sending a neatly written version of my brother's letter to the palace. However, those letters never reached the Crown Prince and went missing. But the original copy is still here. I decided to rewrite it and send it to Crown Prince Ruin again. Crown Prince Ruin considers Kairyuaniu a dear friend. That hasn't changed. The reason their communication stopped was that someone was interfering. Ryujin Kuan said he would investigate the culprit. For now, there's nothing I can do. So, I decided to resend my brother's letter to Crown Prince Ruin first. While I was thinking about that, I continued my work. Then, after a while, excuse me, Husama. A messenger from His Royal Highness the King's younger brother has arrived. Suddenly, Hakuyu came to call me. The person who came to the Kou family was Tancha-san, a subordinate of Ryujin Kuan. Tancha-san entered the guest room, bowed as a messenger, and then, I'm hoping that from now on, when you send a letter to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you could let me know first. He said this with a serious expression. Regarding the issue of the letter from Kou Kairyu not arriving, His Royal Highness the King's younger brother will be investigating. The inquiry at the palace is ongoing, but just to be safe, it would be good to keep a record of when the letter was sent. You're suggesting we keep a delivery record, right? Tenhou, you have a way with words. It's just a thought. In the world I used to be in, I always kept a record when sending important letters. So, Ryujin Kuan is going to do something similar. This is a measure until we find the culprit. Can I count on you for this? Understood. I bowed and said, when I deliver my brother's letter to the palace, I will inform Tancha-sama. Thank you. Will His Royal Highness the Crown Prince be informed about this as well? Of course. I have received his consent. Got it. I'm currently in the process of copying my brother's letter neatly. I said, I think I can deliver it to the palace by the afternoon. After that, I will come to report to your residence. Please do. By the way, Tenhou. Yes, Tancha-san. Actually, what you mentioned, Tenhou, has become a topic of discussion at the palace. Tancha-san whispered. At the banquet, it was said, We should ally with the Boku tribe. Yes, I mentioned that. That talk reached His Majesty the King. According to His Royal Highness the King's younger brother, His Majesty seems to have liked Tenhu's opinion. His Majesty the King. That was unexpected. What I said there was just a thought based on my knowledge from my previous life. I never imagined it would reach the King's ears. However, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that was just casual talk at the banquet. I understand. Tancha-san nodded. We also did not expect it to reach His Majesty the King. The reason His Majesty is interested in Tenhu's proposal is probably due to certain circumstances. Circumstances? There are high-ranking military officials who argue that we should invade the Jinkyo tribe's territory. Tancha-san began to explain. After Crown Prince Ruin was attacked, it seems there are opinions in the palace that we should lead a large army to invade and punish the Jinkyo tribe. They are what you would call the pro-war faction. They claim that with Kou country's power, we could easily defeat the Jinkyo tribe. However, invading the Jinkyo tribe's territory is very dangerous. Their territory is far away. If we send soldiers, it will be hard to keep supplies coming. The slow supply train is an easy target for cavalry. To protect it, we need a lot of escort soldiers. Also, their land is rough, and the roads are narrow. It's hard to take advantage of our large army here. On top of that, there are no maps. If we attack, we can only move forward by feeling our way. On the other hand, the Jinkyo tribe knows the terrain well. They can launch surprise attacks anytime and can draw our soldiers deeper into their land. That's why my father and Raijin Kuan have been saying we should proceed carefully, but now the war faction seems to be getting bold. Of course, it doesn't change the fact that the Jinkyo tribe is dangerous. If necessary, we should lead the army and crush them. Tancha-san continues. However, we need to prepare thoroughly first. A long campaign is risky. If we fight, we should aim to settle it in one battle. Both I and His Royal Highness the King's younger brother think this way. I agree. I replied. Also, my father always says that to defeat the Jinkyo tribe, we should make allies with the surrounding tribes. This is also to gather information about the Jinkyo tribe's territory. You're right. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother is also sending investigators to the north to gather information about the Jinkyo tribe. Tancha-san nodded. But there are those who won't be satisfied with that. They can't stand that the powerful Kou country is taking its time dealing with the Jinkyo tribe. It seems that's how they think. I see. That's why Tenhu Dono's suggestion becomes important. Saying that, Tancha-san smiled. To ally with the Boku tribe, or to send envoys to establish friendship. This is something we can do right away. If we carry it out, we can claim to the war faction that we are making progress against the Jinkyo tribe. We are trying to surround the Jinkyo tribe with the help of other races. Does that mean we can keep the war faction in check? Exactly. Tenhu Dono's idea is quite impressive. Not at all. I hurriedly shook my head. Anyone could think of something like that. It just happened that I said it. What matters is that you stated it in a public setting and that His Royal Highness showed interest. Tancha-san said in a serious tone. At that banquet, many military and civil officials were present. In front of those people, I mentioned to Crown Prince Ruin that we should ally with the Boku tribe. Crown Prince Ruin didn't deny it either. So, the military and civil officials had to take it seriously. As a result, it reached the King's ears and became an actual topic for discussion. In other words, that's how it seems. I think we will send a messenger to the Boku tribe soon. Tancha-san said this and clasped his hands together. At that time, I would like to ask for your company, Tenhu. Me. It seems that His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness the King's younger brother have discussed this. It is appropriate to include Kou Tenhou in the official messenger to the Boku tribe. Is it because I suggested connecting with the Boku tribe? No. Tancha-san shook his head. Thanks to you, we were able to make acquaintances with someone from the Boku tribe. Acquaintances from the Boku tribe? You mean? Gen Shioku Dono. Gen Shioku Dono. In other words, Shu-sensei. Ha! Shu-sensei was an acquaintance of the Boku tribe? Gen Shiokudono has traveled through neighboring countries, treating people. Among them, there was someone close to the chief of the Boku tribe. Although she wasn't allowed into their village, she was still very grateful. Shu-sensei did that. Gen Shiokudono will mediate with the Boku tribe. Therefore, considering the future, I think it would be good for you, Tenhou, who is a disciple of Gen Shiokudono, to accompany them. Is it because Shu-sensei is a traveling doctor? That's right. Shu-sensei is trusted by the Boku tribe. But Shu-sensei isn't from Aka country. If we're going to work with the Boku tribe, then I, who am Shu-sensei's disciple and from Aka country, should be the messenger, right? As expected of you, Tenhou. You catch on quickly. Tancha-san nodded, looking impressed. I see. So Shu-sensei has helped the Boku tribe before. Even in the game, Shu-sensei was moving around the continent. It wouldn't be strange for her to be treating the Boku tribe. If Ryujin-kun is thinking about forming a friendly relationship with the Boku tribe, it makes sense to consult Shu-sensei, who has traveled all over the country. Shu-sensei is a very loyal person, so it's natural for her to help with that. But Shu-sensei plans to go on another journey as a traveling doctor. After she leaves, someone will be needed to build a relationship with the Boku tribe. The best choice would be Tori-san, but she is weak. I can't push her too hard. So, it seems that I, being the one closest to Shu-sensei, should be the messenger for the Boku tribe. It can't be helped. I was the one who suggested forming a bond with the Boku tribe. I have to take responsibility for what I said. It might help to connect with the Boku tribe to avoid the Aka country destruction end. If we can build a friendly relationship with the Boku tribe, talented people will become allies of Aka country. We can also gain information about the Jinkyo tribe. Using that achievement as a shield, we can suppress the war faction. The war faction might go out of control and attack the north, leading to a big defeat. That could happen. If that happens, my father and brother will be in danger again. I want to avoid such a situation. If there's something I can do, I should do it. I understand, Tancha-sama. I clasped my hands towards Tancha-san. I will gladly take on the role of messenger to the Boku tribe. Yes. I have high expectations. Tancha-sama let out a relieved sigh. Then, he looked at me closely and said, "Not that it's a reward, but His Royal Highness the King's younger brother said something interesting." "Something interesting, you say?" He mentioned, "I would like to assign a unit to Kou Tenhou." Tancha-san showed a fearless smile. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother seems to want to create a unit centered around Tenhou. Tenhou will gather his own subordinates and operate the unit at his own discretion. And His Royal Highness the King's younger brother wants to fully support that. My own unit. I know this is a bit ahead of time, but could you think about it? Tancha-san told me this while I was shocked. Chapter 18 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe 1. A few days later, a messenger came from Ryujin-kun again. It wasn't for me, but for the Kou family. We will send a friendly messenger to the Boku tribe. Kou Tenhou will accompany them. This is a royal command. The messenger told this to me and my mother. I can't believe I'm really going to the Boku tribe. I muttered while continuing my heaven-earth guidance technique. Unlike beast body guidance, this one is said to be okay to do alone. I started as a bird, then became a monkey, and transformed into a tree. Doing this helps me feel the chi inside my body. It's a bit embarrassing to do this in just a thin robe, but it can't be helped. Besides, I'm still lacking in training. Shu-sensei could change the properties of ki freely, but I still can't do that. My skills in manipulating ki seem to be immature. Instead, my 5 divine swordsmanship has gotten a bit stronger. When I use the technique of the Suzaku bird, I can produce a little flame, and when I combine the Genbu turtle technique with Shu, I get a feeling of cold. I think the power of my techniques has increased. But I still can't use the pressure point technique at all. Shu quickly became able to use the basic techniques. During training, she would tap my arms and legs, making them tingle freely. But for me, when I try to use the pressure point technique on someone, it just doesn't work at all. When Shu touches me, my arm tingles, but when I touch her, nothing happens to her arm. Shu-sensei tells me, some techniques just don't suit everyone, but honestly, it makes me feel down. Even Sei-rei, who heard this, suddenly said, please use me as a test subject. But I won't do that. It would be a big problem if the pressure point technique didn't work anymore. I've decided to only practice when Shu-sensei is with me. Still, it's a shame I can't use the pressure point technique. If I could make my opponent's arms and legs tingle, I could escape using 5 divine steps in that moment. I think it would be the perfect technique to escape from the chaos. But well, it can't be helped. Originally, Kou Tenhou, didn't have ki energy at all. Just being able to use divine energy of all attributes is enough. More importantly, right now, I need to focus on the Boku tribe. In order to recruit them, Aka country decided to take action. This is huge. The Boku tribe has strong people too. If they become allies of Aka country, we might be able to prevent chaos from happening. Ryujin Kuan has already started preparing to send a delegation to the Boku tribe with the king's permission. The leader of the delegation is Tancha-san, Ryujin Kuan's trusted aide. It seems that Shu-sensei will be the deputy messenger. As their support, I will also accompany them along with Shu. Additionally, a few soldiers chosen by Ryujin Kuan will act as guards. In total, we will visit the Boku tribe village with about 10 people. I hope we can establish a good relationship. If this doesn't work out, there will be nothing we can do. With the permission of King Aka country, with the cooperation of Ryujin Kuan, the king's younger brother, with Tancha-san, his trusted aide, as the official envoy, and Shu-sensei, who is a benefactor to the Boku tribe, also joining us. Such an opportunity will not come again. If we can't win over the Boku tribe even with this, what will we do? Should we just accept that the Boku tribe will become our enemy? No, that's not right. I shake my head to clear away the ominous thoughts. Master Reiku said, nothing in this world is predetermined. I will believe those words. Besides, the situation is different from a game. Sei-rei did not enter the inner palace. Shu has become my friend. Shu-sensei has become an ally of Aka country, and I, along with Shu and Sei-rei, have been able to learn the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. Little by little, things are changing for the better. I hope. Believing that, let's do what we can now. Thinking about that, I continued my preparations for the journey and the guidance. A few days later, a delegation headed to the Boku tribe departed from the town of Hokurin. It was dawn, a time when there were few people around. Since it was a secret mission, we left while avoiding the eyes of others. It would take less than 10 days to reach the Boku tribe village. The location is beyond the town that is the farthest northwest in Aka country. The members of the delegation are the same as when we visited Soma country. The soldiers assigned as guards are also the same ones selected back then. Of course, Shu-sensei is with us too. The difference is that Tori-san is not here. She decided to stay in Hokurin. Her health has improved, and she wants to get used to life in the town, thinking about the future. At my suggestion, Tori-san will be taken care of by the Kou family. That way, Shu-sensei can feel more at ease. My mother said, it feels like we have another daughter. Sei-rei said, I want to hear a lot of guidance stories from Tori-san, and looked really happy. For some reason, she kept glancing at me and Shu, which was a bit strange, but if she welcomed us, that's what matters. So, we were able to leave Hokurin without any worries. The members of the delegation were the same as when we went to Soma country, so everyone was familiar with each other. It was a relaxed trip without any tension. If there was one problem, it was this. I'm sorry, Kou Tenhou. We can't do anything about the room assignments. That's true. I don't mind, Tancha-sama. Shu was traveling with us as a boy named Sui Kao. Some of the soldiers didn't know her true identity. So, Shu couldn't stay in the same room as Shu-sensei. But staying in the same room as the soldiers was also impossible. That's why, during the trip, Shu and I ended up sharing a room. Ah, yeah. I guess I don't really mind. While putting our things in the room, Shu said, it's not the first time I've stayed in the same room as Tenhou. It was the same when we traveled to the northern lands. And since we're both disciples from the same school, we're like family. Tenhou and I are basically family. The room was about the size of a twin room from my previous life. There were 2 beds lined up, and nothing else in the room. Meals were self-cooked by the guests using a fire borrowed from the inn. For health management, Shu-sensei is in charge of cooking during the trip. She's supposed to come and get us when she's ready. I'm glad Shu is with me, I said while organizing my luggage. With Shu, we can use the 5 divine swordsmanship combo techniques. It makes me feel safe. Plus, at the end of the day, we can relax and talk like this. It's unthinkable for me not to accompany you on your duty, Tenhou. Shu nodded with a shy expression. Also, the issues with the foreign tribes aren't just someone else's problem. There are foreign tribes in the south of Soma country, and I've experienced the toughness of the Jinkyo tribe myself. I think it's important for us to know about them for the sake of Soma country. That's true. In the bad ending of History of Swordmaster, Aka country gets taken over by the Jinkyo tribe. The game ends there, but the Jinkyo tribe's invasion would likely continue. They might even push further south and attack Soma country. If that happens, Shu, the king of Soma country, and Shu's mother could become victims. To avoid that, I want to take measures now. If the Jinkyo tribe weakens, one bad ending will disappear. Hey, Tenhou. Suddenly, Shu murmured. Sometimes, I feel anxious. Are you scared? What if our peaceful days get broken? Shu said that with teary eyes. I became Master Reiku's disciple, made friends with Tenhou, and I was able to send my mother back to our hometown. I also got much closer to my father than before. I was sent to Aka country as a hostage, but I became much happier than before I was a hostage. Yeah, both Soma country and Aka country are peaceful and calm. But, you know, Shu sat on the bed, hugging her shoulders. There's an organization spreading weird rumors that Aka country will be destroyed. Master Reiku went on a journey to find out who they are. That's true. I think it will be fine since it's master. I think so too. I believe it will be fine. Still, I get anxious. What if our peaceful days get broken? Shu. The reason I volunteered for this mission is because I was anxious. What if something happened to Tenhou while I'm not around? But that's kind of silly, right? It's not silly, I said. Any big country can be shaken by something unexpected. It happened during the battle in the north. At that time, His Royal Highness Ruin was about to be defeated by the enemy general. He could have been killed or captured. If that had happened, Aka country would have been greatly shaken. Why yeah, that might be true. You witnessed that, Shu. It's natural to feel anxious. I see, you're right. Maybe Master Reiku felt a similar anxiety as Shu. Honestly, I'm anxious too. I've seen the destruction of Aka country 10 years from now. I've even had dreams about it. Because of that, I have questions I can't answer. For Fiends is one of them. I don't know if it's the name of an organization, a person, or a technique. It's not even a term that appears in the game. Anyway, I'll do what I can. I won't let this country fall into chaos. Kou Tenhou will not become a great villain. I'll take thorough measures to prevent the Jinkyo tribe from invading Aka country. I'm training in martial arts to gain that power. If you feel anxious, please talk to me. I may not have much power, but I can listen. Whether that eases Shu's anxiety or not, I don't know. Tenhou. When I noticed, Shu was looking at me with a bright red face. It was a bit embarrassing, so I looked away. By the way, Shu. What is it? How are we going to do the guidance during our journey? What? Right, we need to do the guidance. Have you heard anything from Shu-sensei? I don't think so. Yeah, I feel like I haven't. I see. Yeah. Let's just stick to beast body guidance for now. Okay. We stood up from the bed and started preparing for the guidance. Then, excuse me, Tenhou-kun. And you too, Kou-kun. I heard Shu-sensei's voice from beyond the door. I'm going to give you guidance, so come to my room later. During the trip, I'll check on your health. You both need to properly do beast body guidance and heaven-earth guidance technique, okay? It seemed that Shu-sensei was really thinking about the care for me and Shu. Shall we go, Shu? Why yeah, let's do that. So, Shu and I left the room. After that, we headed to her room to receive Shu-sensei's guidance. Chapter 19 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe too. Boku tribe is exclusive because they want to protect something important. Shu-sensei said. Shu and I were at the inn, continuing our guidance under Shu-sensei's instruction. While we were doing that, Shu-sensei began to talk about the Boku tribe. She said it was better to share knowledge. Boku tribe lives in the mountains, and since ancient times, it is said that there are hermits and fairies living in the mountains. Shu-sensei continued. The ancestors of the Boku tribe learned how to live in the mountains from the hermits and fairy maidens and were entrusted with something important. That's the rumor. But, do hermits and fairy maidens really exist? You don't believe in their existence, do you, Shu? Why yes. I haven't seen them, so. What about you, Tenhou-kun? I don't know either. I haven't seen them in real life. Since there are reincarnators, like me, I think it's not strange if hermits and fairy maidens exist. But I have never actually met them. I don't know if they are real or not. However, I think it's possible that someone trying to become a hermit has encountered the Boku tribe. I said. Master Reiku and Shu-sensei's master, Master Guyan, went into the mountains to become a hermit. Whether hermits and fairy maidens exist or not is a different story, but there are indeed masters who try to become hermits. A person who seeks to master technology and live a second life as a hermit. Maybe that's the kind of person mentioned in the legend of the Boku tribe. I see. That makes sense. Shu nodded with an impressed tone. So, there's a possibility that an amazing person who wants to become a hermit is connected to the Boku tribe. I agree with you, Tenhou-kun. Shu-sensei nodded. However, the Boku tribe will not speak the truth. For them, it's an important secret. We must avoid touching on that. If they think we are trying to steal their knowledge or technology, the negotiation will end there. Be careful. Yes. Shu-sensei, to negotiate, you must calm your heart and stay steady. A calm demeanor gives people a sense of security. It makes the other party think, this person won't harm me. Yes. I will do my best. Good. Do you have any other questions? Shu-sensei, I have one thing I'd like to ask. Shu and I spoke in unison. Why are we doing beast body guidance while blindfolded? It felt really strange. Shu-sensei, who called us into the room, first told us to put on blindfolds. Then, she instructed us to perform beast body guidance and heaven-earth guidance technique in that state. Shu and I decided to follow her instructions. I thought there must be a reason since it was Shu-sensei, but I had missed the chance to ask. Just when she asked, do you have any questions? I decided to ask why. Of course, there is an important meaning. 3 points. Please tell us, Shu-sensei. Please. First, it's to help you not get flustered. Shu-sensei began to explain. When people lose their sight, they become anxious. When they are flustered, they can't move like usual. To prevent that, we train our bodies to move. That's why we practice guidance with blindfolds on. The second point is to help you read your opponent's movements. When you limit your sight, your other senses become sharper. You also become sensitive to the key energy around you. So, when I'm blindfolded and doing guidance with Shu, we can feel each other's key energy and inner force. By sensing each other's movements and guiding without getting in each other's way, we become more aware of each other's presence. This makes it easier to coordinate attacks in swordsmanship. Additionally, it becomes easier to sense the enemy's ki. This means we can respond quickly when attacked. The third point, well, you don't need to worry too much about this. Is that so? When I decided to receive guidance from you, Shu-sensei, I was ready to accept everything. That's reassuring, Shu. Shu-sensei spoke in a tone that seemed relieved. Well, let me explain. The third reason is so that you can perform the heaven-earth guidance technique in a completely natural state, without wearing anything unnecessary. Shu-sensei said, in a firm tone, like she was telling me and Shu directly. I want you to do it at least once. If you keep your eyes open, you'll be curious about each other's appearance, right? So, I want you to be able to do the guidance even with your eyes closed. Completely natural state. A state without anything unnecessary. That means, by doing this, your training in the Heaven-Earth guidance technique will be complete. You will be able to circulate each other's ki and gain powerful strength. You will also be able to manipulate the attributes of ki energy freely. Shu-sensei continued. Of course, I won't force you. But I believe you, Shu, and Tori can master the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. Plus, if you exchange ki in a completely natural state, it will help heal Tori's wounds faster. I understand. If that's the case, I have no problem with that too. Next to me, Shu raised her voice. I couldn't see her face because she was blindfolded, but I could feel her ki rising. I'm saying I don't want to do it, so it will just be Tenhou and Tori-san, right? That can't happen. As a senior disciple, I have a duty to help Tenhou with his training. Is that okay? Shu. This is part of the training too, you know. Shu said. I'm studying martial arts abroad. I can't miss the chance to master guidance. It's just doing the Heaven-Earth guidance technique in a slightly different way. It'll be fine, probably. I understand. I'm okay too. I see. Yes. Okay. You two are both frozen. Shu-sensei clapped her hands. Before mastering guidance, you need to get used to blindfolded guidance. From here on, it's the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. Forget you're human and become a bird, a monkey, and a tree. Why yes. At that signal, Shu and I fell silent. With our blindfolds on, we began the Heaven-Earth guidance technique together. All we could feel were sounds, each other's presence, and body heat. Shu and I became monkeys, trees, and birds. Goo, 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 eek, bump, thud, tap, squish, munch. We continued our guidance, sometimes touching or bumping into each other. After that, our journey continued smoothly. As we passed through the border town, we entered a wide plain. In the center of the plain, there is a narrow path. It continues all the way to the mountains in the northwest. It seems that the Boku tribe has their base in those mountains. The Boku tribe is known for their red hair and strong build. As a sign of their clan, they wear fur collars. They also wear fur clothing starting in autumn. Their base is in the mountains, and it snows a lot in winter. That's why they seem to dress warmly. During my journey, I was recalling the faces and names of characters from History of Swordmaster. Among them, I mentally listed the characters with red hair and fur collars. They are probably the Boku tribe. I hope this knowledge will be useful. Tancha-sama. Horsemen are approaching from ahead. While I was thinking about that, suddenly, a lookout soldier shouted. Looking towards the road ahead, I saw people on horseback. There were fewer than 10 of them. All of them had red hair and were wearing fur collars. Is that the Boku tribe? No, it could also be the Jinkyo tribe in disguise. Tancha-san, who was in a carriage, muttered. Previously, in the northern lands, the Jinkyo tribe had disguised themselves as bandits. Because of that, the careless Crown Prince Ruin almost got killed by Zeng Tiger. That's why Tancha-san is on guard. It seems the one in the center is the elder of the Boku tribe. Shu-sensei said. Next to me is someone I treated before. He's the chief's nephew. It's definitely from the Boku tribe. The strong man at the front. I don't recognize him. He looks like a military officer. No, more like a general. I couldn't help but speak up. I recognize the person at the front of the Boku tribe. His name is Gaku Kiryu. In 10 years, he will be a general forced to fight on the front lines as a low-ranking member of the Jinkyo tribe. In History of Swordmaster, he is known for his high combat and intelligence skills, but he has low loyalty to the Jinkyo tribe. Well, due to the game system, I couldn't recruit anyone from the Jinkyo tribe. The fact that he is mixed in means they are part of the Boku tribe. From the way the people around him are acting, that man might be leading the group. I think we should treat him with respect. You're observant, Tenhou-kun. Yeah, Tenhou is right. It looks like he is leading everyone. Let's send a messenger from our side. Shu-sensei nodded, and Tancha-san gave orders to his subordinates. Immediately, one of the soldiers ran toward the group from the Boku tribe. No fighting broke out. The people who seemed to be from the Boku tribe welcomed the messenger and started talking about something. Then, the man at the front, Gaku Kiryu, came toward us with the soldier. He wasn't carrying any weapons. He stopped once from a distance and took off his scarf. Boku tribe greeting. It seems there is no hostility. Shu-sensei took out a hand towel, wrapped it around her neck, and then removed it. This is how they return the greeting. The man seemed satisfied and approached us. He knelt in front of the carriage and said, I am Gaku Kiryu, the captain of the Boku tribe defense team. He introduced himself with a name just as I imagined. I hear you are a representative from Aka country, the younger brother of His Royal Highness the King. You have come for friendship, is that correct? Indeed. We are on our way to your village as friendly envoys. Tancha-san replied. It was fortunate to meet the Boku tribe here. If possible, could you guide us to your village? If that is difficult, I would like to speak with your representative. I would like to do that, but there is a problem. A problem? Our home base is under attack by the Jinkyo tribe. Gaku Kiryu said. He bowed his head so low it almost touched the ground, his voice strained as he continued. They burned our village and kidnapped the chief's daughter. On top of that, they have taken refuge in a fortress and are demanding our submission. We fled here to seek the help of Aka country. Please, help our children. That is what the man from the Boku tribe said. Chapter 20 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe 3. A story from the Boku tribe. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Gaku Kiryu. I serve as the captain of the defense team of the Boku tribe. Of course, I know about Gen Shiokudono. I heard that she helped when the chief's daughter fell ill. It's lucky to meet Gen Shiokudono here. I can trust the people who are with her. I see. Gen Shiokudono is now with His Royal Highness the King's younger brother in Aka country. Since she serves him, he must be a trustworthy person. I'm glad to meet his subordinate. I would like to ask on behalf of the Boku tribe. Could they lend us their strength to drive away the Jinkyo tribe? If they can help us, our tribe will serve Aka country. We would rather serve trustworthy people than be trampled by the Jinkyo tribe. That is our true feeling. First, let me tell you how the village was attacked. We had almost no interaction with the Jinkyo tribe. They are too aggressive and hot-tempered. So, when they visited our village, we were on guard. We could have chased them away, but they had an injured person with them. They said, we don't mind not entering the village. Just let us rest in front of the gate. We allowed it because they were a small group. Also, there is a teaching from the Boku tribe that says, those who are injured in the mountains should help each other. Looking back now, they probably knew that. However, they attacked those who went to listen. Furthermore, while we were distracted by that, another group invaded. They broke into the village and took women and children hostage. Using them as shields, they took over our fortress. The people of the Jinkyo tribe said, the Boku tribe must all submit to us. Hand over the books passed down in the Boku tribe. They said, as Gen Shiokudono may know, there is a legend that our ancestors learned how to live in the mountains from hermits and fairy maidens. At that time, they were given books. According to the legend, those books are too dangerous and too precious to be lost. The hermit who gave the books ordered our ancestors to keep them hidden and never read them, so that no one would see them. We have followed that order. The books were sealed in a place known only to a few. We never opened them. Even those who know of their existence are now very few. We don't know how information about such things leaked out. But the invasion of the Jinkyo tribe is real. They are holed up in the fortress, demanding that we hand over the books. The Jinkyo tribe, having taken over the fortress, was sending up smoke signals. They are probably calling for their allies. We may or may not agree to their demands, but they plan to take the Boku tribe base and put us under their control. Now that their threat has come this far, we cannot maintain our independence. However, if we are to serve, I want to serve those I can trust, not the Jinkyo tribe. Both the chief and I believe this is the way to keep our clan alive. Therefore, I ask the people from Kou country, would they be willing to help us drive away the Jinkyo tribe in exchange for our loyalty to the Boku tribe? This is the consensus of our tribe. I humbly request that they consider this. Tenhou's perspective. I was listening to the Boku tribe member, Gaku Kiryu, next to Tancha-san. We were still on guard. The Jinkyo tribe's pursuers might come at any moment. But I was drawn into their conversation. I never thought the Jinkyo tribe was already invading. When my father repelled the Jinkyo tribe, they fled, leaving behind a lot of livestock and supplies. Plus, the strongest character, Zheng Tiger, was seriously injured. It was too unexpected for them to invade south in that condition. I understand your story, Tancha-san murmured in a serious tone after listening. We are messengers for friendship. If the Boku tribe is willing to serve Kou country, we have no reason to refuse. Then, however, if we are going to participate in the battle, we will need permission from His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I won't ask you to drive away the Jinkyo tribe. Gaku Kiryu looked straight at Tancha-san. I just want you to help rescue the hostages. If succeed, we can fight the Jinkyo tribe without any worries. If you lend us your strength for that, that would be enough. I understand. I also want to help you, Tancha-san replied in a bitter tone. However, there may be battles during the rescue process. That might happen. The soldier's role is to protect us. If we are going to fight, we will need to gather volunteers. I cannot order them to fight for the Boku tribe with their own will. To get permission, we need to send a messenger to Hokurin town. But no matter how fast we go, it will take a few days for the messenger to return. That won't be enough time to rescue the hostages. It's difficult. It takes about 4 days to get to Hokurin. To get permission from the king and Ryujin Kuan, we need to send a fast horse back and forth. It will take nearly 10 days. I don't think the Jinkyo tribe will wait that long. The hostages might be killed, or the Boku tribe will have to start fighting with sacrifices in mind. There is not enough time. First, I would like to organize our discussion. We should have that much time. Tancha-san turns to Gaku Kiryu. The Jinkyo tribe is trying to get the books you have, right? That's right. But I can't believe it. The Jinkyo tribe would invade just for one book. That book must be worth that much. Gaku Kiryu looks regretful. Giving that to them is too dangerous. But I can't just leave the hostages to die. We don't even have time to come up with a plan. If we hadn't met you here, we would have gone back to our friends and attacked the fortress right away. What kind of book is it? Tancha-san asks. What is this book that the Boku tribe has been protecting for so long, which the Jinkyo tribe wants? It's a martial arts manual. Martial arts manual? It is said in my tribe that it contains the 4th technique of the 4 fiends, called chaos. Gaku Kiryu from the Boku tribe said. I thought I misheard. But no, Gaku Kiryu definitely said 4 fiends. 4 fiends. Is it the same 4 fiends that appeared in my dream? Before, in a dream I had, Ruin, the king of Kou country, said. One day, this country will be devoured by the 4 fiends. He said that. I thought the 4 fiends were monsters, or humans who turned into monsters, but is that not the case? There's something called the 4 fiends technique, and did its user destroy Kou country in the game? But, there was no 4 fiends technique in the game. Was it never added? Or is it a hidden skill that doesn't show up in the stats? Is it related to the fall of Kou country? I don't know, but I can't just leave it like this. Then, I have a request for Tancha-sama. I couldn't help but raise my voice. Can I get permission for free action? I want to help the people of the Boku tribe. Tenhou, what are you saying, Tenhou? Shu and Tancha-san looked at me. I continued. If I act as an individual, it won't trouble His Majesty the King or His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Please, can you release me from my duties as a member of the messenger here? Wait, Tenhou. What can you do alone? Shu grabbed my sleeve. It's reckless. Even if you fight alone. I just want to help rescue the hostages. I can be a decoy to draw the enemy away. I can carry the hostages and escape. That should help the people of the Boku tribe. Even so, you going is. I was the one who suggested forming a friendship with the Boku tribe. I can't just ignore the crisis they're facing. Besides, I'm scared. Scared. If we don't stop the Jinkyo tribe here, I think a big disaster will come in the future. If I don't act now, I'll probably regret it. If the secret book of the Four Fiends techniques falls into the hands of the Jinkyo tribe, it would be the worst. I would have to live in fear of the Four Fiends, who would eventually ravage the country. This could lead to the Kou Tenhou destruction end. Right now, I might still be able to stop it. If I can prevent the secret book of the Four Fiends from reaching the Jinkyo tribe, I might be able to change the future. Then, I should do what I can. I understand. If Tenhou is going, then I'm going too. Shu, no, Kaushike. You think that if the secret book of the Four Fiends falls into the hands of the Jinkyo tribe, it will be a big problem, right? Why yes. I trust Tenhou's instincts. So I'm going with you. Because we're friends. But, Shuke. Shu is from Soma country. She has a father and a mother back in her hometown. I heard that her mother returned home and got better, becoming the kind mother she remembers. I can't involve Shu in this. My mother told me when we left Soma country, live as your heart desires. Did Shu read my mind? With a calm smile, she said. My heart is telling me that I want to go with Tenhou. That's all there is to it. I understand. Maybe Shu won't back down. We're friends, after all. I can understand that much. No matter what happens, Shu will come with me. Please, Shuke. Lend me your strength. If it comes down to it, I'll make sure Shu escapes, even if it's just her. I made up my mind and nodded. Yeah. Let's go together, Tenhou. Shu nodded. Then, both of us bowed our heads to Tancha-san. Please, Tancha-sama. Allow us to act independently. Wait, Tenhou. Tao. Suddenly, Shu-sensei raised her voice. When Shu and I looked up, we saw Shu-sensei with a pale face. I have one thing I need to confirm. Saying that, Shu-sensei looked towards Gakukiryu. Gakukiryu Dono, you mentioned that the Boku tribe passes down the Four Fiends techniques forth, correct? Yeah. Just as Gen Shioku Dono said. The Boku tribe has never mastered martial arts if they haven't read that martial arts manual, right? Seal it away without showing anyone is the teaching of our ancestors. We have kept it strictly. Those who tried to touch it without permission were punished and exiled. No one has read that secret book, and no one has mastered the Four Fiends techniques. Are you sure? I swear by our ancestors' name. But the Jinkyo tribe wants it, right? Probably, an exiled person leaked the information. Gakukiryu shook his head. But for the Jinkyo tribe to want it. If the Jinkyo tribe knew the value and power of the Four Fiends techniques, it makes sense. Shu-sensei said in a flat tone. If that's the case, could there be a user of the Four Fiends techniques among the Jinkyo tribe or their allies? And could that technique be the first one, Kyuki? What? Gakukiryu's eyes widened. How does Gen Shioku Dono know that? They definitely said so. No, we haven't actually seen the technique. We also don't know the Kyuki technique. But, if there is someone among them who can use the same Four Fiends techniques, then I understand why they would target our Kontan martial arts manual. But, so it was true after all. Shu-sensei clenched her fist. That's right, since it's called Four Fiends technique, there must be 4 of them. One of those techniques was learned by my enemy and Tories. And they were with the Jinkyo tribe. No wonder we couldn't find them no matter how hard we searched. With a trembling voice, Shu-sensei continued. It was the first time I had seen her so openly angry. The enemy helped the Jinkyo tribe to gather all 4 techniques. And then they attacked the Boku tribe. They used the Kyuki technique from the Four Fiends to seriously injure Tori, and now they're going after my acquaintance. Tori-san was seriously injured. So, Tori-san's wounds are. Just as I was about to ask Shu-sensei, enemy sighted. A cavalry unit is approaching us. It seems to be the Jinkyo tribe. A soldier on lookout shouted. Shukei. Yeah. Tenhou. Shu and I jumped up into the trees using the 5 divine steps technique, Storm of the Lurking Dragon King. I could see the cavalry dressed in black coming toward us. It was the Jinkyo tribe. There were less than 100 of them. They seemed to have followed Gaku Kiryu. Prepare for an ambush. Immediately, Tancha-san gave the orders. If the enemy is coming, we have no choice but to fight. Gaku Kiryu Dono, we ask for your cooperation. Yeah. I'm sorry for getting you involved. I was thinking this could happen. If we start the fight, we need permission, but if they attack us first, that's a different story. Let's drive them back. Tancha-san had a fearless smile on his face. A messenger of peace can't just leave the Boku tribe behind. If I did that, it would disgrace the name of His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I won't forget this favor. Gaku Kiryu bowed deeply. Then, he and the Boku tribe soldiers took up their spears and mounted their horses. The soldiers from Aka country did the same. And then, I'm going too. I've fought against the Jinkyo tribe before. I got on my horse, holding the white Kirin sword that Master Reiku gave me. That helps a lot. Please, Tenhou. Yes. Also, I'm worried about Shu-sensei. I replied to Tancha-san, who was thanking me. Right now, Shu-sensei is really filled with killing intent. With a single-edged sword in hand, she looks ready to cut down anyone who comes close. If we leave her alone, she might just break through the enemy lines and head straight for the Boku tribe fortress. But I can't let her do something so reckless. I want to support her closely to make sure that doesn't happen. I won't do anything reckless. I'll just help make sure Shu-sensei doesn't get hurt. Tenhou, I will protect you. Tancha-sama. Why yes, I understand. Both Tenhou and Kou, please be careful. Understood. Shu and I clasped hands on horseback. And so, we were set to confront the Jinkyo tribe's forces. Chapter 21 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe for Gaku Kiryu's perspective. It was the right choice to rely on Aka country. As he rode his horse, Gaku Kiryu muttered. He was the captain of the defense team of the Boku tribe, like a general in Aka country. He had strong abilities to lead soldiers and was trusted by the tribe members. Yet, he couldn't stop the invasion of the Jinkyo tribe. The chief's daughter and Gaku Kiryu's family were taken by them. As someone who protects the people, it was an extreme regret. However, it was fortunate to meet Gen Shiokudono and the people of Aka country. I can trust them. Even if I die here, they will stand by the Boku tribe. The Jinkyo tribe's troops were approaching. Their numbers were just under 100. It was almost the same as the combined forces of the Boku tribe and Aka country. The user of the four fiends, Kyuki, isn't here. Ha! Before the battle, Gen Shioku had told her about the user of the four fiends technique, Kyuki. She remembered the appearance of the user of the four fiends, and she shared everything she knew with Gaku Kiryu and the others. He was relieved that the user of the four fiends was not among the pursuers. Four fiends is a technique that the Boku tribe has kept sealed. He can't even imagine what kind of power it holds. If possible, he wants to avoid confronting it head-on. We have Gen Shiokudono and the soldiers from Aka country here. If the numbers are the same, we have a chance to win. But what's scary is the Jinkyo tribe's breakthrough power. In the battle to protect the village, the Boku tribe forces were easily crushed. They can't afford to make the same mistake as them. First, I will take the enemy's charge. Gaku Kiryu gripped his spear tightly. Behind him were the soldiers of the Boku tribe. Gaku Kiryu and his subordinates decided to take the lead of the unit. The soldiers from Aka country were positioned behind them. They didn't want to see any casualties among them. That was the will of the Boku tribe. Gaku Kiryu is said to be the strongest of the Boku tribe. If he fights desperately, he should be able to cut down a dozen enemy soldiers. If that can intimidate the enemy, his subordinates and the soldiers from Aka country should be able to fight more favorably. I'll charge in first. After that, everyone. Please don't do anything reckless, Gaku Kiryu-sama. A voice was heard. When he noticed, a boy on horseback was running close to Gaku Kiryu. He was a boy from Aka country, a companion of Gen Shioku, and his name was, if he remembered correctly, Tenhou. Why did you come forward, boy? I felt that you and Shu-sensei might do something reckless. The boy replied. You said that the Boku tribe will serve Aka country. If that's the case, Gaku Kiryu-sama must also be an important person for Aka country. Please, absolutely do not die. I'm begging you. Please forgive my rudeness. My younger brother disciple is like this. Next to Tenhou was a slender boy. He looked at Tenhou with a calm expression that seemed out of place before a battle. But it's true that Tenhou is worried about you. I know. But you all need to step back. Gaku Kiryu waved his hand. I don't want any casualties among the people of Aka country. The first to fight will be us, the Boku tribe. I'm learning about the Jinkyo tribe's fighting style from my father. What? Right now, the Jinkyo tribe is coming straight at us with spears in hand. The Tenhou boy pointed forward. In situations like this, the Jinkyo tribe uses a horse riding technique called quick step sequence. They can double their movement distance starting 2 turns before attacking. No, they accelerate suddenly right in front of the enemy. Is that so? And they form a battle formation called wedge arrow formation, with the tip of the triangle facing the enemy on the plains. They change their formation while accelerating with quick step sequence, breaking through the enemy with the wedge arrow formation specialized for central breakthroughs, and then they run around freely. How do you know all this? My father is General Skybear, Ku Aishing. The boy Tenhou answered. My father has been fighting the Jinkyo tribe for a long time. I've been hearing stories from him about the battlefield. I understand. If that's the case, I will trust you. After thinking for a few seconds, Gaku Kiryu nodded. Since he decided to trust the messenger from Aka country, there was no need to hesitate. If the enemy tries to break through the center, we will avoid it and attack from the side. Gaku Kiryu raised his spear above his head and swung it. His intention was understood, and a voice of agreement came back from the Boku tribe behind him. The soldiers from Aka country should relay their plan. Aka country has capable people. Both Tenhou and Kou are still in their mid-teens. Gaku Kiryu questioned himself while staring at the enemy. They have the courage to stand on the front lines and the judgment to apply their knowledge in practice. Do we in the Boku tribe have such individuals? The Boku tribe has followed the teachings of their ancestors and protected the martial arts manual of the 4 fiends. That seems right. But, have they become too closed off by sticking to those teachings? Could that be the reason for their slow information gathering, which led to their inability to prevent the Jinkyo tribe's invasion? If Aka country is this friendly, shouldn't we have reached out to them? Yet, they couldn't keep up with the changes of the times. The base is being attacked, and the secret book is about to be stolen. Gaku Kiryu grits his teeth in frustration. They're coming. Everyone, are you ready? Oh, the enemy is getting closer. If Tenhou's words are correct, the enemy should accelerate soon. As Gaku Kiryu waits with his spear in hand, clip-clop, clip-clop, the sound of the Jinkyo tribe's horses changed. Now's the time. All troops, evade. Move to the enemy's side. Gaku Kiryu shouted with his spear in hand. As the Jinkyo tribe's forces accelerated, the Boku tribe and Aka country's troops began to evade. What? The soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe widened their eyes. It was an unexpected move for them. However, the Jinkyo tribe's horses began to accelerate forward. They couldn't suddenly change direction. The Jinkyo tribe charged into an empty space. The Boku tribe and Aka country's troops had already finished evading. They moved to flank the Jinkyo tribe's forces. Break through the enemy's side. Keep going. Oh. The Boku tribe shouted with battle cries. Fueled by anger from the attack on their base, they charged into the Jinkyo tribe's forces. WY is our movement. Boku tribe has no right to. Ga. The Jinkyo tribe's forces were being pushed back. Gaku Kiryu is the strongest general of the Boku tribe. His subordinates are well trained. Moreover, the Jinkyo tribe's focus was completely directed ahead. Caught off guard by an unexpected attack, the Jinkyo tribe members were falling off their horses one after another. Next to Gaku Kiryu was a boy who called Tenhou his younger disciple. His name was Kou, if he remembers correctly. Beyond him, Tenhou's figure was also visible. When Gaku Kiryu felt relieved that they were safe. 5 Divine Swordsmanship. Suzaku Flame Dance. At the exact same moment, the voices of Tenhou and Kou echoed. Then, flames ignited on Kou and Tenhou's swords. Kou's sword had a small flame, like a candle. Tenhou's sword had a fireball the size of a fist. The 2 swords easily cut down the enemy soldiers. Furthermore, the flames from their blades frightened the Jinkyo tribe's soldiers and horses. Even trained warriors would react if flames came close to their faces. They couldn't move as usual. In that opening, Gaku Kiryu and his team struck them down. Additionally, there was a master of the pressure point technique on their side. Gen Shiokudono is quite calm. That's good. In Gaku Kiryu's line of sight, Gen Shioku was on horseback. She is hitting the enemies one after another with the pressure point technique. Facing the enemy, Gen Shioku deflects their attack with her sword in her left hand. She approaches the enemy, touching the exposed parts of their body. Just that alone makes the enemy drop their weapon and fall off their horse. The pressure point technique makes the enemy's arms and legs go numb. With no feeling in their hands, they drop their weapon, and their legs can't step on the stirrups, so they can't support their body on the horse anymore. Noticing that Gen Shioku is a strong opponent, the Jinkyo tribe focuses their attacks on her. Blocking them is Tenhou. He runs alongside Gen Shioku to protect her, bouncing back the enemy's attacks. The Jinkyo tribe can't keep up with the teamwork of the two. Gen Shiokudono is definitely neutralizing the enemies. She was really fierce earlier, but now she seems calm. What happened? Tenhou calmed Shu-sensei down. Kou, the boy, answered Gaku Kiryu's question. To the furious Shu-sensei, Tenhou said, I understand that the Four Fiends techniques are dangerous. No, he shouldn't know about the Four Fiends techniques, right? I thought so too. But Tenhou really had a serious expression. Is that so? He continued, the user of the Four Fiends technique is my enemy. It was as if his life was on the line, with a serious look on his face. Is Gen Shiokudono's enemy also Tenhou-kuen's enemy? Gaku Kiryu looked surprised. I see. You all are learning from Shudono. That's right. So Tenhou said, the enemy of my master and his daughter is also my enemy. When Shu-sensei heard that, she seemed to calm down instead. Saying this, Kaokuen smiled. Surely, she was thinking about Tenhou. If Shu-sensei had been angry, Tenhou might have lost his cool and charged in too. So, her disciple calmed down Gen Shiokudono. Tenhou has that kind of side to him. Kaokuen spoke as if he were talking about a precious treasure. That's why I can't take my eyes off him. He's really a troublesome person, Tenhou. I also think it's good that that boy isn't an enemy. The battle was already decided. In the middle of the enemy soldiers, those who seemed to be the captains were lying down. They must have been hit by the pressure point technique. Their arms and legs twitched like fish out of water. Nearby, there were the enemy soldiers defeated by Tenhou. Some had burns on their limbs, while others had their weapons broken. He doesn't know what kind of technique was used, but it was incredibly skillful. Eventually, Gen Shioku approaches the captain of the Jinkyo tribe. Tell me everything you know about the Four Fiends and their user. As Gen Shioku looks down at the enemy captain, he declares, I'm speaking calmly because my disciple is here, but I don't know how long I can keep this up. Thinking about my daughter. I want to end their life right now. While I can still stay calm, tell me everything. You of the Jinkyo tribe. Chapter 22 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe 5. In the fortress taken by the Jinkyo tribe. Stay quiet here until I talk to your chief, Boku tribe. Saying this, there were about 30 members of the Boku tribe locked in a room in the fortress. All of them were women and children. They were all relatives of the chief and the captain of the defense, as well as the soldiers. The Jinkyo tribe had taken them hostage to break the fighting spirit of the Boku tribe. Our fortress, which our tribe has protected, is being used like this. A girl from the Boku tribe, Nona Kiryu, murmured sadly. This was a fortress at the foot of a mountain. It was built by the ancestors of the Boku tribe to protect the village from outside enemies. No one had imagined that this fortress would be taken over by the Jinkyo tribe. I wonder if father has safely reached Aka country. Nona Kiryu whispered to herself. Her father, Gaku Kiryu, had gone with his subordinates to Aka country. He was going to inform them about the Jinkyo tribe's invasion and borrow soldiers. Until now, the Boku tribe and the Jinkyo tribe had lived mostly apart. This was the first time they had come to invade with an army. They probably intended to completely swallow the Boku tribe. And they were trying to obtain the secret texts that the Boku tribe had protected. Nona Kiryu moved closer to the window and looked outside. She could see the fortress gate and the square in front of it. In front of the gate, there was a watchtower, and a soldier from the Jinkyo tribe stood there with a bow in hand. It was dusk now. The gate and the fortress were dyed in a reddish hue. A day passed without anything happening. No good news or bad news reached them. The view of the fortress was the same as it had been yesterday. The fortress, once guarded by the Boku tribe, was now filled with Jinkyo tribe members. They were eating the stored food, drinking, and raising their spirits. Not wanting to see that scene, Nona Kiryu stepped away from the window. From here, she couldn't see her comrades. She had no idea what happened to those who went to call for help. In this uncertain situation, people were scared. Feeling frustrated at her inability to do anything, she bites my lip. I'm the daughter of the captain of the defense. Just like he protects our tribe, I have to protect people's hearts. Nona Kiryu-sama, what will happen to us now? A woman holding a baby asked anxiously. The girl managed to put on a smile and said, "It's okay. Help will definitely come." She said those words. Outside the room, there was a guard. Behind the barred door, they were watching them. She couldn't mention that her father went to call for help from Aka country. My father, Gaku Kiryu, must be working to rescue us. So, we must not lose hope. Nona Kiryu held the woman's hand tightly and continued. Our ancestor, the hermit, Swordmaster Shinkuan, said, even in the unseen chaos, the Boku people can move forward. Let's believe and wait, everyone. Why yes, Nona-sama. The woman answered Kiryu Nona with a trembling voice. I believe in myself and my friend. Gaku Kiryu-sama can't lose to the Jinkyo tribe. Help will come, right, Nona-sama. The women and children in the room raised their voices all at once. They wouldn't give up hope. They were a clan that learned from the ancient hermit. Just as everyone was saying those words. Too bad. It seems the ones who ran away from the Boku tribe have been caught, the guard soldier said in a mocking tone. For a moment, the air in the room froze. The hostages widened their eyes and stiffened. Don't lie. My father is strong. There's no way he would be caught by you. The girl Nona stood up and glared at the guard soldier. Look outside the window. You can see the captured ones. The guard soldier sneered. Nona hurried to the window. As dusk approached, the fortress gates began to open. The soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe gathered in the square cheered with joy. Coming through the open gate were those wearing the armor of the Jinkyo tribe. They were the soldiers who had been chasing Gaku Kiryu and the others. The Jinkyo tribe's armored figures stood behind Gaku Kiryu, who was tied up with ropes along with his soldiers. The moment Nona Kiryu saw this, she collapsed to the floor. Ah! Father! Her father couldn't escape. He was caught by the Jinkyo tribe before he could ask Aka country for help. No help would come. Other countries didn't know that the Boku tribe was being invaded by the Jinkyo tribe. At this rate, the Boku tribe would be swallowed up by the Jinkyo tribe. Nona Kiryu, the teachings of the hermit passed down by the Miko would end here. The secret book of chaos would be taken away. Everything was over. No. Father. Swordmaster Shinkuan. Nona spoke the name of the hermit known in the Boku tribe. The soldiers on guard laughed at her. It's over. Give up. The Gaku Kiryu will become test subjects for the Four Fiends techniques. It's to make an example and to show that person's power. The soldiers laughed as they looked at the hostages. And then, whoa! Suddenly, a shout rang out from the courtyard. Gaku Kiryu, captain of the defense of the Boku tribe. I've come to get my family back. Along with the screams of the Jinkyo tribe soldiers, Gaku Kiryu's voice echoed. Nona pressed her face against the window. Her father was in the courtyard of the fortress. But he was different from just a moment ago. Somehow, Gaku Kiryu was now holding a spear. A large black spear. This was the weapon that Nona's father, Kiryu, was skilled with. With it in hand, Gaku Kiryu was taking down the soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe one after another. Surrounding him were his father's subordinates. They were also armed. At their feet lay the ropes that had bound them. The ropes had no knots. It was as if they had been made to come undone from the start. Moreover, fighting alongside Gaku Kiryu were why? The soldiers who took my father away are fighting with him? The answer became clear right away. Through the open gate, soldiers in armor from Aka country charged in. Aka country soldiers. Why? No. The first ones to come in were also Aka country soldiers. Aka country soldiers disguised themselves as our allies. Gaku Kiryu brought Aka country soldiers with him. The soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe were completely confused. The ones who had taken Gaku Kiryu were Aka country soldiers disguised as the Jinkyo tribe. Gaku Kiryu and the others had been freed and were now attacking. From the open gate, enemies kept pouring in. All of this was an unexpected situation. The strength of the Jinkyo tribe's weapons was their cavalry's breakthrough power. Inside the fortress, their power cannot be used. Before that, they thought they were welcoming allies. They didn't expect a fight. No one is mounted. Few are armed. Moreover, this fortress originally belongs to the Boku tribe. Gaku Kiryu and his group know the internal structure. They know the advantageous spots for fighting and the places out of sight of the guards. On top of that, with the addition of Aka country soldiers, their fighting strength is almost equal. If it turns into close combat without cavalry, Gaku Kiryu's side should have the advantage. The people from Aka country came to help. With my father. To disguise themselves as Jinkyo tribe soldiers and open the gate. That's amazing. Gaku Kiryu is the strongest general of the Boku tribe. The Jinkyo tribe feared that he would bring reinforcements. Because of that, they were overjoyed to hear the report that Gaku Kiryu had been captured. Moreover, it is now dusk. It's the time when it's hardest to distinguish people. So the guard soldiers, just by seeing someone in Jinkyo tribe armor, judged them to be allies. Without suspicion, they invited them into the fortress. What are you doing? You all join the fight. A voice that sounds like a captain echoed from outside the door. But we have to watch the prisoners. Not now. Anyway, push the enemy out of the fortress. Wait. Where did you come from? The captain's scream echoed. And then, Kirin's horn thrusts. By Akko's assault, the soldiers on the other side of the door were blown away. After that, there was a clattering sound of metal. A few seconds later, the door that had trapped Nona and the others opened. On the other side of the door were two boys holding swords. Nona didn't recognize them. They were probably from Aka country. The boys clasped their hands together towards the hostages and said, "We've come to help. I'm Kou Tenhou. I'm a disciple of Gen Shioku sensei, a friend of the Boku tribe. Same here, I'm Sui Kao. Let's get out of here quickly." Light shone into the dim room. Nona Kiryu and the hostages cheered. Their voices echoed outside the tower, so the soldiers who came to help could hear them. Then, the hostages were led by them and escaped from the prison. Chapter 23 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe 6. Tenhou's perspective. Did it somehow go well? I feel like I crossed a pretty dangerous bridge. Well, I didn't come up with the plan, though. A few days ago, after we drove back the Jinkyo tribe's pursuit team, Shu-sensei interrogated the enemy soldier. The enemy soldier was scared of Shu-sensei. I can't blame him. During the battle, The enemy soldier had been hit one after another by Shu-sensei's pressure point technique. There are probably people who don't know about a technique that can numb your body just by hitting pressure points on your arms and legs. To the enemy soldier, it must have looked like some kind of suspicious sorcery. The terrified enemy soldier honestly shared what he knew. The number of soldiers occupying the fortress, the building where the hostages are locked up, and the location of the user of the Four Fiends technique. After hearing this, Tancha-san and Gaku Kiryu decided to head to the fortress. But attacking the fortress head-on is too risky. So, I suggested something. I'll disguise myself as a member of the Jinkyo tribe and sneak into the fortress. I said. The Four Fiends technique can't be ignored. Plus, if I use the 5 divine steps, I can probably get over the fortress walls. If I wear the Jinkyo tribe's armor and helmet, I can manage even if I get caught. I proposed that I would sneak in and open the gate from the inside. Well, it got rejected, though. Tancha-san said, I can't let Tenhou do something so dangerous. Shu-sensei replied, then I should go. Shu got really mad and said, you told Shu-sensei not to do anything reckless, so why are you being reckless yourself? Even Gaku Kiryu from the Boku tribe calmly pointed out, with your build, isn't adult armor too big for you? Honestly, it was embarrassing. Moreover, after hearing my opinion, Tancha-san, Shu-sensei, and Gaku Kiryu all looked deep in thought. Maybe they were shocked by what I said. Then, after the adults talked it over, for some reason, the soldiers from Aka country were going to disguise themselves as soldiers from the Jinkyo tribe. Gaku Kiryu and the others would pretend to be prisoners. They would tie ropes around their necks and hands, but it would be easy to untie. In that disguise, they would get close to the fortress and make the guards open the gate. Once the gate was open, Gaku Kiryu and the others would grab their weapons and charge into the enemy camp. That was the plan decided by Shu-sensei and the others. The fortress is at the foot of a mountain. It's on the west side. The sun sets early. If we approach at twilight, it will be hard to tell people apart. The watch soldiers will be easier to fool. The chances of success were quite high. My and Shu's job is to rescue the hostages. 5 divine steps allows us to climb the outer walls of a building using the footholds. We can sneak in from the upper floors without the enemy noticing. Meanwhile, Gaku Kiryu's team will keep the enemy distracted. We will take down the guards and free the hostages. That was the plan for this operation. And now, we are inside the tower. The prison doors are open, and all the hostages are coming out. All that's left is to get down to the ground and join up with our allies. Let's hurry and get out of here. I'm worried about Shu-sensei. Yeah, I don't think she'll do anything reckless, but... Shu and I exchanged glances and nodded. Shu-sensei is acting separately to stop the user of the Four Fiends technique. The uncertain factor in this operation was the user of the Four Fiends technique. We needed to keep them from moving until we rescued the hostages. Shu-sensei volunteered for that role. Right now, she should be breaking into the building where the user of the Four Fiends technique is located, along with the soldiers. I actually intended to go myself, but that was rejected. The user of the Four Fiends technique is Shu-sensei's arch-nemesis. It seemed Shu-sensei had no intention of giving up the chance to confront them. Shu-sensei said, I won't fight directly. I'll just buy time. We have to trust that. I understand. Shakei. I nodded and looked over at the hostages. Everyone is women and children. In the center is Nona Kiryu. She is the daughter of Gaku Kiryu. It seems she was calming everyone down as the leader. Impressive. The Gaku Kiryu-san group should be outside the tower. We need to leave here. Wait. Suddenly, Nona Kiryu raised her voice. There's one person who was moved to a different tower. We have to help that person. Ha! Is there a mistake in the information? All the hostages should be trapped in this tower. This morning, that person was moved to the next tower. It's the chief's daughter, Kane Shirtsama. We can't leave her behind. The chief's daughter. The Jinkyo tribe separated Kane and us to use us as hostages against each other. To get information about that book. No, something specific. That's why only Cain was moved to a different place. That book, the secret manual of the Four Fiends technique. So, the Jinkyo tribe separated the hostages to get information about it. They moved the chief's daughter, who might know something, to isolate her and make her talk. That's the worst tactic. Seriously. The tower where the chief's daughter is it that one? I pointed out the window. There's a big window in the hallway. From there, I could see a tower at the same height as this one. Yes. It's designed symmetrically with this one. Got it. So, I have a question for Shirkei. Yeah. Tenhou. Shu nodded immediately. I know what you want to ask. Who's going to go? My way is better, I think. There are trees in between, and this place is more suited for the Seiyu dragon than the Suzaku bird, don't you think? I hate to admit it, but yeah. The distance is fine, but this height. If something goes wrong, Tenhou would be more reliable. For now, I should raise my ki. I'll use beast body guidance with the form of the snake, the prey entangling snake form. There's no time, so just my arms. Please. I take a deep breath. I focus on the divine energy inside me and change the ki energy to wood type. Then, Shu and I close the distance and intertwine our arms. The beast body guidance in the form of the snake takes the shape of the Seiyu dragon. Using this guidance method, the wood type ki energy becomes stronger. The walking technique of the Seiyu dragon should also be enhanced. Alright, I'm off. Shirkei. Yeah. If something happens, I'll catch you with the Suzaku bird technique. Just go for it. Please. I take a light run up and jump out of the window. 5 divine steps. Storm of the lurking dragon king. I jumped high. I leaped toward the tower I was aiming for. The distance was about 10 meters, almost equal to 32.8 feet, I guessed. There were tall trees in between. I got close to one of the branches and jumped again with Storm of the lurking dragon king. The other tower was getting closer. I confirmed that the window was open. Beyond it was a hallway. I couldn't see any guards. They must have gone to support the battle on the ground. If that's the case. Cat sphere. I curled my body and transformed into the form of the cat using beast body guidance. I jumped right into the window and did a spin in the hallway. I slowed down and somehow managed to stop. Alright, that worked. I thought I could make that jump. When I took Master Reiku's test, I jumped over a river wider than this using Storm of the Lurking Dragon King. But this is a tower. It would be dangerous if I fell. So, I used Shu and Beast Body Guidance to boost my ki energy. Shu's Suzaku bird technique and my Seiyu dragon technique. I have a longer jump distance. That's why I decided to jump. I guess it worked thanks to Master Reiku's training. I wonder how my master is doing. It's been a while. I want to see her. I want her to see if my skills have really improved. Right now, I need to rescue the chief's daughter first. In the hallway, there was a door with a grid pattern. It was the same as the one in the tower over there. The key was hanging on the wall. I took it and unlocked the door. Then, when I opened the door, I'm Kou Tenhou, a disciple of Gen Shioku-sensei. I've come to help you, Kane Shirt-sama. The girl lying on the floor looked at me. She was really small, or rather, she could be called a little girl. She looked about 10 years old. They were trying to confine such a child and make her obey. The Jinkyo tribe is really terrible. Are you a disciple of Shioku-sama? Yes, Kane Shirt-sama. Are you okay? I'm fine, yeah. I'm okay. Let's get out of here right away. I reached out and helped the chief's daughter, Kane Shirt, stand up. She was light. I could probably carry her and run without any problem. What about Nona and the others? I rescued them. They're in the next tower. That's good. Kane Shirt pressed her chest and sighed in relief. Thank you very much. I want to repay you. Don't worry about it. No, it's the custom of the Boku tribe to properly repay a favor. Is that so? Suddenly, a question popped into my head. Then, can I ask you one question? Yeah. What is it? Isn't it possible to dispose of the secret book? That was what I had been wanting to ask all along. Gaku Kiryu had said. The hermit who gave the secret book to the Boku tribe sealed it without reading it and ordered them to protect it. But it's strange. If you just seal it without reading, it's useless. It's like holding onto a treasure chest that can't be opened. In fact, just having it can be dangerous. There are people who would want an ancient secret book like that. Right now, the Jinkyo tribe is attacking. It would be better to just burn the secret book. I'm sorry for saying something strange, outsider. I bowed my head while carrying Kane's shirt on my back. If you can't answer, just ignore me. I apologize if I made you feel bad. Just to be clear, I don't really want the secret book. Once I leave here, I'll forget about it. It's just, I couldn't help but be curious. There's a legend. Ha! There's a legend. Kane's shirt murmured softly on my back. Among the 4 fiends, chaos was the last one created. If used correctly, it can be a trump card against the other 3. If a bad person uses it, it can make the other 3 violent. That's the legend. Is that so? Chaos has no fixed form. If a foolish or wicked person touches it, Kontan will reach the realm of death. The opposite is also true. Kane's shirt whispered like singing. These are the words of Suimai Shinkuan. Kane hasn't told anyone this. I understand. I haven't heard anything. I wanted to talk to you. It's strange. After that, Kane's shirt fell silent. Quietly, she clung to my back. We'll be getting out from here. After descending about 2 floors, we'll jump out of the window. From that height, even if I fail the technique, we should be able to land safely. Kane's shirt nodded at my words. Gaku Kiryu-san is outside. Shu-sensei. Gen Shioku-sensei is also there. You'll be able to reunite with your comrades soon. Just hold on a little longer. Alright then, hold on tight. With my sword in hand, I began to run. The sounds of battle and the soldiers' shouts could be heard from outside. They drowned out my presence and footsteps. The enemy hadn't realized I had intruded. So I succeeded in surprising the enemy from the upper floors and safely descended the height of 2 floors of the tower. There are piles of firewood on the lower floor. And even oil. It was the worst-case scenario. Had the Jinkyo tribe intended to burn Kane's shirt alive? Or was it just a threat? Whether it was to force Kane's shirt to reveal the location of the secret book or to make Nonna Kiryu and the others comply, it was nothing good. We're jumping out now. You mustn't let go of me, okay? Okay. Once we reached a safe height, I used the storm of the lurking Dragon King to leap out of the window. Then, using the branches as footholds, I returned to the tower where Shu was waiting. Chapter 24 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe 7. Gaku Kiryu of Boku tribe's perspective. The operation was a success. Together with the soldiers of Aka country disguised as the Jinkyo tribe, we approached the fortress. Pretending to be prisoners, they got them to open the fortress gate. As soon as they entered, they grabbed the weapons tied to their horses and cut down the enemy soldiers. They were able to draw the enemy's attention and send Kou Tenhou and Sui Kou to the tower where the hostages were. Now, they just have to hold out until those 2 rescue the hostages. Gaku Kiryu Dono. A red cloth is waving from the window of the building with the hostages. Tancha from Aka country shouted behind me. Looking up, he saw a red cloth, more precisely, a red scarf, fluttering from the tower window. It was the signal that the hostages had been rescued. All troops, attack the enemy's left flank. Head straight for the tower. Join up with those who escaped. Oh. The soldiers of the Boku tribe and Aka country raised their voices. Even though it was an impromptu joint force, their teamwork was going well. The people of Aka country must also have anger towards the Jinkyo tribe. He has heard that Aka country has frequently been invaded by the Jinkyo tribe. If the Jinkyo tribe swallows up the Boku tribe, Aka country will face invasions not just from the north, but also from the northwest. This battle is also to prevent that. Thank you for your help, people of Aka country. While striking the enemy with his spear, Gaku Kiryu shouted, I will repay this debt with my life. Just having you as an ally of Aka country is enough. Tancha's voice was cheerful. Your ability to lead troops is impressive. If His Royal Highness the King's younger brother knew you, he would want to make you a general of Kou country. A general of Kou country? But I'm a person from a different tribe. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother won't mind. I will tell him about your skills. That would be too much praise. Besides, this plan wasn't mine to begin with. It was Kou Tenhou who made us realize the strategy of disguising ourselves as the enemy. Yes. In reality, that person is like the planner of this operation. Neither Gaku Kiryu nor Tancha had ever thought of wearing the armor of the Jinkyo tribe. Kou Tenhou's words, "I will disguise myself as the Jinkyo tribe and sneak into the fortress," made them realize it. Disguising oneself as the enemy to catch them off guard is one of the strategies of warfare. However, Gaku Kiryu and the others felt resistance to pretending to be the ones who attacked their village. So, they probably didn't think of that idea. I still have a long way to go. Kou Tenhou warned Gaku Kiryu by putting on armor that didn't fit him. Not with words, but with actions. This is an emergency. Is this really the time to be picky about method? He seemed to say. His actions influenced the soldiers of Kou country. The son of the general of Kou country took the lead and put on the enemy's armor. It was too big for him since he was still young. He announced that he would sneak into the fortress wearing it. Seeing him go so far to save the hostages must have touched the hearts of the soldiers. So, Tancha quickly gave orders to the soldiers of Kou country. Strip the armor off the captured Jinkyo tribe soldiers and wear it. We will disguise ourselves as the Jinkyo tribe and make them open the fortress gate. Gaku Kiryu also made a quick decision. They would tie their hands together and pretend to be prisoners. They decided to give up their weapons and expose themselves in a humiliating way, with ropes around their necks and hands. Because, as Kou Tenhou said, this was not the time to be picky about methods. The soldiers of Kou country disguised themselves as the Jinkyo tribe. Gaku Kiryu and the others tied their hands and necks with ropes and followed the soldiers of Kou country. This way, it would look like the Jinkyo tribe soldiers were taking Gaku Kiryu and the others away. And then, they got closer to the fortress and successfully made them open the gate. The only concern is Gen Shioku Dono. Gen Shioku left the line right after the squad charged into the fortress. She headed towards a building said to have a user of the Four Fiends technique. This was to buy time so that she wouldn't interfere with the operation. So, the user of the Four Fiends hasn't shown themselves. Gen Shioku is probably still holding them back. But that person hates the user of the Four Fiends. I hope she doesn't do anything reckless. It should be fine. Tenhou Dono warned her. Indeed, she promised with a wry smile, I will focus on buying time. She won't lie to my disciple. We also assigned some soldiers to protect them. I heard Gen Shioku Dono is strict, but it's surprising that she is weak against their disciple. Tenhou Dono is special, I suppose. Tancha said in a calm tone. Tenhou Dono is a mysterious person. He might have the power to connect people. The power to connect people. Ha! I want that person to lead an independent unit. A unit that can move freely based on their own judgment. I want to see what kind of connections he can create with others. Yes, I agree. Gaku Kiryu cut down a nearby enemy. The troops began to move. The tower was already in front of them. Moments later, the tower's door opened, and the hostages appeared. At the front were Sui Kao and Gaku Kiryu's daughter, Nona. Following them were women and children. Bringing up the rear were Kou Tenhou and the chief's daughter, Kane. Gaku Kiryu tried to look at his daughter but held back. The battle was still ongoing. Reuniting with his child would have to wait. Split the troops. A few of you go guard the hostages. The rest stay with me to eliminate the remaining enemies, then head to support Gen Shiokudona. The number of enemies was decreasing. It was fine to divide the forces. Just as Gaku Kiryu made that decision. The Boku tribe has teamed up with Kou country. How sneaky of them. From deep within the fortress, the enemy commander appeared. My name is Ren Pardu of the Jinkyo tribe. I am the first subordinate of His Royal Highness Zen Tiger. I demand a one-on-one duel. The enemy commander, Ren Pardu, brandished a great sword and shouted, "I tell the leaders of the Boku tribe and Aka country, are you all just cowards who can only sneak attack? Do you not have the courage to stand before me? If not, then show yourselves. Don't fall for the provocation. Surround and take him down." The outcome was already decided. The Jinkyo tribe had likely moved their small army to avoid detection by other countries. They had ambushed the Boku tribe settlement, taken hostages, and tried to bring the Boku tribe under their control. But that was as far as it went. The hostages had already been rescued. The fortress would soon be reclaimed. Moreover, the envoy from Aka country had already sent messengers to the royal capital. The king's younger brother is said to be a wise person. Upon hearing the news of the Jinkyo tribe's invasion, he would immediately move the army. It seems the Jinkyo tribe has called for reinforcements, but they probably won't make it in time. They will just be caught in a pincer attack by the Boku tribe, who have taken back the fortress, and the forces from Aka country coming from the royal capital. There's no reason to accept a one-on-one duel with the general of the Jinkyo tribe, but an ordinary soldier is no match for me. Strong one. Fight me. Fight me. The enemy commander is strong. There's no lie in the words that he is the first subordinate of the Jinkyo tribe prince. Ren Padu, wielding a great sword, is overwhelming the soldiers of the Boku tribe. His subordinates cannot stop him. Thinking this, Gaku Kiryu steps forward with a spear. At this rate, I won't be able to support Gen Shiokudono. I have no choice but to defeat this guy. Gaku Kiryu readies his weapon and focuses on the enemy commander. I am Gaku Kiryu, the captain of the defense of the Boku tribe. Ren Padu of the Jinkyo tribe, I will be your opponent. I thought someone who could actually do something had come, but it's the Boku tribe. Pathetic. Ren Padu spat out. Are the soldiers from Aka country coming? Then let me fight my archenemy. Archenemy? The man who cut off my lord's arm. Kou Tenhou. Bring him here. Ren Padu of the Jinkyo tribe raises his large sword and shouts. The Boku tribe is no match for us. Bring out Kou Tenhou. If he's not here, then I'll kill all your soldiers. Shut up. I'm the one you'll face. Gaku Kiryu readied his spear. This enemy, I will stop him. Ren Padu was glaring at Kou Tenhou. He couldn't let anyone harm him. I owe a debt to the people of Aka country. Besides, I won't let someone as talented as him be killed. I, Gaku Kiryu, will defeat you. Come at me, Ren Padu of the Jinkyo tribe. Don't mess with me. You're just a weakling from the Boku tribe. Gaku Kiryu charged forward with his spear. Ren Padu of the Jinkyo tribe readied his large sword to counter. And so, the duel between the leaders of the Boku tribe and the Jinkyo tribe began. Chapter 25 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe 8. Tenhu's perspective. I've rescued the hostages. Everyone is safe. I was the last one to leave the tower. I had to make sure we weren't being chased. All the enemies in the tower were defeated by me and Shu, but there might still be some hiding. So, to avoid being attacked from behind, I stayed at the back. Gaku Kiryu-sama's family is also here. Please confirm. Wait a moment, Tenhu Dono. The serious voice that came back was Tancha-san's. Gaku Kiryu Dono is currently fighting to determine the victor. The soldiers from both sides had stopped moving. What they were watching was Gaku Kiryu, fighting with a spear, and the general of the Jinkyo tribe, wielding a large sword. The two were battling one-on-one, with the soldiers looking on. It's a duel between the Boku tribe and the Jinkyo tribe's general. No interference allowed. But, Tancha-sama. This. Gaku Kiryu-sama is at a huge disadvantage. Gaku Kiryu, who was disguised as a prisoner, wasn't wearing any armor. It would be unnatural for a prisoner to wear armor. Also, to make the Jinkyo tribe let their guard down, it was necessary for Gaku Kiryu to show his face. So, Gaku Kiryu had no protective gear on at all. In contrast, the Jinkyo tribe's general was fully equipped. Even if Gaku Kiryu's spear grazed the enemy, it wouldn't matter. But if Gaku Kiryu takes even one hit, he will be seriously injured. In this battle, Gaku Kiryu is at a huge disadvantage. If this continues, Gaku Kiryu-sama is in danger. Tancha-sama, please allow me to help. That won't do, Tenhu Dono. But Gaku Kiryu Dono is fighting to protect you. Tancha-san grabbed my shoulder. The enemy's name is Ren Padu. He is said to be a close aide of Zeng Tiger, the prince of the Jinkyo tribe. He has been looking for you, Tenhu Dono. If there are soldiers from Aka country, then Kou Tenhou must be here too. Me, Tenhu Dono, you have cut off Zeng Tiger's hand. It's only natural for someone close to him to seek revenge. Gaku Kiryu Dono is fighting to ensure that no harm comes to Tenhu Dono. You must not waste that intention. Tancha-san whispered so that others couldn't hear. The enemy general is Ren Padu, Zeng Tiger's aide. So, it makes sense that he is targeting me. I also understand why Gaku Kiryu is fighting to protect me. But Gaku Kiryu is someone needed for the future of Aka country. He has high morale ability and is also excellent in personal combat ability. And he is a good person. Gaku Kiryu was polite to Tancha-san, to me, and to Shu. To save his family, he even pretended to be a prisoner. He became defenseless in front of a soldier from Aka country that he had just met and entrusted his safety to us. It was because Gaku Kiryu believed in us. We can't afford to lose someone like that here. You said not to interfere, right? Tancha-sama? That's right. That's the way of a warrior. I understood Tancha-san's opinion. I'll do as he said. I won't interfere. I won't jump in for a one-on-one fight or slash the enemy from behind. I'm just taking measures to keep my family, friends, and comrades from dying. My goal is to avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction ending, but it wouldn't mean anything if I was the only one left alive. I want my comrades to survive as much as possible. So, I'd like to ask Nona Kiryu-sama and Kane Shirt-sama. I called out to Gaku Kiryu's daughter and the chief's daughter. Gaku Kiryu-sama has the concentration skill, right? He had an extraordinary focus during battles, didn't he? The concentration skill is a skill that temporarily boosts combat power. It narrows your vision, making you only see things related to the fight, but it increases attack accuracy. The Gaku Kiryu in the game should have had that skill, but, why yes. Indeed, when my father concentrates, he can't sense anything other than what's related to the fight. How do you know that? Gaku Kiryu fights with concentration. He's really strong. I understand. Thank you. Gaku Kiryu in this world seems to have a concentration skill. That means, even if I call out to him during a one-on-one fight, he won't hear me. It's going to be tough to coordinate for support, huh? I understand. Then, I will head to support Shu-sensei. I said this to Tancha-san. Shu-sensei is holding back a user of the Four Fiends technique. There are soldiers guarding her too, but the enemy's strength is unknown. I should probably help out. Tenhu, that is. I am Shu-sensei's disciple. It's only natural to help my master, right? I understand. Please be careful. Yes. I will return safely with Shu-sensei. Wait, Tenhu. I'm going too. Please, Shu. I nodded at Shu, who raised her hand. All the enemy soldiers are focused on the one-on-one fight. Now's our chance to jump over the enemies and reach the building where Shu-sensei is. 5 divine steps. Storm of the Lurking Dragon King, Shu and I leaped high with 5 divine steps. We soared over the soldiers' heads. Looking down at the enemy camp from several meters in the air, I saw someone aiming a projectile. He was hiding behind other soldiers so that the Boku tribe and Aka country's troops couldn't see him. It seems they don't want to fight fairly. If that's the case, I don't have to hold back either. The enemy commander, Ren Padu, is targeting me. Gaku Kiryu's concentration skill boosts combat power but makes him unable to sense anything unrelated to the fight. And in a one-on-one duel, no third party should interfere. So I put key energy into my voice. I'm Kou Tenhou of Aka country. Excuse me for coming above you, I shouted while looking down at the enemy commander. Ren Padu. Gaku Kiryu of Boku tribe's perspective, a few minutes ago. The situation was not in his favor. Not wearing armor didn't bother him. In fact, his body felt light and easy to move. Gaku Kiryu's strengths are speed and precise attacks. His spear blocks Ren Pardu's great sword and leaves marks on the armor. It's easy to aim for the gaps in the armor. Gaku Kiryu and Ren Pardu are almost equally strong. Gaku Kiryu excels in speed and accuracy, while Ren Pardu has strength and endurance. But the problem is, why are you hiding Archer behind you while claiming it's a one-on-one duel, Ren Pardu? In his concentration state, Gaku Kiryu can sense even the slightest killing intent. So he knows there are soldiers from the Jinkyo tribe with bows drawn, aiming at him. Occasionally, they pull back their bows, targeting Gaku Kiryu. The enemy's positioning is clever. They are experienced. In a place unseen by the Boku tribe and the soldiers of Aka country, they are intimidating Gaku Kiryu. If Gaku Kiryu defeats Ren Pardu, or tries to land a powerful blow, they will shoot an arrow. Their wariness of that person is dulling Gaku Kiryu's attacks. He is unable to land a decisive blow on Ren Pardu. Is this how the Jinkyo tribe operates, Ren Pardu? I don't know. They are not my soldiers. Not your soldiers, you say. They are His Royal Highness Sung's direct soldiers. But if His Royal Highness's subordinates are involved, then that is the will of the Jinkyo tribe. Ren Pardu's great sword grazes Gaku Kiryu's head. Gaku Kiryu kicks the enemy general's knee and uses the momentum to leap away. A long battle would be bad. Even if Gaku Kiryu is defeated, his ally Tancha from Aka country is there. He will lead the soldiers and clear out the enemies. The problem is if Gaku Kiryu gets shot with an arrow. If that happens, the soldiers of the Boku tribe will charge in anger. That would lead to heavy losses for the allies. They might let Ren Pardu and the users of the Four Fiends technique escape. The enemy is probably aiming for that. Then, I have no choice but to settle this quickly. Gaku Kiryu steeled himself. Aka country has become their ally, and they were able to rescue the hostage. His life has done enough work. It wouldn't be a loss to give up here. Gaku Kiryu readies his spear and starts running. Here I go, Ren Pardu. With this one strike, everything will be decided. Even if he get taken down by the enemy general, there are trustworthy allies here. The Tancha of Aka country, and his subordinates, Tenhou and Shu. Just meeting them is enough for him. Gaku Kiryu switches positions while running. He places Ren Pardu in the line between the archers and himself. This way, the enemy can't shoot. You're too naive, Boku tribe. Ren Pardu noticed his plan. He predicted Gaku Kiryu's movements and raised his large sword. Will I make it in time? What he needs is just a moment of opening. Before Ren Pardu's sword reaches him, he'll slide the tip of his spear into the gap in his armor. Just a few seconds, no, even less than a second will do. O guardian of my tribe, sway my Shinkuan, grant me your blessing. This is the end for you, Boku tribe rat. Gaku Kiryu's spear and Ren Pardu's sword clash. As the weapons of the two warriors are about to reach each other. I'm Kou Tenhou of Aka country. Excuse me for coming above you. That voice changed the fate of both of them. Kou Tenhou. Ren Pardu reacted to the voice and looked up for just a moment. Gaku Kiryu was ready to die, betting everything on one strike. Ren Pardu could hear Tenhu's voice. But Gaku Kiryu, who was focused on the battle, couldn't hear it. Only Ren Pardu paused for just a few seconds. And in that moment, Gaku Kiryu's spear pierced Ren Pardu's armor. You fool. This Boku tribe rat is still alive. Did I survive? Me. Ren Pardu's great sword stopped on Gaku Kiryu's shoulder. He realized something had stopped his movement. If that something had been just a moment late, Gaku Kiryu would have been cut in half. Where are the archers? Gaku Kiryu looked toward the enemy lines. The archer who had been aiming at him was rolling right behind Ren Pardu. It seemed someone had kicked them away to avoid interrupting the duel. The threat was gone. Noticing this, Gaku Kiryu raised his spear and shouted. The enemy commander, Ren Pardu, has been defeated by Gaku Kiryu of the Boku tribe. Oh! Cheers erupted from his allies. From the Jinkyo tribe's camp, there were screams. The Jinkyo tribe had lost their fortress and their hostages. They had also lost their commander. Now, They were just an isolated unit in enemy territory. Some were dropping their weapons and surrendering, others were starting to flee, and some were charging in blindly. There were various reactions. The Boku tribe and Aka country's forces were surrounding and defeating the enemy. The outcome was decided. This is bad. I have to go help Gen Shioku Dono. As Gaku Kiryu tried to run, his body wobbled. He instinctively touched his leg and felt a sharp pain. Gaku Kiryu was covered in wounds. Ren Padu's attacks were fierce. His great sword had left countless cuts on Gaku Kiryu's body. He barely avoided fatal injuries. He hadn't noticed the pain because he was focused on the battle. I can't believe we actually won. Won, you say? A voice came from the ground, from an archer who was lying there. The person was smiling. Their armor was different from the Jinkyo tribes. Who are you? We are the ones who will rule this continent correctly. Don't joke with me. Are you perhaps allies of the Four Fiends technique user? I have nothing to say to you. The man pulled a dagger from his pocket. The blade was slightly wet. Gaku Kiryu realized it was poison and tried to run. But his injured body couldn't react quickly. Instead, his subordinate rushed toward the man. However, Aka country will fall. You are just tools for that. Only we know everything. The man pressed the blade to his own neck and slid it across. Immediately, his body convulsed and then went still. Ruling the continent correctly, you say? He thought the enemy was only the Jinkyo tribe. The users of the Four Fiends technique and those related to them were targeting Aka country. They're going to use the Boku tribe as a tool for that. I can't forgive this. He can't allow those guys to act in the shadows. He has to stop them no matter what. But, if I stay in the Boku tribe village, I won't be able to reach them. To defeat them, he needs to go outside his clan. He has to become a soldier or a general in Aka country and venture into the wider world. Ryujin Kuan, the Lord of Tansha, should lend him his strength. Plus, I have to repay Tenhou and Shu for their help. They were the ones who took down that archer. He knows it without needing proof. The Boku tribe owes him. As captain of the defense, he must repay that debt. Before that, I must capture the user of the Four Fiends technique. Gaku Kiryu stands up with the help of the soldiers. His body still moves. Then, he must fight. With determination, Gaku Kiryu starts walking toward the building where the user of the Four Fiends technique is located. Chapter 26 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe 9. Gen Shioku's perspective. Finger control art. Flowing water. Gen Shioku's sword deflected the enemy soldier's blade. She then slammed the hilt of her sword against the enemy soldier's temple. What? The enemy soldier staggered. Taking advantage of the opening, Gen Shioku applied the pressure point technique. She touched the enemy soldier's arm and knee, sending ki into them. This should stop their movements for a few seconds. Gen Dono. We'll handle the rest. Don't. This enemy is too dangerous. Gen Shioku shouted at the soldiers of Aka country who had rushed out. Surprised by the forcefulness of her voice, the Aka country soldiers hesitated. Gen Shioku and her group were in a building at the innermost part of the fortress. It was said to be the residence of the commanding officer. Perhaps because of that, it was spacious. The large hall they were in could probably accommodate more than 10 soldiers. In that large hall, there were soldiers from the Jinkyo tribe and users of the Four Fiends techniques. I had only intended to delay them. The plan didn't go as expected because the enemy soldiers were too strong. They moved with abnormal speed, taking out the scouting soldiers with a single strike. The struck soldiers were blown away, slammed against the wall, and knocked unconscious. Gen Shioku performed first aid, but they still haven't regained consciousness. The enemy soldiers were about to jump into Gaku Kiryu and the others' fight. So, Gen Shioku and her team had no choice but to show themselves and hold them off. Gen Shioku Dono. What are those guys? Their muscles are abnormal. I didn't know the Jinkyo tribe had such strength. Even we can barely hold them back. They were the elite soldiers chosen by Ryujin Kuan. And those soldiers were trembling. In front of them were a few soldiers from the Jinkyo tribe. All of them were big men with unusually developed muscles. Their bodies were hard to cut through. Their movements were fast. What was most abnormal was that the pressure point technique hardly worked on them. Gen Shioku carefully used the pressure point technique on the enemy. Normally, it would take half a day for the numbness to go away. Yet, the enemy was already trying to get back up. I've heard of pills that enhance the body, or maybe elixirs. But to cause such a dramatic change is impossible. It's likely that some forbidden technique was used. Gen Shioku turned her gaze to the man behind the soldiers. Is this your doing? You, the user of the Four Fiends technique. Gen Shioku, I didn't expect you to come here. A figure stood up at the back of the room. The first thing that caught the eye was his gray hair. His body wasn't muscular, rather, it could be described as slim. But Gen Shioku knows that the techniques this person uses have terrifying power. What are you plotting? You, who wield the Four Fiends technique. Gen Shioku glares at the enemy behind the soldiers. Are you going to unleash your techniques on the young Tori again, and this time take women and children hostage to control the Boku tribe? Shame on you, scum. It's all fate. The response was brief. Aka country will perish. Therefore, I will take the quickest means to destroy it. That's all. Stop your nonsense. After this, chaos will come. Aka country will fall. This is fate. The gray-haired man continues. Then, those who must be destroyed will be destroyed. Those who must be killed will be killed. Gather the power for that, and increase efficiency. That way, the time of chaos will be shorter. We can also reduce the number of victims. So why do you interfere? What are you saying? Gen Shioku asks with a groan. She didn't want to understand the enemy. But it was unexpected that they couldn't communicate this much. A few years ago, the enemy targeted Gen Shioku, saying it's fate, and hurt Tori. And now, they are attacking the Boku tribe along with the Jinkyo tribe, trying to obtain the secret book of chaos. They are doing all of this. The enemy must have some reason. If they were to fight, she wanted to hear that reason first. At the very least, she wanted to know what kind of person the enemy was. But that wish could not be fulfilled. The man with gray hair just keeps repeating words that Gen Shioku can't understand. What you're saying is all nonsense. Gen Shioku, holding her sword, shouts. The country will fall. A chaotic era is coming. If you really believe that, shouldn't you be thinking about how to prevent it first? Are you planning to attack the Boku tribe together with the Jinkyo tribe, thinking that will do some good? Don't be ridiculous. I have no intention of making you my ally anymore. The man with gray hair replied in a cold tone. It seems the joint operation with the Jinkyo tribe has failed. I will prepare new measures and come again to take chaos. The man with gray hair touched the bodies of the Jinkyo tribe soldiers. Like fangs, he struck their backs with his hand. Four Fiends technique, one of Kyuki. Devour. GGH. Oh, those who have consumed the secret art elixir. In the name of Kyuki, I will take your energy and sense of pain. Until I leave, go ahead and kill them all. GGGGH. The soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe howled. Then they slowly began to walk toward Gen Shioku and the others. Strange medicine, no, are they being poisoned? Observing the soldiers, Gen Shioku muttered. Their eyes are bloodshot. Their skin is a reddish-brown color. I can feel the ki inside them moving in a strange way. That ki is probably strengthening their body, but it's reckless. At this rate, their body won't hold up. The Four Fiends technique, Kyuki probably manipulates the opponent's ki. It eats the opponent's ki and injects the user's ki in return. This changes the opponent's body. The soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe are in this abnormal state because of that. Did this guy also eat Tori's ki back then? When Tori received the Kyuki technique, her ki was probably consumed. Losing ki so suddenly caused deep wounds in the meridians of ki. The meridians. That's why Tori is still suffering now. The soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe, we will stop them. Suddenly, the soldiers from Aka country declared. In the meantime, Gen Shioku Dono will deal with the man with gray hair. It's frustrating, but we can't stop him. Is that okay? You all will be in danger. We can't let a man who uses dangerous techniques escape. Please, please. Understood. But you must not die either. Gen Shioku told the soldiers from Aka country. If you get hurt, I will take responsibility and treat you. I will settle in Aka country and heal you no matter how long it takes. So, please don't throw away your lives. Understood. Aka country's soldiers run out with swords in hand. In front of them are enemy soldiers with bronze-colored faces. Their body temperatures are unusually high. They have wounds on their bodies. Blood is still flowing from them. Yet, they show no signs of feeling pain. The Four Fiends technique, Kyuki must change people into a special state. We can't leave a user of such a technique alone. Gen Shioku kicked off the ground. She lowered her body and did a roll on the ground. While slipping past the enemy soldier's feet, she swung her sword. Her target was the back of the enemy soldier's knee. Even soldiers who feel no pain still move with their muscles. If she injures the tendon behind the knee, she can stop their movement. I can only catch them off guard once. The enemy soldier quickly reacted. Other soldiers turned their attention to Gen Shioku. However, a gap opened in the enemy formation. Gen Shioku started running toward a man with gray hair. I won't let you escape. User of Four Fiends. Fool. Who can stand against me, chosen by destiny? Gen Shioku's thrust was deflected by the enemy's sword. The enemy swung down his sword toward Gen Shioku with that momentum. Gen Shioku deflected it using the flowing water technique. Her goal was to buy time and not let the enemy escape. She felt anger for the injury done to Tori. That anger would never fade. But Gen Shioku realized she was not consumed by her anger. She remained calm while holding on to her rage. Feeling strange about it, she continues to swing her sword at the enemy in front of her. I see. Right now, I'm not just fighting for myself. Staying calm is because of that. Gen Shioku is here as a member of the Aka country delegation. Finding her enemy was thanks to Ryujin Kuan, who made her a part of the delegation. Meeting Ryujin Kuan was because of Tenhou. Without him, Gen Shioku would still be wandering, searching for her enemy. With the help of many, Gen Shioku has found the user of the Four Fiends. So, she can no longer fight just for revenge. Gen Shioku understands that. She is fighting the user of the Four Fiends for the ones she believes in. Jibun, Tenhou, Shu, Ryujin Kuan, and her friends from the Boku tribe. What are you laughing at? Gen Shioku. Am I laughing? Me. She blocks the enemy's sword. She dodges. Looking for an opening, she strikes. She gets pushed back. Avoiding the enemy's kick. She ducks down and sweeps the legs. It gets dodged. Rolling to avoid the enemy's sword coming down. She circles around the enemy and swings her sword again. There's no decisive blow. Just entangling. Buying time. With a feeling like stepping on thin ice, she focuses on stopping the enemy. Ah, I see. It's strange that I've changed. Clank. The sword clash. She couldn't completely deflect the enemy's power. Instinctively, she lowers her head. Just then, the enemy's sword passes right by her. A few strands of her hair get cut. Gen Shioku unleashes the pressure point technique leafball on the enemy's arm. No effect. Instead, a tingling sensation runs through her fingertips. Still, Gen Shioku continues to swing the sword. I was a traveler, and many helped me find you. I no longer need to roam. I will stay in one place and live while repaying their kindness. It's strange that I have accepted this. Is this the time to be thinking about such things in a death zone? Ah, I see. You haven't changed at all. Gen Shioku laughs again. 4 years ago, you were saying fate just like now. You haven't changed at all. These 4 years must have brought you nothing. How unfortunate. I'm too busy to entertain your nonsense. The enemy's stance changed. He moves the hand that isn't holding a sword behind him and stops breathing for a few seconds. Gen Shioku quickly creates some distance. She takes a few steps back, getting out of the enemy's sword range. But Four Fiends technique, Kyuki. Army shatter palm. From the grey-haired man's palm, a powerful ki bursts forth. GG. It becomes a physical strike, hitting Gen Shioku's body. Gen Shioku quickly activates the receiving technique flowing water. She tries to deflect the strike with her sword, but she can't completely deflect it. The sword couldn't withstand the shock and broke. Gen Shioku was blown away by a strong pressure and slammed against the wall. Energy burst. No, is it something called long shot? While enduring the intense pain, Gen Shioku analyzed the enemy's technique. That guy was using Kyuki to consume other people's ki. Then, he should be able to release it all at once. He could attack someone from a distance. How can I stop that? If flowing water won't work, then what technique can deflect it? Gen Shioku desperately continued to think of a countermeasure against the Hagen show. In front of her, a man with grey hair approached. You are dangerous. Die here, Gen Shioku. Gen Shioku did not answer the enemy's question. To avoid being noticed, she glanced sideways at her fellow soldiers. They were fighting well. But they were injured. It would be dangerous to let them fight the grey-haired man. However, the soldiers of Kou country would not run away. They would not leave Gen Shioku behind. Ryujin Kuan chose people like that. I have good friends and disciples, huh? There was still a chance to counterattack. The moment he tried to finish her off, she would unleash a desperate strike. She would hold him back so he couldn't escape. She would fulfill her role. With that determination, Gen Shioku steadied her breathing. Nameless enemy, I have figured out the true nature of your technique. You're talking nonsense. Even if I die here, they will notice the same thing as me. They are talented kids. Your wishes will be easily crushed. It's pointless to talk. Die. The grey-haired man raises his sword. Gen Shioku focuses her ki energy in her legs. She slides across the floor and sneaks under the enemy, using all her ki to perform the pressure point technique. Just a little time is enough. She needs to take away the enemy's ability to act. Just when Gen Shioku made up her mind. Shu-sensei. Sensei, are you okay? From the entrance of the hall, she hears Tenhou and Shu's voices. Instinctively, Gen Shioku squeezes out her ki energy and shouts. Tenhou, Shu. Use the pressure point technique. Inject your ki into the Jinkyo tribe soldiers. Yes. Stop talking nonsense. Gen Shioku. The user of the Four Fiends technique swings down his sword. Gen Shioku concentrates ki in both legs, then kicks off the floor. Not towards the enemy, but in the direction to dodge. The Kyuki technique injects poisonous ki. Then, give them your ki, the ki that can heal. Gen Shioku raises her voice again. She cannot die here. She must tell Tenhou and Shu what she knows about that guy's technique. It should be a countermeasure against the user of the Four Fiends technique. You're clinging to life in such a pathetic way, Gen Shioku. Yeah, I'll cling to it. I'll do whatever it takes to keep my daughter and my disciples alive. Gen Shioku is not a martial artist. She is a traveling doctor. She has no honor or fame to protect. What she must protect are her beloved daughter, her cherished disciples, and her friends. That's all. For that, I would gladly expose my pathetic self. Gen Shioku rolls on the floor, dodging the enemy's thrusts. After repeating this for several seconds, Kirin's horn thrusts. Ha! Kou Tenhou's sword, which rushed over, deflected the enemy's sword. I'm glad I made it in time, he said, breathing heavily. When she looked back, Shu and the soldiers from Kou country were still fighting the enemy soldiers. Shu and the others took on the enemies to help Gen Shioku. And, probably from Tenhou or Shu's pressure point technique, a soldier from the Jinkyo tribe fell to the floor, shaking. Seriously? Why did you come, Tenhou? Of course I came. I'm Shu-sensei's disciple. The Four Fiends technique is dangerous. Even you might not come out unscathed. I actually didn't want you to come. I know it's dangerous, Tenhou shouted. However, I'm more scared of Shu-sensei dying. I also don't want this enemy to run free. I don't want to live in fear, wondering when the Four Fiends technique user will attack. So, Tenhou. I've released the hostages. The enemy leader, Ren Padu, has been defeated by Gaku Kiryu-san. Soon, soldiers will surround this place. Please let me hold him off until then. Understood. Gen Shioku nodded. The enemy was shaken by the sudden intruder. Tenhou's sword was sharper than expected, which probably added to their caution, leaving them unable to move. The opportunity is now or never. I'll tell you about the enemy's abilities. You might be able to fight back against him. Gen Shioku sat up and whispered in Tenhou's ear. Kou Tenhou's body was trembling. She was facing a strong enemy. It was natural to be scared. So Gen Shioku continued in a gentle tone. However, don't push yourself too hard. If you really think you can't win, then run away. Leave me alone. That's the only thing I ask you to promise. It's your mentor's order. With that, Gen Shioku shared everything he knew about the enemy with Tenhou. Chapter 27 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe Ten. Tenhou's perspective, a few minutes ago. Tenhou. Shu. Use the pressure point technique. Inject your ki into the Jinkyo tribe soldiers. Yes. The moment I heard Shu-sensei's voice, my body moved on its own. Finger control art. Leaf fall. I approached the enemy soldier and touched his wrist. Just like I was taught, I poured my ki energy into him. The Kyuki technique injects poisonous ki. Then, give them your ki, the ki that can heal. I heard Shu-sensei's voice again. With those words, I understood Shu-sensei's thoughts. The Jinkyo tribe soldier in front of me was abnormal. His body was covered in wounds, yet he was still fighting. He didn't seem to feel any pain. It was probably because of the poisonous ki that Shu-sensei mentioned. That's why Shu-sensei told us to inject the divine energy that acts as medicine. Divine energy has the power to heal wounds. So, I'm using the Heaven-Earth guidance technique with Tori-san to transfer ki and heal her body. But what if I inject the medicinal divine energy into an enemy affected by poison? To heal, or as a first aid, what if I inject it all at once? The result is... GR. It hurts so much. The enemy soldier who received my energy collapsed on the floor. He cried out and writhed in pain. I see. It seems the enemy's poison energy made the soldier forget his pain. My divine energy must have cancelled or interfered with that. So the soldier regained his sense of pain and is suffering from intense agony. He's covered in wounds. Since he didn't feel pain, he probably fought without worrying about his injuries. Now that the pain has returned, there's no way he can fight properly. But my pressure point technique has never worked on Shikei or Tori-san. That's because Tenhou is too gentle, right? Suddenly, Shu looked at me and said, You couldn't seriously use the pressure point technique on me or Tori-san. That's why it didn't work, right? That's not true, is it? Hee. Even Tenhou doesn't understand himself. Shu said that and smiled. Then, she quickly tightened her expression and said, More importantly, Tenhou, go to Shu-sensei. I'll hold off the remaining soldiers. Is that okay? Shikei. Protect Shu-sensei. If the enemy uses poison energy, it's better for someone with strong divine energy to go. Understood. I and Shu bump our fists together as a signal. Immediately, I approach the enemy soldier with 5 divine steps. I aim for his legs and slash. The enemy loses his balance from the impact. In that moment, Shu steps in and strikes the enemy's arm with his fist. Finger control art. Perish. What? No. The enemy soldier screams. Shu circles behind the enemy, who is frozen in pain, and hits him with finger control art, with a touch. The technique numbs his legs, reminding the enemy of his wounds. Holding his blooded legs, the enemy curls up on the floor. Go. Tenhou. Yes. Shikei. I slip between the enemy soldiers with 5 divine steps and reach Shu-sensei. Then I unleash Kirin's horn thrust, deflecting the enemy's sword aimed at Shu-sensei. Are you okay, Shu-sensei? I finally reach the injured Shu-sensei. Tenhou's perspective, present. I'll tell you about the enemy's abilities. You might be able to fight back against him. Shu-sensei sits up and whispers in my ear. She looks battered. Her robe is torn in several places. There are bruises on both of her legs. She must have taken hits from the enemy's techniques. Even Shu-sensei couldn't defeat a user of Four Fiends techniques. Then, that is the user of the Four Fiends technique. The man with grey hair was staring at me intently. He was tall and slim. He held a sword in his right hand. It seemed he could unleash powerful long-range attacks from his left hand. That was the technique that defeated Shu-sensei. But that man is. I couldn't take my eyes off the enemy in front of me. My body wouldn't stop shaking. It wasn't because I was scared of the Four Fiends technique, Kyuki. It was because I realized the true identity of the enemy in front of me. Grey hair. Bluish eyes. A swordsman. He looked to be in his early 30s. I knew this man's name. He wasn't just a character from the game history of Swordmaster. When that game started, this guy was already dead. In other words, his death was significant enough to be mentioned in the game. State your name. You are the user of the Four Fiends technique, Kyuki. I readied my sword and said it. The grey-haired man shook his head, looking bored. I have no name to give to a child. If you don't want to die, well, I know it. Your name is Kai Shujaku. The man glared at me. I continued. There was someone in the Jinkyo tribe who knew your name. Yeah, I forgot who I asked. It might have been the guard at the tower, or maybe someone watching the duel. Anyway, the Jinkyo tribe mentioned it. No doubt about it. I'm using an excuse like I heard it on the internet, but it should work. This guy is part of the Jinkyo tribe. There's probably at least one person who knows his name. The Jinkyo tribe sure has loose lips. After a while, the grey-haired man nodded. It seems like he really is Kai Shujaku. I really hoped he was someone else. Why are you doing this? Hurting the young Tori-san, and now teaming up with the Jinkyo tribe to attack the Boku tribe, it's the worst. Chempage, don't you have kids? Have you thought about what your child would think if they knew what you were doing? If the game settings are correct, he has a child. The kid is probably a little younger than me, around 10 years old. His name is Kai Ugetsu. He has grey hair like this guy and bluish eyes. In 10 years, he'll be a fine young man. Kai Ugetsu is the main character of the game history of Swordmaster. And the guy in front of me, Kai Shujaku, is his father. In the game world, Kai Ugetsu has always seen Kou Tenhou as an enemy. This started because his father, Kai Shujaku, died in a battle involving Kou Tenhou. This is told in Kai Ugetsu's episode in the game. He says, if it weren't for Kou Tenhou, my father wouldn't have died, and his friends comfort him. It's a great scene that strengthens the bond between the protagonist and his friends. In that scene, the protagonist declares, by destiny, I will defeat the great villain Kou Tenhou. I thought that was a line showing the protagonist's determination, but I was wrong. The reason the protagonist said destiny is probably because it was his father's catchphrase. Kai Shujaku has said it many times. Destiny. If it was something his dead father said, I can understand why the protagonist would say it in an important scene. But Kai Shujaku died 2 years before the game started. Right now, it's 10 years before the game starts, so there's an 8-year gap. The situation is different from now. Why did you team up with the Jinkyo tribe? Why are you using Four Fiends technique, Kyuki? Kai Shujaku doesn't answer my question. He just watches for a chance to strike. Feeling his gaze on me, I desperately tried to stop my body from shaking. I had been trying to avoid Kou Tenhou destruction end all this time. I thought I was doing pretty well. I learned key energy and 5 divine steps. I thought I could avoid the destruction ending like this. If I defeat Kai Shujaku, I will become the enemy of the protagonist's parents. I will be targeted by the protagonist, Kai Ugetsu. He will gather the hero army to corner me. In the end, Kou Tenhou, that's me, will be caught and publicly executed. Having become the enemy of the protagonist's parents, I might be heading toward such a doomed future. Kou Tenhou, you must not step forward. They are our enemies. I understand. But Tenhou is. Suddenly, I heard Shu's voice. For just a moment, I looked back and saw Shu-sensei looking at me with a praying expression. My friend and my mentor are right there. The Kai Shujaku in front of me starts to move. I instinctively gripped the white Kirin sword. And then, Storm of the Lurking Dragon King, TCH, clank. The sword I raised was deflected by the Kai Shujaku. A counterattack is coming. I dodged with 5 divine steps using the Genbu turtle technique. This guy, the Kai Shujaku, is my enemy, I said. It doesn't matter what the game setting is. I can't leave this guy alone. He hurt Tori-san a few years ago. Now, he tried to kill Shu-sensei. He attacked the Boku tribe along with the Jinkyo tribe, trying to conquer them. This guy is definitely my enemy. Even if it means being hated by the game's protagonist, I have to stop him here. It doesn't matter who you are. You are my enemy, and I'm your enemy. What a troublesome kid you are. The Kai Shujaku swings his sword. I dodged with 5 divine steps using Genbu glide. I swung my sword from below, but he avoided it. I rolled to evade his counterattack. Then, I unleashed a series of attacks modeled after the Genbu turtle and snake with 5 divine swordsmanship's Genbu turtle. Looks like you have some skill in swordsmanship. But it's too soft. Goo. A shock hit me. Kai Shujaku's strike was heavy. I could barely block it. Still, he won't stop here. Tenhou. Right after that, Shu thrust her sword from right beside Kai Shujaku. Kai Shujaku jumped back to dodge it. When I turned around, all the soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe were curled up on the floor. It seems Shu used the pressure point technique. But the soldiers from Aika country were also in no condition to move. Enemies who couldn't feel pain were a serious threat. Sorry to keep you waiting, Tenhou. It's just this guy left. I'll take him down. I interrupted Shu's words. It would be bad if Shu killed Kai Shujaku. She is the heroine of History of Swordmaster. There's a chance she could meet the protagonist, Kai Ugetsu. If Shu kills Kai Shujaku here, she might become a target for Kai Ugetsu as his father's enemy. I absolutely have to avoid that situation. I'll step forward and fight, so Shikei just provides support. I refuse. I won't let you carry the burden alone. Shu's arm was shaking. She must realize that the opponent in front of her is strong. Even so, Shu wore a fearless smile and shouted, I'm your friend. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side. I'll be your ally. If you fall, I'll fall with you. Got it? Shu declared that without any hesitation. I can't compete with her. I need to prepare myself. Telling Shu to run away here would be an insult to her. If Shu carries my burdens, then I will carry hers. If Shu defeats Kai Shujaku, I'll somehow convince her to let me take the credit. That way, the protagonist will only hate me. I won't let Shu get even a scratch. Absolutely not. I understand. Please fight with me, Shikei. Yeah. Tenhou. You guys are dangerous. Kai Shujaku readies his sword and faces us. For the destiny of my child, I will destroy you here. Here it comes. Shu and I instinctively dodge. We split to the sides with 5 divine steps. Kai Shujaku's sword passes through the space where I was. With the momentum of his swing, he kicks at Shu from behind. Is he aiming for a series of attacks on her? If that's the case, then 5 divine swordsmanship. Seiryu spinning strike. The Seiryu dragon travels in circles around the heavens and the earth. TCH. Clang. Kai Shujaku gives up on attacking Shu and blocks my sword. Seiryu spinning strike is a series of attacks delivered while spinning. Even if he deflects the first strike, the second attack is waiting. I'll increase the speed of my attacks to stop his movement. In the meantime, Shu activates Suzaku Flame Dance. Flames ignite at the tip of Shu's sword. Those who spread poison across the land, Sui Kao will not forgive you. Kyuki. The eyes of Kai Shujaku looked at Shu. He dodged my sword and turned to face Shu. Did he read Shu's movements? He stretched out his arm and brought his finger close to the flame at the tip of Shu's sword. And then, devour the key of those who walk the righteous path. God Eater. The flame created by Shu's sword touched his finger. The flame went out. Shu's sword movement slowed down, as if her ki had been eaten. Just like that, Kai Shujaku approached Shu. This is bad. Byaku's assault. Don't move so strangely, kid. His charge with the sword was dodged. But he moved away from Shu. He raised his sword. Is he aiming for me? Then. Beast body guidance. The cat's paw. I curled up like a cat and rolled on the ground. Kai Shujaku's sword cut through the air. I joined up with Shu. The cat's bellow was a technique I used when training with Shu-sensei and the pressure point technique. Back then, I was able to catch Shu-sensei off guard for just a moment. It seems to work on Kai Shujaku too. Thank goodness. Shike. Are you okay? Yeah. But it feels like my strength has, just a little, slipped away. Kyuki's technique devours the enemy's ki. He probably consumed the fire attribute energy released by the Suzaku bird ground performance and extinguished the flames. The energy he consumed was just a little, but Shu is slightly worn out. It seems we can't drag this out into a long battle to buy time. This is it. You brats. Kai Shujaku clenched his fist and took a deep breath. This is the stance of army shatterpalm that Shu-sensei talked about. Shu-sensei can't move. The soldiers from Acre country managed to evacuate her, but she's not in a fighting condition. Those soldiers from Acre country are also getting beaten up while fighting the enemy. Only I and Shu can stop this guy. Listen. Tenhou. Shu. Suddenly, Shu-sensei shouted. A storm can knock down a big tree, but it cannot break soft grass. Yes. Master. That was enough. Tenhou. Yes. Shike. Shu and I nodded to each other and held hands. We stood back to back, taking a stance like trees. You foolish brats, perish in the name of destiny. Kai Shujaku looked at us with cold eyes. Due to the great chaos that will happen, a lot of blood will flow. Your blood will be just the first drop. A great chaos won't happen. I replied. That's just your delusion. I will turn your delusion into reality. The destiny given to your child and all the tragedies. Shut up, brat. Destiny is already decided. Kai Shujaku barked. Take this. Kyuki, army shatterpalm. A violent wind was born. The massive ki from Kai Shujaku's palm surged toward me and Shu as a huge pressure. It's hot. Is this Shu's fire attribute ki? He had absorbed the flames from Suzaku flame dance. That ki from that moment must be included in this violent wind. Shu-sensei said, Army Shatterpalm is a long-range attack that releases a combination of his own ki and the ki he stole from others. It's like shooting a ki laser. If you take it head-on, you'll be blown away. Then, we just have to avoid taking it head-on. Tenhou. I got it. Me and Shu take the form of Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Sprout of the Great Tree, the first young sprout of the Great Tree. No matter how big a tree gets, it all starts from a small sprout. That fragile little sprout will deflect the violent wind and survive. Eventually, it will grow into a great tree and deliver its soul to the heavens. That's the image we're holding. So, me and Shu become small grass that grows from the ground. Together, we sway. Swaying gently, like small grass bowing to the wind. Swaying, sway, swaying, 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 swaying. Becoming one with heaven and earth, we deflect all storms. We continue to sway freely until the storm and pressure settle down. And then, the moment the pressure weakened, I jumped out with the white Kirin sword in hand. 5 divine swordsmanship. Kirin's horn thrusts. Now I can reach him. Kai Shujaku just released his technique. This is the so-called moment of vulnerability. He shouldn't be able to dodge. What? You dodged Army Shatterpalm. Kai Shujaku's eyes widened. How can you do that? Who are you? I'm your enemy. The white Kirin sword reached his arm. Immediately, he dropped the sword he was holding. He aimed his empty hand at my sword. Is he trying to consume my ki? Right now, I'm using the techniques of the Kirin. I'm converting divine energy into earth attribute to unleash my technique. If this continues, I'll be consumed. Then, I'll revert the earth attribute ki back to divine energy. I should be able to do it. I've been thoroughly taught by Shu-sensei about handling ki energy. If Kyuki is poison, then I'll give him divine energy, which is the antidote. If you want to devour ki, then take this. Kai Shujaku. You brat. His fingertips approached my sword. But it doesn't matter. The white Kirin sword sliced through his fingers and pierced the arm that unleashed Army Shatter Palm. The white Kirin sword that Master Reiku gave me is specially made to handle divine energy. So, the energy flows well. Through that white Kirin sword, the divine energy entered inside the Kaishujaku. Ga. The user of the Four Fiends technique, Kyuki, Kaishujaku, was screaming. Chapter 28 The Great Villain of the World becomes an official messenger to the foreign tribe 11. Gaha. Ga. A scream burst from Kaishujaku's throat. His body crumbled to the floor. Did I defeat him? I pulled out the white Kirin sword from Kaishujaku. Blood gushed from his wound. He pressed his arm against the floor while using his other arm to hold his chest. The pain he felt was probably not just from his arm. Divine energy was racing through his body. The Four Fiends technique, Kyuki manipulates poison ki. He used it to put the Jinkyo tribe soldiers in a strange state. My divine energy neutralized that poison ki and reminded the soldiers of their pain. Kaishujaku is the source of that poison. Since I poured divine energy into him. Inside this guy's body, poison ki and divine energy are fighting. When I noticed, Shu-sensei was right beside me. It seemed she was supported by a soldier from Aka country to get here. The Four Fiends technique, Kyuki, probably creates poison ki within the user's body. The user can inject poison ki into others or consume their energy. When Tori was young, she lost a lot of energy and got hurt in her meridians because of that. Shu-sensei looks down at Kaishujaku with cold eyes. Poison ki has become normal for this guy, so divine energy must be harmful to him. It's like suddenly being hit with a huge amount of antidote. Plus, Tenhou's divine energy is thick and strong. Right now, he must be feeling intense pain all over his body. Saying this, Shu-sensei approaches Kaishujaku. I thought she was going to finish her off, but that wasn't it. Shu-sensei takes some bandages and starts to stop Kaishujaku's bleeding. First, I'll tie up his upper arm to temporarily stop the flow of energy. If I don't do that, I won't be able to touch him. Shu-sensei makes a knot in the bandage and ties up Kaishujaku's arm. By pressing on the pressure point with the knot, it seems she's stopping the flow of his energy. This way, she can stop the flow of poison ki and seal off the power that consumes energy. It would be best if I had needles, but unfortunately, I don't have any. This will have to do. Muttering this, Shu-sensei quickly continues the treatment. I don't want to treat this guy, but I can't let him die. This is really unpleasant work. I've been a traveling doctor for a long time, but this is the first time I've felt this bad about a treatment. Seriously. Mentor, can I ask something? The voice that spoke up was Shu. Shu-sensei has been traveling all this time to defeat him, right? So why are you helping him? Defeating him is something you disciples will do. Shu-sensei had a face full of scratches and was giving a wry smile. And, I'm one of the messengers from Aka country. The reason I was able to find this guy is thanks to His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. So, I can't kill him to satisfy my desire for revenge. Shu-sensei, if this man has information about the enemies of Aka country, we should extract that before disposing of him. Well, I guess that's it. Mentor quickly finished treating Kaishujaku. She stopped the bleeding and restrained his hands and feet so he couldn't move. Since his meridians were sealed, he couldn't use poison ki or absorb ki. On top of that, the divine energy inside him remained as it was. So, Kaishujaku was groaning in pain. He looked even more miserable because he couldn't move. Shu-sensei quietly looked down at the struggling Kaishujaku. But soon, she seemed to lose interest and shrugged her shoulders. Then Shu-sensei looked at us and said, "Thank you. Tenhou, Kou. I am proud of you, As Shu-sensei tried to stand up, her body swayed. Shu and I hurried over to support him. I keep getting helped by my disciples. Really, This is embarrassing, Shu-sensei said with a shy expression. Honestly, I was supposed to hold them off properly and defeat this guy as a group. You did enough to hold them off, Shu-sensei. Yes. I was able to fight these guys thanks to the pressure point technique you taught me. Thank you very much. I see. Yeah. For now, I'll rely on my disciple's kindness. Shu-sensei smiled. Hey, Tenhou. I'm really grateful to you. To me. The reason I can be here like this is because you came to visit Tekizan. Otherwise, I would still be wandering around seeking revenge with Tori. A quiet sigh was heard. If I had found that man, Kai Shujaku, and challenged him to a fight, I would have lost. If by some luck I had won, I would have lost my purpose in life and just been wandering around. Shu-sensei. But now it's different. I have found my place. Tori can also live freely in Aka country. You are the one who showed us the way. Thank you, Tenhou. It's not my power. I was able to meet Shu-sensei because Master Reiku told me to find a master of ki energy. Is that so? Yes, it is. And I'm also glad that I met you, Shu-sensei. Thanks to Shu-sensei, I learned how to use divine energy. I was also able to remember the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. It was because of that I could nullify Kai Shujaku's army Shatterpalm. If I hadn't met Shu-sensei, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Kai Shujaku. In fact, if Shu-sensei hadn't been around, I probably wouldn't have formed a friendly relationship with the Boku tribe. Ryujin Kuan decided to send a diplomatic messenger because of the connection with Shu-sensei. If Shu-sensei hadn't been there, maybe the Boku tribe would have been absorbed by the Jinkyo tribe. It was thanks to Shu-sensei that we could change that fate. I'm glad to hear you say that. Tenhou, I think you can be a bit more confident. Right, Kaokuan? Yes. I think Tenhou should be more sensitive to the feelings of those around him. Well, being humble is one of Tenhou Kuan's good traits, too. That's true. I'll show you something good, Tenhou Kuan and Kaokuan. Shu-sensei took a letter out of her pocket. It had bloodstains on it. This is that man. I found this when I was treating Kai Shujaku. Just as I thought. I might find out what he was planning and how he learned the Four Fiends technique, Kyuki. I'll look into it later. Yes, mentor. Shu and I nodded. Right after that, we heard a lot of footsteps getting closer. We weren't on guard. We could hear Tancha-san and Gaku Kiryu calling us. Shu Dono. Tenhou Dono. Are you safe? What about the enemy? The enemy of our tribe. Tancha-san and Gaku Kiryu burst in, but then they stopped moving. They looked at the fallen soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe and at Kai Shujaku. Did you defeat the user of the Four Fiends technique? Gaku Kiryu's eyes widened. Tancha-san and the soldiers from Aka country looked shocked too. The soldiers from the Boku tribe started to tremble. It's no wonder they were surprised. Kai Shujaku had teamed up with the Jinkyo tribe to attack the Boku tribe village and take the fortress. Moreover, Kai Shujaku was strong. He used poison ki to enhance the soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe. A person like that was defeated and was now writhing in pain. Of course, they would be shocked. I couldn't believe we had one either. Tancha Dono, Gen Shioku Dono, Kou Tenhou Dono, Sui Kao. Gaku Kiryu quietly knelt down on the floor. The chieftain next to me and the soldiers of the Boku tribe followed suit. Thank you for saving our tribe. We will repay this kindness with our lives. Our deepest gratitude to the people of Aka country. Gaku Kiryu and the people of the Boku tribe raised their voices together. We, the Boku tribe, pledge our loyalty to Aka country and promise to be of service. Also, Gen Shioku Dono, Kou Tenhou Dono, and Sui Kao Dono are our benefactors. This will be passed down through our tribe. No matter what happens, the Boku tribe will always be your allies for eternity. The people of the Boku tribe swore this with excited expressions. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 29 The Great Villain of the World prepares to return home 1. After that, I, Shu, and Shu-sensei decided to rest in a room in the fortress. Everyone was pretty tired. Shu-sensei was injured from the fight with Kai Shujaku, and Shu and I had been using divine energy to take down the Jinkyo tribe soldiers. We needed to rest for a while until we recovered. Are you really okay, Tenhou? While drinking hot water, Shu asked. You got your divine energy drained by Kai Shujaku, right? Is there anything wrong with your body? If I could, I'd like to give you mine. I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. This was true. I was tired, but there was nothing wrong with my body. This was probably because I never really had ki energy before. My body remembers what it was like without ki energy. So even if I lost some divine energy, it felt like going back to how I was before. It's no big deal for my daily life. More importantly, I'm worried about Shu-sensei. Please don't push yourself too hard. Hee. I'm a doctor. I know my own body well. After entering the room, Shu-sensei quickly took care of her own treatment. She has been absorbed in reading the letter she took from Kai Shujaku. Even when I or Shu call out to her, she just gives half-hearted replies. But this can't be helped. Kai Shujaku is the enemy that Shu-sensei has been searching for all this time. What was he thinking? What was his intention? Why did Shu-sensei and Tori-san get attacked? Shu-sensei probably wants to know that. Yeah. I mostly understand the contents of the letter. After a while, Shu-sensei folded the letter. Then, she looked at me and Shu. The letter didn't have any information related to Kyuki. What it had was a promise that Kai Shujaku made with a certain organization. A promise, you say? What kind of organization is it, mentor? This is important. You both should know about it. With that, Shu-sensei began to explain the contents of the letter. Kai Shujaku was acting under the orders of a certain organization. The name of the organization is Golden Feather Syndicate. It seems that this organization is widely spreading the story that Acre Country will be destroyed. According to the prophecy, Acre Country will eventually collapse, and chaos will come. For the sake of the people, we must quickly end the chaos. We need to gather power for that purpose. Those words were written in the letter. The organization that Kai Shujaku belongs to, Golden Feather Syndicate, is acting on the premise that Acre Country will be destroyed. And so, they desire the power to quickly end this chaotic era. The power they sought was the Four Fiends technique. The invasion of the Boku tribe was supposed to happen much later. The situation changed when Zeng Tiger, the strongest warrior of the Jinkyo tribe, lost his arm. The Golden Feather Syndicate took advantage of that. They whispered to Zeng Tiger, "There's a martial art that can make you the strongest even with one arm." They stole the secret martial arts book and borrowed soldiers under the pretense of presenting it to Zeng Tiger. Thus, the Jinkyo tribe and Kai Shujaku attacked the Boku tribe village. To obtain the martial arts secret book Four Fiends technique, Chaos. Are you saying that the invasion happened because Zeng Tiger lost his arm? I was the one who cut off Zeng Tiger's arm. If that was the trigger for this invasion, does that mean I, myself, hastened the plans of the Golden Feather Syndicate? So, the cause of this incident is because I fought Zeng Tiger. You're not thinking that the Boku tribe is being invaded because of you, right? Tenhou. Suddenly, Shu grabbed my hand. If that's the case, that's not true. We fought the Jinkyo tribe's prince because they attacked us. Tenhou and I were just fighting to protect the crown prince of Acre Country. We cut off his arm to protect the people. It's a shame we let him escape, but we did everything we could. Shu seemed to be trying to convince me as he said. Who would know that would lead to the Boku tribe's invasion? Shu. If you feel responsible, that's way too much to think about. Shu placed her hand on my cheek and stared at me intently. You're amazing. But you can't change all of fate. The world is complicated. We can't know what events will happen or how people will act. Even I never thought I would end up like this until I met you. No, wait. Shu shook her head quickly. No one knows what will happen in the future. There's nothing predetermined in this world. Didn't Master Reiku write that in her letter? Why yes, Shu. Then don't make that face. Did I really make such a weird face? You did. I watch you all the time. Cough cough. Shu. Are you okay? I am fine. More importantly, Shu-sensei, please continue the story. Shu said while covering her mouth, looking at Shu-sensei. Shu-sensei had a smile on her face, as if she was watching something heartwarming. Then, she returned her gaze to the letter and said, "Well then, let's continue." She started explaining again. What Shu-sensei found suspicious was that Kai Shujaku had come to steal the secret book of chaos. He was a user of the Four Fiends technique, Kyuki. If the Golden Feather Syndicate was gathering power, they couldn't afford to lose him. Maybe the Golden Feather Syndicate thought that the Boku tribe has a user of the Kontan technique. That was Shu-sensei's guess. The Boku tribe was told by the hermit never to reveal the secret book. They had all followed that rule as a tribe. But outsiders wouldn't know that. If there was a secret book of strong techniques, it was a martial artist's nature to read it. So, the Golden Feather Syndicate probably thought there was a user of Kontan in the Boku tribe and sent Kai Shujaku to counter them. However, if they lost Kai Shujaku, their plan to gather power would fall back. Still, the reason Kai Shujaku was used in this plan was, I heard that there is another user of Kyuki in the Golden Feather Syndicate. Someone with much more talent than Kai Shujaku. It seems to be a relative of Kai Shujaku. The letter said, that person will travel the continent with us to broaden their knowledge. They probably didn't write the name to hide that person's identity. A relative of Kai Shujaku. The important person that the organization he belongs to is holding. That's probably Kai Ugetsu, the main character of the game History of Swordmaster. I see. So Kai Ugetsu is with the Golden Feather Syndicate. And it seems he's traveling. If he's with the Jinkyo tribe, I could have contacted him. Also, Kai Ugetsu has mastered the Kyuki technique. His father is a user of Kyuki, so it wouldn't be strange if he learned it. But in the game, Kai Ugetsu never used something called Poison Ki. Why is that? Was it just not shown in the parameters? Maybe the Kai Ugetsu in the game had completed the Four Fiends technique? Is there a more powerful Four Fiends technique that made using Kyuki unnecessary? Or is Poison Ki just one of the abilities of Kyuki? I don't know. Anyway, contacting Kai Ugetsu is dangerous. If it gets out that I captured Kai Shujaku, I'll become the enemy of the main character. In fact, among the Jinkyo tribe, I'm the one who cut off Sung Tiger's arm. Plus, I don't think I can win against Kai Ugetsu with my current strength. I was able to defeat Kai Shujaku thanks to Shu-sensei's advice and Shu's power. If I can successfully channel divine energy, there might be a chance, but I don't even know if Kai Ugetsu is using Poison Ki in the first place. Still, I want to at least find out where he is. Also, I need to get a bit stronger myself. I'll contact Kai Ugetsu after that. I can tell this much from the letter. Saying that, Shu-sensei placed the letter on the desk. Anyway, my revenge is over. I thought I would feel more emotional about it, but not really. It just feels like I've put down a heavy burden. Shu-sensei let out a long sigh. No, this isn't the end. I still have the job of healing Tori's wounds and having you all perform the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique secret means? No way. Yeah. It means having you perform the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique in the most natural state. The natural state means, as little clothing as possible. In that state, I, Shu, and Torisan will close our eyes and perform the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. By doing this, our ki energy will rise, and the training for the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique will be completed, apparently. You might be misunderstanding, but it's not like you're going to stick your bodies together for the guidance, okay? Ha! Is that so? Yeah. Each of you will stand in the four corners of the room, facing away from each other, and just follow my instructions for the guidance. Of course, I'll be outside the room. The only problem is, we need 4 people. 4. Why is that? Because that way, we can cover the north, south, east, and west. This will complete the guidance that represents heaven and earth. So, I have a request for you, Tenhou. Shu-sensei looked at me. Then, I understood what the teacher was thinking. Could it be? Seirei? You're really sharp. That's right. I want you to convince Seirei-kun to join us. Shu-sensei nodded with a really happy expression. This kind of opportunity is rare. To have 4 users of the Heaven-Earth guidance technique come together and create the ultimate guidance that represents the 4 directions. Plus, you're all around the same age. When people of the same generation work together, the flow of ki will be smoother. I bet even Master Guyan didn't expect such perfect conditions. Is that so? It might never happen again. It's a one-of-a-kind opportunity. That's why I really want Seirei-kun to participate. Shu-sensei's eyes were shining. Since it's the secret technique of guidance created by Master Guyan, I guess he really wants to pass it on. Yeah, I understand how he feels. I'm learning the Heaven-Earth guidance technique with Shu, Tori-san, and Seirei. Seirei is being taught by Tori-san. Right now, Tori-san is staying at my family's home. They're probably practicing guidance together every day. Since Tori-san is an excellent mentor, there's no doubt that Seirei's skills are improving. Since the guidance represents heaven and earth, it makes sense to have 4 people representing the 4 directions. But Seirei is shy. I don't think she'll join us for guidance when we have to take off our clothes. I think she will. It was Shu who answered. She crossed her arms and looked serious. Actually, if you don't invite her, you should worry about getting scolded later. Is that so? Listen, Tenhou. Yes, Shu. This is just advice as a friend, but if your sister is the type to hold grudges, you definitely should invite her. So, you mean Seirei is the type to hold grudges? Yeah, that might be true. In History of Swordmaster, Seirei was the type who never forgot a grudge. The reason she became twisted in the first place was that her uncle, Ryu-gen, sold her off. If I secretly practiced the Heaven-Earth guidance technique without telling Seirei, and if that turned out to be something she couldn't forgive, she might hold a grudge for over 10 years. I understand. I'll ask if Seirei can join us. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Please take care of it, Tenhou. Yes, Shu-sensei. With that, the conversation ended. After a while, Tancha-san and the others arrived. He told us that they had imprisoned the soldiers from Kai-Shujaku and the Jinkyo tribe. They would interrogate them and then decide what to do next. Shu-dono and Tenhou-dono, Kou-dono have worked hard enough. Please, take a rest. Saying that, Tancha-san informed us that the sleeping arrangements were ready. The next meeting would be tomorrow. He said we should rest for today. We decided to take his advice. So we each went into the rooms that were prepared for us and fell asleep. Chapter 30 The Great Villain of the World prepares to return home too. A few days later. As time passed, various things became clear. Some soldiers from the Jinkyo tribe started to speak up. They admitted that there was an organization called the Golden Feather Syndicate near their king. They also mentioned that these people were bringing along children around 10 years old. However, the Golden Feather Syndicate doesn't always stay with the Jinkyo tribe. They move around with the king's permission and sometimes go far away. Then, before they know it, they return to the king's side. Zheng Tiger seems to be desperately continuing his martial arts training after the recent battle. He lost an arm, but still, there are stories that no one in the Jinkyo tribe can match him. How incredible is he? I wonder if the game developers messed up Zheng Tiger's stats. Kai Shujaku hasn't said a word since then. Shu-sensei and Gaku Kiryu are still interrogating him, but he remains silent. I had the chance to meet him just once. I asked him a question then. Do you know about the historical book called History of Swordmaster? I called it a historical book. Well, it's not exactly the name of a game. If Kai Shujaku knows this term, then he might be a reincarnated person. Maybe it's a person from the Golden Feather Syndicate, or perhaps his son, Kai Ugetsu, is a reincarnator. I thought about asking, but there was no answer. Instead, I got a look that said, "What is this guy talking about?" I guess there really aren't any other reincarnators besides me. If that's the case, the Golden Feather Syndicate might have decided that Acre Country is doomed in their own way. They really are a troublesome bunch. I tried asking Kai Shujaku about Kai Ugetsu. It was too strange to know the name, so I said something like, "Think about your family and children," but there was no reaction to that either. He might have already made up his mind. After the interrogation, I thought about that. It was 2 days later when the cleanup of the fort and the questioning of the enemy soldiers were finally done. In the afternoon, the chief of the Boku tribe and Gaku Kiryu called everyone in the fort to the square. We, the envoys of Aka country, were there too, along with the people from the Jinkyo tribe and Kai Shujaku. We, the Boku tribe, have decided to make 2 important decisions today. Gaku Kiryu raised his voice to the gathered crowd. The square was filled with many people. There were young middle-aged men with fur collars, women, and elderly people. It seemed like people from the Boku tribe settlement had come too. We have been attacked by the Jinkyo tribe. Fortunately, with the help of the people from Aka country, we were able to win, but this victory is thanks to their strength and our luck. If we had made one wrong move, we would have become subjects of the Jinkyo tribe. Unexpectedly, we have been thrown into a battle that risks the fate of our tribe. The chief took over Gaku Kiryu's words. The male chief looked around at everyone and said, "We can never let our people face the same situation again. Therefore, we have decided to take action. What Gaku Kiryu will say from now on has the approval of me, the chief, the high-ranking members of the tribe, and my daughter Kane. I want you to listen with that in mind." Saying this, the chief bowed his head. Next to him, Gaku Kiryu looked around at the gathered people and declared, "As our first decision, we, the Boku tribe, have decided to establish a friendly relationship with Aka country." He announced this. Although we have hardly interacted with other countries or tribes, we have realized through this incident that we cannot protect our tribe that way. The Jinkyo tribe is despicable and strong. To protect our tribe, we need to borrow the strength of trustworthy people. This is the decision we have made. There were no opposing opinions. The gathered people of the Boku tribe quietly listened to Gaku Kiryu's words. However, the other party is a great nation. It will be difficult to have an equal relationship. We will likely have to submit, but I believe the people of Aka country are worthy of our trust. Gaku Kiryu continues. Everyone knows about Gen Shuyoku, right? That person once treated our comrades. Now, she serves the younger brother of His Royal Highness the King of Aka country. Gen Shuyoku, who was a traveling doctor, has stopped wandering to serve someone. They should be someone we can trust. Gen Shuyoku once helped the Boku tribe. She have also shown her strength in this battle, making them a reliable person. If that person serves a country, it must be trustworthy. Gaku Kiryu keeps talking like this. And the people of Aka country risked their lives to help us in this battle. Such people are worth entrusting our lives and what is important to us. Those of us who fought alongside the chief and the people of Aka country think so. Is there any disagreement? For a while, there was no response. People were murmuring and exchanging words with those nearby. Then, voices began to rise. The envoys from Aka country came all the way here to form a friendly relationship with us, right? Those people helped us. I believe they are worth trusting. Voices of agreement filled the square. Confirming this, Tancha-san stepped forward. We have come here to form a friendly relationship. Our feelings have not changed. Tancha-san declared. I want to make sure that when incidents like this happen, we can protect the people of the Boku tribe. To do that, I want to set up a fortress in the border area, where the soldiers of Aka country and the Boku tribe can be stationed. This way, we can exchange information with each other. It should also deepen our friendly relationship. He definitely does not look down on the Boku tribe. He wants a cooperative relationship. This will be formalized in writing. He has already informed Ryujin Kuan about it in a letter. However, he wants the Boku tribe to appear as if they are submitting. This should serve as a deterrent against the invasion of the Jinkyo tribe. Tancha-san explained all of this. The people of the Boku tribe raised their voices in agreement. If we are to form a friendly relationship, it should be with someone we can trust. That trust is right in front of us. Gen Shiokudono of Aka country and his companions. We can trust them. It would be great if they could act as intermediaries. Such voices filled the square. In contrast, the members of the Jinkyo tribe wore bitter expressions. Of course, they would. Their invasion ended up bringing Aka country and the Boku tribe together. The intentions of the Jinkyo tribe completely backfired. Now, I will share the second decision. Waiting for everyone to calm down, Gaku Kiryu continued. When he waved his hand, 2 girls appeared from deep inside the fort. One was Kane Shirt, the chief's daughter. The other was Nona Kiryu, Gaku Kiryu's daughter. They were both wearing decorated clothes. Their outer had strange patterns sewn on them, and around their necks were necklaces made of various colored stones. Together, they were carrying a wooden box. The box looked quite old. Its surface was covered in dirt. It was as if it had just been dug up from being buried for a long time. Could that be? This is the secret book of chaos given to us by Swordmaster Shinkuan. Gaku Kiryu said this without changing his expression. The square was filled with murmurs. It wasn't just the people of the Boku tribe. The soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe were surprised too. Kane Shirt and Nona Kiryu placed the box on the ground. Seeing the chief and Gaku Kiryu nod, they opened the lid of the box. What appeared was a wooden tablet. It was a long, thin piece of wood with writing on it. I've heard it was used a lot before paper became common. Swordmaster Shinkuan ordered that this secret book be kept without showing it to anyone. We have protected it. Until now, it has worked well for us. But, Gaku Kiryu continued while staring at the box. The existence of the secret book is already known to the Jinkyo tribe. They are obsessed with this secret book. They even sent in users of the same 4 fiends technique to get it. This time, with the help of the people from Aka country, we were able to defeat them. But, next time, luck may not be on our side. We cannot let our friends from Aka country be put in danger because of our obsession with the secret book. Therefore, we must make a decision. Gaku Kiryu waved his arm. At that signal, several soldiers stepped forward. What they held were firewood and jars filled with oil. And, they had torches lit with fire. It was clear what they were about to do. Swordmaster Shinkuan said that if this secret book is used correctly, it can be a trump card against the other 3. This probably means that if we dispose of this book at the right time, it will become a trump card against the other users of the 4 fiends technique. This way, they won't be able to gather all the 4 fiends techniques. So, there is only one thing we must do. Stop it. A scream was heard. Stop it. Do you even know what you are trying to do? The one shouting was Kai Shujaku. He was completely restrained but was desperately trying to move forward. His eyes were wide open, foam was coming from his mouth, and he was struggling as if he had lost his mind. That is a treasure that can never be obtained again. If it is lost, it can never be recovered. Are you really going to burn it, you guys? Yeah. I will burn it. Gaku Kiryu answered immediately. Swordmaster Shinkuan said to use this correctly. We will follow his words. By burning it, we will stop your invasion and protect our tribe. We will erase chaos from this world and prevent all 4 fiends from gathering. That is the correct way to use it. Stop. Please, just stop. I will do anything. Please. Just that. Is there anyone who opposes using the secret book of chaos correctly? Ignoring Kai Shujaku, Gaku Kiryu shouted. I will follow the judgment of the tribe leader and Gaku Kiryu Dono. Immediately, the response from the Boku tribe came back. If it is to prevent disaster, Swordmaster Shinkuan will forgive us. If it means being taken by the Jinkyo tribe, then we will burn it ourselves. We have come together by protecting the secret book. Thus, the Boku tribe united. Then, maybe the role of the secret book is over. People raised their fists and shouted. There was no one opposing. In fact, the invasion of the Jinkyo tribe had made the people of the Boku tribe resolve themselves. There was no stopping it now. AAA. In contrast, Kai Shujaku turned pale. He knelt on the ground, screaming, and while he was being watched, the Boku tribe made their decision. Girls who are tasked with protecting the secret books, throw the books into the fire. Yes, the stacked firewood was already blazing. In that fire, Kane Shirt and Nona Kiryu threw in the wooden tablets. They also threw in the box that held the tablets. Everything related to the secret book of chaos was turning to ash in the flames. The decision has been made, Gaku Kiryu declared. We, the Boku tribe, will now walk a new path. There will be hardships, but please, I ask for your cooperation. To protect our tribe and aim for a better future, we need everyone's strength. Whoa. That marked the end of the meeting. The people of the Boku tribe gathered around the fire and began their feast. Kai Shujaku and the soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe were taken back to their prison. As Kai Shujaku was led away, he looked pale like a dead person. He had completely failed. He lost the invasion and caused the secret book of Kontan to be lost. Given his obsession with the Four Fiends technique, he must be in shock. I'm sorry. Gen Shioku Dono and Kou Tenhou Dono, Sui Kao, could you please come here? One of the Boku tribe soldiers stopped us. Behind the soldier were Gaku Kiryu and the chief. I'm told that the chief want to talk to you in another room. Ah, that's fine. Shu-sensei nodded. We, Gaku Kiryu and the clan leaders, headed deeper into the fortress. We arrived at the mansion where we fought Kai Shujaku. It was a small room at the very end, in a dead end. When we entered, Kane Shirt and Nona Kiryu were there. In front of the two of them was a small box. It was old, even older than the box we just burned. This is the real secret book of chaos, Kane Shirt and Nona Kiryu announced. They both bowed their heads and touched their foreheads to the floor. From now on, Kane and Nona will become hostages to Aika country. But before that, we want to hand this over to Gen Shioku-sama. This is strictly personal. We want you to keep it a secret from others. We will give the secret book to someone who can seal the Four Fiends. That is the decision of the Boku tribe. This is what Swordmaster Shinkuin meant by the correct way to use it. We believe this to be true. Please do so. Kane Shirt and Nona Kiryu declared this while still bowing deeply. Chapter 31 The Great Villain of the World prepares to return home 3. That secret manual was a fake, wasn't it? Yes, as Kou Tenhou-sama said. I had a feeling it was true. In the game history of Swordmaster, all the rare secret manuals were made of paper. The easier to find ones were made of wooden tablets or bamboo strips. Of course, there were also paper books and scrolls. But the high-level rare ones were made of paper. They were in the form of bound books or scrolls. There were no wooden tablet secret manuals. You only realize this after fully completing all the martial arts manuals in the game. So when I saw the two of them take wooden tablets out of the box, I felt something was off. Wasn't that a decoy? My reasoning was weak, but it seems I was right. The reason you gathered everyone earlier was to tell them the secret manual has been burned, right? Shu-sensei nodded, looking convinced. If you do it so publicly, the rumors will spread quickly, not just in the Boku tribe, but also in Aika country, even among the Jinkyo tribe. That was the goal, wasn't it, Gaku Kiryu Dono? Yes, Gen Shioku Dono is correct. Gaku Kiryu sat down next to Nona Kiryu and Kane Shirt. Then, he bowed deeply and said, I'm sorry for deceiving you. But when did you prepare the fake? That's when someone tried to get their hands on the secret book and got exiled. A few generations ago, one of the people from the Boku tribe tried to steal the secret book of chaos. That person was exiled, but the tribe leaders thought of a way to prevent the same thing from happening again. They decided to create a fake secret book. Only the chief and the Miko serving Swordmaster Shinkuin know where the real secret book is hidden. They check the status of the secret book of Kontan during the festival that happens once every 10 years. The exiled person tried to find out where the secret book was at that time. To prevent the same situation, the leaders of the Boku tribe decided to make a fake one and bury it underground. During the festival, they would dig up the fake one and then bury it again. They would check the real one after the festival was over. This practice became a ritual during the festival a few generations ago. The fake we made for emergencies turned out to be useful. Looking at the Jinkyo tribe and Kai Shujaku, they probably believe that it's the real one. Gaku Kiryu said, It would have been great if we could give the fake to the Jinkyo tribe and get the hostages released. But that wooden tablet only has some things written on it at the beginning. The rest is just praise for Swordmaster Shinkuin. Anyone knowledgeable in martial arts would realize it's a fake right away. Good thing we didn't give it to them. It would just make them angry. Yeah. If they figured out the secret book was fake, they might have killed the hostages. However, it can be used for burning. The Jinkyo tribe doesn't know there are fakes. No, it's quite something. As Gaku Kiryudono said, the Jinkyo tribe members were in despair, thinking the secret book was burned. Shu-sensei nodded, looking impressed. So, who knows about this? Only me and the chief. Nona and Kane Dono. A few close aides as well. Nona-san and Kane-san will become hostages of Aka country, right? Is that a sign of submission? That's right. To gain Aka country's trust, it's best for Kane-sama, the tribe chief's daughter, and Nona, my daughter, to go. That's the decision made by me and the tribe chief. Gaku Kiryu looked at Shu-sensei, me, and Shu in turn. I want to entrust Kane-sama and Nona to you. Also, the secret book of chaos. They are the guardians of the secret book in my Boku tribe. With them, we should be able to decipher the secret book of Kontan. Deciphering, you say? The secret book of Kontan is not easy to read. Then, Gaku Kiryu began to explain. When the ancestors of the Boku tribe received the secret book from the hermit Swordmaster Shinkuin, they were told the following. The secret book of Kontan is not easy to read. From now on, pass down the words for deciphering to one daughter in each generation. That way, even if the secret book is taken, it cannot be read. The secret book allows two Miko to learn Kontan for the first time together. They will continue this until the right person appears. And, currently, the Miko is Kane-sama. If this person knows the words to decode it, you can understand the secret book of Kontan. And my daughter Nona is the protector of the Miko. The Miko must do their best to remember the words, which can make daily life difficult. It is the protector's job to support them. Are you saying you want us to take care of the two and the secret book? Yes. Can I ask you for this, Gen Shioku Dono? Can you tell me the reason? I believe that Kou Tenhou Dono and Sui Kao can defeat the four fiends because they broke the poison of Kyuki. Gaku Kiryu answered. Without hesitation, simply. You must have a reason for being able to fight against Kyuki. I won't ask about that. However, I think Swordmaster Shinkuin's words about if you use Kontan correctly, it will be a trump card against the other four fiends refer to this. I see. This is a request to Gen Shioku Dono, Kou Tenhou Dono, and Sui Kao. Please keep the contents of the secret book of Kontan a secret from the people of Aka country. Gaku Kiryu, along with Nona Kiryu and Kane Shirt, bowed deeply. Then, I want only Kou Tenhou and Sui Kao to learn Kontan. After that, you can burn it. Can I confirm one thing? Feel free. There is one more person who wants to share the contents of the Kontan secret manual. Who is it? My senior sister disciple, Reiku. Her real name is Shinyu. She is also the master of Tenhu and Kao. Shu-sensei said. If you are going to teach the two of them Kontan, we need Reiku's help. I'm not good at reading the martial arts manual. If it's an ancient secret manual, it's even harder. If it's your senior disciple, is it possible? My master said that Reiku is a genius. She is great at learning martial arts and teaching it too. Yeah, I understand that. Reiku-sensei's guidance was really easy to follow. Even I, who have no knowledge of martial arts, was able to use 5 divine steps and 5 divine swordsmanship. Reiku is trustworthy. She will keep the secrets no matter what happens. Understood. Let's trust Shudono and that senior disciple. Thank you. Now, it's up to these kids. Shu-sensei turned to me and Shu. She looked straight at us with serious eyes. This is a serious matter. You don't have to answer right away. Okay. I understand, Shu-sensei. The secret book of Kontan will be kept by me. Whether you all master this or not is up to your own choice. If you say no, the secret book will be returned to the village of the Boku tribe after some time. It will be said to have been burned, after all. You won't have to worry about being targeted by the Jinkyo tribe anymore. Shu-sensei continued. But if you decide to master Kontan, I will do my best to help you. Reiku will too. If you learn Konton, you will definitely be able to stand against the other 4 fiends. No, the 3 fiends. The reason we can stand against them is that Shikei and I. Because we have a lot of divine energy, right? I didn't say those words out loud, but Shu-sensei nodded. My and Shu's divine energy was effective against Kyuki. If we were to master Konton, it would probably become our trump card against the other 3 fiends. I remembered Kane's shirt's words. Among the 4 fiends, Chaos was the last one created. If used correctly, it could be a trump card against the other 3. That's what she meant, I guess. Shu-sensei, Don't rush your answer, Tenhou. Shu-sensei stopped my words. You will give your answer after we return to the capital of Aka country. Hokurin town. Understood. Yes. Kou, is that okay with you? I understand. My heart is set as well, though. That's how it turned out. Of course, my heart is set too. If I have the power to fight against the 4 fiends, I want to learn it. It should become my trump card as the game's protagonist, Kai Yugetsu. However, it seems I'll have to wait until Master Reiku comes back to learn it. I will visit Aka country with Nona and Kane-sama. Gaku Kiryu said. I will explain the situation to the royal family of Aka country and inform them that the Boku tribe will follow Aka country. Tanchidono promised to introduce me to His Royal Highness the king's younger brother. After that, it will depend on negotiations with the people of Aka country. I hope it goes well. Can I ask something? Shu-sensei, Gaku Kiryu-sama? I realized I had raised my voice. After confirming that Mentor and Gaku Kiryu nodded, I asked, what will happen to the prisoner? What I'm concerned about is Kai Shujaku's future. He is a member of the Golden Feather Syndicate and has been saying that Aka country will perish. If possible, I want to extract a bit more information. Jinkyo tribe's top soldiers and that Kai Shujaku will be taken to Aka country. Tanchidono said so as well. The one who answered was Gaku Kiryu. The remaining Jinkyo tribe soldiers will decide what to do with the Boku tribe. I don't intend to trouble you. But if we're taking prisoners, it will take quite a bit of time, right? That's true. So, first, Tancha-sama and Gakudono will head to Aka country ahead of us. Shu-sensei took over the conversation. A few days ago, right after meeting Gaku Kiryu, Tancha-san entrusted a letter to Ryujin Kuan to a fast horse. It should have already arrived in Aka country, and if it's Ryujin Kuan, he should act quickly. He might have already sent reinforcements. They aim to meet up with Tancha-san and Gaku Kiryu. That way, they can report to Ryujin Kuan quickly, and the follow-up actions should go smoothly. It seems the two are thinking that way. In any case, you are benefactors of the Boku tribe. This will be passed down through generations. If you have the chance, I hope you'll come visit our village. We will welcome you with our whole tribe. Gaku Kiryu bowed his head to me and Shu. Nona Kiryu and Kane Shirt followed suit. I'm hoping that after returning to our country, you will continue to get along with my daughter, who was taken hostage, and with Kane-sama. I trust you all. I believe you will become good friends. Of course, that's fine. Why yes. It's an honor. Besides, my daughter seems to admire Kaudono. Father. Nona Kiryu blushed bright red as she looked at her father and then at Shu. She then pressed her cheeks with her hands and said, Please don't mind me, Sui Kao-sama. With her eyes downcast, she spoke those words. When I saw you during your rescue, I was just moved by the elegance of Sui Kao-sama. Why yeah. Shu looked stunned. But Tenhou was with you at that time too. Of course, I am grateful to Kou Tenhou-sama as well. But Sui Kao-sama looked so noble, like a prince who came down from the heavens. Sui Kao-sama's skills were truly beautiful. I was captivated at first sight. And no, even if you say that. Of course, this is just my selfish feeling. But if Sui Kao-sama could remember me, I would be happy with just that. Tenhou. Shu poked my arm. Sorry. Can I say something? Please. Okay. I took a deep breath and looked at Nona Kiryu. Then, I clearly expressed what I was thinking. Nona Kiryu-sama, I understand your feelings. Shikei's techniques are really beautiful, aren't they? Wait, Tenhou, do you understand? Kou Tenhou-sama, of course. I've been right there watching Shikei's techniques. I could talk about the beauty of Shikei all night long. Wow, that's so nice to hear. Tenhou, that's not what I meant. I mean, I'm happy you're complimenting me, but... So, I'm looking forward to Nona Kiryu-sama visiting Aka country. Me too. Please, let's be friends. Of course. Let's talk about Shikei together. Thank you. Tenhou. Because, it's obvious that Shu is amazing, right? Her technique is more precise than mine. Her pressure point technique positioning is great too. Shu's techniques are so beautiful that I can't help but admire them when I watch. If there are others who share the same interest, I would be really happy. Kane will be in your care from now on. Kane's shirt stands up and comes over to us. She sits down flat and puts her forehead on the floor again. Please take care of Kane and Nona, about Kontan as well. Likewise. Thank you. Why yes, thank you. I, Gen Shuyoku, will take full responsibility for your safety. If you feel tired from the change in environment, just call out to me anytime. I and Shu-sensei answered. So, we decided to return to Aka country with the secret book of Kontan. Shu and I made friends named Nona Kiryu and Kane Shirt. Chapter 32 The Great Villain of the World prepares to return home for. The next day, Gaku Kiryu's perspective. The next day, Tansha and Gaku Kiryu left the fortress with a few guards. They were heading to Aka country to talk about the Jinkyo tribe's invasion and their friendship with the Boku tribe. The main group would leave later under Gen Shioku's command. They needed to bring back the prisoners. They had to get more information from Kai Shujaku and the Jinkyo tribe's leader. However, bringing back the prisoners would take time. So, Tansha and Gaku Kiryu decided to go to Aka country first. It was a rushed journey with a small group. There was a risk of exhausting their horses, but they managed to meet up with a unit that had come from Aka country. A few days ago, right after meeting Gaku Kiryu, they had sent a fast horse to inform others, and it paid off. Ryujin Kuan quickly sent soldiers to help them. After joining the unit, Tansha explained the situation to the commander. Then, he asked them to go to the Boku tribe's fortress. This was to ensure they could defend the fortress when the Jinkyo tribe's reinforcements arrived. After sharing the necessary information and changing horses, Tansha and Gaku Kiryu set off again. They headed straight for the capital of Aka country, Hokurin. A few days later, they safely arrived at Ryujin Kuan's location. I understand the situation. I will do everything I can to help Gaku Kiryu meet His Majesty. After hearing the news, Ryujin quickly took action. He went to the royal palace himself, without using his subordinates, and spoke to the nobles and high officials. The Jinkyo tribe has invaded the Boku tribe's village. The Boku tribe has offered to serve Aka country. There is a mysterious organization spreading the doctrine that Aka country will be destroyed. This information quickly spread throughout the royal palace. The royal family and high officials were shocked. The problem is not that the Boku tribe was invaded. It's that this was preparation for attacking and destroying Aka country. The Jinkyo tribe truly believes that Aka country will be destroyed. They are trying to make it happen by any means necessary. This was made very clear. We should establish friendly relations with the Boku tribe, as much as possible, on equal terms. In front of the gathered high officials, Ryujin said, "Of course, on the surface, it will appear that the Boku tribe is serving us. However, we should do our best to favor them. If we do this, other tribes that fear the Jinkyo tribe will send envoys of friendship to Aka country. By joining forces with them, we can surround the Jinkyo tribe." I understand what your Royal Highness the King's younger brother is saying, but the opponent is from a different tribe. We don't know what they are like. The high-ranking officials spoke vaguely. For the powerful Aka country, these foreign tribes were hard to understand. They probably couldn't feel any real connection to forming friendly relations with them. Ryujin Kuan had expected this reaction. Then, "May I request a meeting?" Looking around at the officials, Ryujin Kuan said, A person named Gaku Kiryu from the Boku tribe has come. I hear he is a strong warrior. He has defeated Ren Padu from the Jinkyo tribe in this battle. I believe he is a talented individual who can effectively lead troops. Those words became the deciding factor. Ren Padu? Isn't that the general who recently invaded our northern territory? I heard he was driven away by General Skybear Kou Aishing. Are you saying the Boku tribe defeated the general of the Jinkyo tribe? Ren Padu had invaded the northern part of the country many times. He was highly trusted by the king of the Jinkyo tribe. He was also a fierce warrior who led attacks. Countless soldiers from Aka country had been killed by Ren Padu. By defeating Ren Padu, Gaku Kiryu had brought benefits to Aka country. Such thoughts must have crossed the minds of the officials. As he looked around at them, Ryujin Kuin felt a shift in the atmosphere. I will be the guardian of Gaku Kiryu. If possible, I would like him to work as a guest general. For that reason, I hope everyone, and your majesty the king, can assess his character. It is my brother's recommendation. Let us meet him. Soon, an answer came from the throne. Sitting there was the 11th king of Aka country, Ari Moshe. If he is a warrior my brother recognizes, I would like to see his face as well. Very well. I permit the Boku tribe's envoy, Gaku Kiryu, to have an audience. Thank you, your majesty. Let Ruin join us as well. If the Boku tribe is to serve Aka country, we will be dealing with them for a long time. The next generation of kings should also meet them. What your majesty says is indeed precious. Saying this, Ryujin Kuin deeply bowed his head to his older brother, the king. Thus, Gaku Kiryu's audience with the king of Aka country was realized. On the day of the audience, I am Gaku Kiryu, captain of the defense of the Boku tribe. I have arrived. Dressed in formal attire, Gaku Kiryu entered the throne room. He wore the formal outfit of the Boku tribe, characterized by a red scarf. However, the clothing was prepared by Ryujin Kuin. Ryujin Kuin heard about the Boku tribe's clothing from Gaku Kiryu and Tansha. He also had a tailor with him. The tailor is one of Ryujin Kuin's guests. He knows a lot about all kinds of clothes and can make outfits based on what the client wants. The outfit made by the tailor was suitable for meeting the king of Aka country, representing the Boku tribe. It highlighted the features of the Boku tribe while also looking like something a military officer from Aka country would wear. Now, Gaku Kiryu, dressed in that outfit, is walking toward the throne. With a deep red scarf around his neck, he blends in with the royal palace of Aka country. That was the current appearance of Gaku Kiryu. Is that the general of the Boku tribe? He looks more impressive than I expected. He seems like a capable person, no doubt. The high-ranking officials whisper among themselves. Gaku Kiryu pays no attention to the rude stares directed at him. The only ones he is focused on are the king of Aka country sitting on the throne and the crown prince Ruin next to him. His Royal Highness the king's younger brother and Tansha Dono are also present. I must not embarrass them. Ryujin Kuin preparing the outfit for the audience was not just out of kindness. There is likely a wish behind it for him to wear this outfit and work for Aka country. The people of Aka country believe in me. Then, I must respond to that trust. With that, Gaku Kiryu knelt before the throne. I am truly honored to have this opportunity to meet you. Gaku Kiryu raised his voice. It is an unexpected joy for a person from the borderlands to have an audience with your majesty the king. As the representative of the Boku tribe, I would like to express my gratitude to you and everyone present here. Gaku Kiryu Dono. The one who spoke was Ryujin Kuin, who stood beside the throne. I would like you to tell us about the events of this incident. Please share everything about what the Boku tribe desires. Understood. Your Royal Highness the king's younger brother. Gaku Kiryu bowed and then began to speak. He had been ambushed by the Jinkyo tribe, and women and children were taken hostage. They had lost their fortress. He met Tansha and gained the cooperation of Aka country's soldiers. He defeated the enemy commander, Ren Padu, and captured a martial artist named Kai Shujaku. Later, he would bring the captives back with the main force. The Boku tribe wishes to submit to Aka country and seek protection in the future. Gaku Kiryu continued to speak confidently about these matters. If Tenhou had been here, he might have said, as expected of the great general, Gaku Kiryu. In History of Swordmaster, Gaku Kiryu is not only skilled in martial power and leadership but also excels in strategy. This was being demonstrated in the royal palace of Kou country. I burned the secret book of the 4 fiends that the Jinkyo tribe was seeking. Gaku Kiryu stated calmly. That was a treasure of the Boku tribe, but I couldn't leave something that would invite the enemy. Also, I didn't want to cause trouble for the people of Kou country by clinging to the treasure, so I made this difficult decision. If you could understand my feelings, the entire Boku tribe would be grateful. With that, Gaku Kiryu concluded his speech. Soon, the palace was filled with murmurs. Gaku Kiryu's dignified presence struck a chord with the high officials. They never expected someone like him to come from the Boku tribe, which was considered a group from the outskirts. I am pleased that the Boku tribe will serve Kou country. The king of Kou country began to speak. I understand your situation. The Jinkyo tribe is our common enemy. I would like to move forward positively regarding your hopes. Thank you very much. I have also heard from my brother about the proposal to build a fortress in the border area and to work together with the Boku tribe to protect the outskirts. It is a good idea. We will start on it soon. In any case, Kou country's king smiled with satisfaction. I have no objections to forming a friendly relationship with the Boku tribe. Understand that. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Later, I will hold a banquet to honor you. At that time, I would like to hear more of your story. You have traveled far as a messenger, and I appreciate your efforts. I am grateful for your kind words. This audience is now over. After this, I will have a meeting with the high officials. Kou country's king stood up and looked down at Gaku Kiryu. Lastly, I will allow you to speak frankly. As the representative of the Boku tribe, do you have something to say? Then, I will speak. Gaku Kiryu kept his head down as he replied. As the representative of the Boku tribe, I would like to express my gratitude to someone. May I take this opportunity to say thank you to that person? That is fine, but who is it? Is it my brother? Of course, I am also grateful to Your Majesty the King and Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Gaku Kiryu continued. However, the person I want to thank is the one who created the opportunity for the people of Kou country to come to us. Who is that? It is His Royal Highness Ruin. What? Crown Prince Ruin's shoulders jumped. He never thought his name would be called. Ruin looked at Gaku Kiryu with wide eyes. What does this mean? You want to thank me, Ruin? I've heard that the envoy from Kou country came to us because of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's words. My words? Yes. I heard about it from Tansha Dono and Kou Tenhou Dono. Gaku Kiryu bowed deeply. At the banquet in the palace, His Royal Highness Ruin asked Kou Tenhou Dono about countermeasures against the Jinkyo tribe. In response, Kou Tenhou Dono said, "We should ally with the Boku tribe." This reached many ears and led to the sending of the messenger. He had heard this in casual conversation. It was an ordinary story, but Gaku Kiryu was moved. He realized that a small coincidence had saved the Boku tribe. The Boku tribe values these coincidences. The very birth of their tribe was due to a meeting with the hermit, Suimai Shinkuen. They decided to entrust the secret book of chaos to Gen Shioku for the same reason. When they were in crisis, they met those people, and the Boku tribe was saved. I want to cherish this encounter. Chief and Gaku Kiryu thought this way. Thanks to Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince's words, we, the Boku tribe, have been saved. Gaku Kiryu bowed his head to the floor. I cannot thank Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince enough. These humble words may not be much, but please allow me to express my gratitude. It was nothing special. Crown Prince Ruin replied in a trembling voice. He looked as if he couldn't believe he was being thanked. That was just casual talk. It wasn't my achievement. However, it doesn't change the fact that the Boku tribe was saved by Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Still bowing, Gaku Kiryu continued. For us, the Boku tribe, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the one who brings us good fortune. Please allow us to call you Your Royal Highness the Lucky Crown Prince. Or, if we could call you Your Royal Highness the Good Omen Crown Prince, we would be very grateful." His voice was not loud, but it seemed that Gakukiryu's words reached everyone in the palace. No one spoke. Even the king was staring in shock. Ryujin Kuin and Tansha were the same. "Your Royal Highness the Lucky Crown Prince. Your Royal Highness the Good Omen Crown Prince brings good signs." Everyone was astonished that these words came from the mouth of a foreigner who didn't know the nickname of Crown Prince Ruin. "You." Finally, Crown Prince Ruin spoke. "Do you know anything about me, Ruin?" "Yes. At the royal banquet, you spoke with Kou Tenhou." "No, not that. About me, Ruin. I'm sorry. I rushed here, so I don't know anything else." That was the truth. Kou Tenhou didn't know that Crown Prince Ruin would be present at the audience. If he had known, he might have shared information about his character, but that didn't happen. Ryujin Kuin and Tansha were the same. They were only able to teach Gakukiryu about tailoring and the etiquette of the audience. No one had told Gakukiryu about the nickname of Crown Prince Ruin. "If I have been rude in any way, I apologize. I'm very sorry." "No, you haven't done anything rude." Crown Prince Ruin finally said just that. "Your Highness." "No, I have received the gratitude from the Boku tribe. It is a great honor. Thank you very much. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I hope you will serve the country from now on." "That is all." "Yes, sir." After that, a brief exchange took place, and the audience came to an end. The room was filled with a strange tension during the meeting. Still, Gakukiryu's response was enough to leave a good impression on the people. So after the audience, a meeting with high officials, including the king, was held. It was officially decided that Aka country would establish a friendly relationship with the Boku tribe and work together to oppose the Jinkyo tribe. Chapter 33 The Great Villain of the World prepares to return home. 5. Crown Prince Ruin's perspective. After leaving the audience chamber, Crown Prince Ruin was in a daze. Before he knew it, he was in his own room. He couldn't even remember how he got back. This Ruin is the lucky Crown Prince. The Crown Prince of Good Omens. The words spoken by the Boku tribe echoed in his mind. He didn't know how to take those words. If someone from Aka country had said that, he would have shouted, "Don't mess with me." Was it sarcasm? Was he mocking this Ruin? Was he trying to flatter him to gain favor? He should have reacted that way. But the person was Gakukiryu, a general from a different tribe. There was no way he would know that Crown Prince Ruin was called the Cursed Crown Prince. Thinking that Kou Tenhou might have told him, Crown Prince Ruin shook his head. He wouldn't use such a boring method. Besides, Kou Tenhou wouldn't try to curry favor with Crown Prince Ruin. It was the same when they met at Ryujin Kuen's mansion. Kou Tenhou had boldly argued against Crown Prince Ruin. He couldn't imagine that he would tell a foreign general about the Cursed Crown Prince. Ryujin Kuen is the same. It's not like him to let compliments come from the mouths of outsiders. If that's the case, then that must be Gakukiryu's true feelings. A rough yet dignified general from another tribe. What is that? How is this Ruin the lucky Crown Prince? He has always been called the Cursed Crown Prince. Of course, it wasn't said openly. Still, rumors have a way of reaching your ears. So, Choseikime tried to push Ruin to shake off those rumors. They believed that if he achieved great things, he could erase the bad reputation of being the Cursed Crown Prince. Ruin learned martial arts and improved his ability to lead soldiers for that reason. The quickest way to earn people's respect is to achieve victories. Defeating enemies and protecting the country. That's a clear achievement that everyone can see. Choseikime taught him that this was the shortcut to success. So, Ruin has always trained himself hard. He created an independent unit, Wolf Cavalry, to protect the people. Although he couldn't achieve the desired results, Choseikime's advice isn't wrong. Ruin believes he has responded to it. Yet, the rumors won't disappear. No matter what, they always reach Ruin's ears. The only person he can interact with comfortably is Kou Kiryu. Of course, he knows about the Cursed Crown Prince rumors. He knows and still chooses to stay by Ruin's side. He won't deny it. He won't say it doesn't matter. He just want to be with him. To follow him wherever he go. He probably don't even realize how much that has saved Ruin. Still, Ruin had given up. He thought his reputation as the cursed crown prince would never disappear. To erase that bad name, he would need to achieve something huge, like saving Kou country from a crisis. That seemed impossible. So Ruin would always remain the cursed crown prince. After he succeeded his father and became king, he would continue to be called the unlucky king. Even though he thought that way. What is this? Why is this Ruin shaking? Suddenly, Crown Prince Ruin realized he was trembling slightly. Not just his body, but his voice too. His emotions were getting out of control. The words Lucky Crown Prince spoken by Gaku Kiryu reminded Ruin of his pain. He had been stabbed by the term Cursed Crown Prince so many times that he had become numb to the pain without even realizing it. Is it true that my words helped save the people? I haven't done anything. I just listened and let things happen. That's all. Had he been wrong all this time? He thought he had to do everything himself. To achieve something, he needed to stand at the front and fight. He had always done it that way. He never even considered any other approach. Should I choose a different way this time, as Ruin? There's no need to stick to being the cursed crown prince. He shouldn't get too excited about the words of the lucky crown prince. Such thoughts swirl in Crown Prince Ruin's mind. If the way he has done things until now has been wrong, what should he do? To be right as the crown prince of Kou country, without being tied to cursed or lucky. Shouldn't this Ruin learn from my uncle? Ryujin Kuin? Crown Prince Ruin murmured without speaking aloud. But asking my uncle for guidance would show weakness. He has a keen eye for people. He might notice that this Ruin feels inferior to him. Ruin struggled with Ryujin Kuin. The image of his uncle, trusted by many, was too dazzling for the cursed crown prince. The only time Ruin relied on Ryujin Kuin was when he needed help finding people to create the wolf cavalry. Other than that, Ruin avoided meeting his uncle. But I can't afford to cling to personal feelings anymore. Kou country must protect not only itself but also its friendly nations. The Boku tribe, or even Soma country. If it's necessary for that, I should do anything. What does it matter if I feel inferior to my uncle? Crown Prince Ruin continued to think while sitting on the bed. The night went on, until finally, before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. And then, the next morning. Are you awake, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Ah, I'm already awake. I'm sorry for always troubling you. Crown Prince Ruin woke up in bed and replied to the young servant. I want to wash my face. Can you prepare some water for me? Ha! Why yes. Of course, Your Royal Highness. You don't have to hurry. Please take your time. Why yes. The male servant clasped his hands and left the room. When he returned with a bowl of water, Your Royal Highness, is there something wrong with your health? No, I'm fine as usual. Why yes. I apologize. Today, I plan to visit my uncle's mansion. Please prepare and send a notice. Why yes, understood. After bowing, the servant stepped back. Crown Prince Ruin washed his face with the prepared water and adjusted his clothes. Then he noticed that he felt surprisingly refreshed upon waking up. Chapter 34 The Great Villain of the World prepares to return home. 6. Tenhou's perspective. A few days later, soldiers from Kou country arrived at the Boku tribe's fortress. They were the support troops sent by Ryujin Kuin. I have heard the situation from Tansha Dono and Gaku Kiryu Dono. The leader of the troops said. It seems that Tansha-san and the others met with them and exchanged information before heading to Kou country. They probably arrived in Hokurin's town by now. The leader of the arriving troops spoke with Shu-sensei. Shu-sensei is serving as the deputy messenger for the friendly mission. Since the official messenger Tansha-san is absent, Shu-sensei is in charge. So, with Shu-sensei as the mediator, discussions took place between the support troops and the Boku tribe. I and Shu were also present. They said it would make the Boku tribe people feel more at ease. Ten-sama and the others are friends of the Boku tribe. Cane Shirt, the chief's daughter, said next to me. Benefactors and people we respect. So, please stay with us. Understood. Thank you very much. Cane, nice to meet you. It's nice that she is grateful, but it feels a bit too close. Cane sat right next to me, snuggling up closely. It was like a little kitten playing around. Being by Ten-sama feels comfortable. Is that so? It's calming me. Phew. Cane closed her eyes and started to breathe softly. Watching her, Shu said, Nona-san. Why yes. What is it, Kou-sama? It looks like Cane-san is getting attached to Tenhou. Yes. It's quite heartwarming. Cane-san is the chief's daughter, right? Even though you have a noble status, is that okay? Cane-sama carries a heavy mission. Nona Kiryu said. A heavy mission, that refers to her role as the Miko of the Chaos's secret book. Without Cane's keywords, the content's secret book cannot be deciphered. So Cane has the duty to remember it and pass it on to the next generation. The chief said to let her do other things as freely as possible. Indeed, the chief has a face that seems to enjoy heartwarming things. We sat in the corner of the hall, listening to Shu-sensei and the others talk. The chief occasionally turned around to look at us. Even when he saw Cane clinging to me, he said nothing. In fact, he had a very gentle expression. The mission of the Miko who protects the secret book is tough. It seems true that they let her do other things freely. Hey, Tenhou. What is it? Shikei. I suddenly want to try the form of the cat from Beast Body Guidance. We're in a meeting right now, though. Could it be that we need to adjust our energy because of the battle? Why yeah. That might be it. Let's do it later when we have time, Shikei. Okay. Got it. Later then. For some reason, Shu moved next to me and nodded. While watching Shu, Nona's eyes are sparkling. It seems she can't take her eyes off her. She said, I was captivated by Kou-sama's princely appearance. Kou, in other words, she can't help but be interested in Shu. So, the support team will stay at the fortress for a while. We have been ordered by Ryujin Kuan to protect the Boku tribe. We have already decided to serve Aka country. There are no objections. While we are talking, the meeting is progressing. The support team members, being Ryujin Kuan's subordinates, are quick to discuss things. The Boku tribe also trusts Shu-sensei and the people of Aka country. So, the conversation quickly comes together. To prepare for the re-invasion of the Jinkyo tribe, the support team will stay at the fortress. As soon as we get permission from Aka country, we will build another fortress along the highway. Kai Shujaku and some of the Jinkyo tribe soldiers will be taken to Aka country. The remaining Jinkyo tribe will stay here and be used as labor. The members of the friendly delegation will return to Aka country as soon as they are ready. At that time, Cane and Nona were to accompany us as guests. As a result of our meeting, that decision was made. Gen Shioku Dono. Kou Tenhou Dono. Sui Kao Dono. Please take care of Cane and Nona. The chief of the Boku tribe bowed deeply. After finishing the meeting with the support team, we moved to another building. The members were me, Shu, and Shu-sensei. The chief of the Boku tribe, Cane, and Nona. There were 6 of us. I believe that you will use the secret book of chaos correctly. I will do my best to live up to your trust. In the name of my homeland and my parents. At the chief's words, Shu and I clasped hands. We should open the secret book after we return to Aka country. Shu-sensei said. Because it is important, we should investigate it in a calm environment. First, let's send Cane Dono and Nona Dono to Aka country, and after they settle down, we can look into it. We will also need Master Reiku's help. Master Reiku went on a journey to investigate a certain organization. I said, recalling my master's letter. My master said she was looking for the organization spreading the rumor that Aka country will perish. But we already know the identity of that organization. If we tell her that, I think she will come back right away. Tenhou is right. Shu-sensei nodded. When we return to Aka country, let's investigate Reiku's whereabouts and send a letter right away. She might be nearby, Yes, Shu-sensei. I also want to meet Master Reiku. That's true. Considering the situation, we should contact her as soon as possible. Saying this, Shu-sensei turned to face the chief of the Boku tribe. So, we plan to depart as soon as tomorrow. Understood. Gen Shioku Dono. I will take full responsibility for Kane Dono and Nona Dono's safety. I also vow to protect the secret book of Kontan with my life. Yes. The entire Boku tribe trusts you. The chief bowed deeply again. Then he looked at Kane and Nona. Kane and Nona, take care of yourselves. I believe Gakudono will be there, so you should be fine, but you are going to a foreign land. There may be worries. If you have any questions, rely on Shu Dono, Kou Tenhou Dono, or Suikao Dono. Yes, father. I will support you, Kane-sama. I'm here to protect the place you will return to. The chief took Kane and Nona's hands. Stay healthy until the next time you come back. That is our wish. Yes, father. Understood, chief. It's going to be a long journey. You both should use the hot spring near the shrine to cleanse yourselves. In the end, the chief said that. Shu and I tilted our heads, and Shu-sensei explained. Ah. There is a shrine nearby dedicated to Suimai Shinkuan. It is said that a hot spring opened by Shinkuan is bubbling up next to the shrine. That's how he explained it. The Boku tribe has a custom of cleansing themselves there before a long journey. If you'd like, Kou Tenhou Dono and Suikao Dono can also soak in the hot spring. The chief continued Shu-sensei's words. You are the ones who will inherit the secret book of Kontan. Suimai Shinkuan will surely allow you to soak in the hot spring. In fact, it might be better to soak in the hot spring to strengthen your bond with Shinkuan. Kane agrees. As a Miko, I fully permit it. I think it would be nice for the boys to enjoy it together without hesitation. What? Shu and I exchanged glances. Boys together? Ah. I see. The people of the Boku tribe think Suikao is a boy. So that's why they're saying we should go into the hot spring together. What should we do, Tenhou? Shu looked at me with a troubled expression. But I was just as troubled. We need to keep Shu's true identity a secret, but it's impossible for Shu and me to soak in the hot spring together. So if I refuse to enter the hot spring, the Boku tribe might get upset. By rejecting the chance to connect with Suimai Shinkuan, it could also affect the teaching of the Kontan secret scroll. If that's the case, the best course of action here is. It's a small hot spring. So, only one person can enter at a time. That's unfortunate. It would be nice to go together and take turns. Just as I was thinking that, Kane and Nona said. Shu-sensei had a look on her face like she understood everything and shrugged her shoulders. Ah. I see. My and Shu's lines overlapped. The Boku tribe's secret hot spring is for one person. It seems that Shu and I are supposed to go together and take turns. Kane wants Ten-sama to wash my hair in the bath. Kane-sama, when I'm with him, I feel calm. It's relaxing. It would feel nice to have my hair washed. Kane-sama, that's a bit too much. Really? Please be patient. I, Nona, will take care of you, Kane-sama. Okay. I'll be patient this time. We mustn't trouble the people of Aka country, Kane-sama, Nona said, placing her hands on her hips. Kane was nodding with a blank expression. The chief had a look like he was watching something heartwarming. The chief really trusts us. That's why he can safely leave Kane and Nona in our care. I also want to respond to that trust. The Boku tribe has become allies of Aka country. In the game history of Swordmaster, Gaku Kiryu, who was on the side of the Jinkyo tribe, will now be a guest general of Aka country. The changes in the Boku tribe must have influenced the Kou Tenhou destruction end and the Aka country destruction end. That's because the chief and the people of the Boku tribe believed in us. I owe a debt to the Boku tribe. So, to help Kane and Nona live peacefully in Aka country, I will also cooperate. While watching Kane and Nona play around, I was thinking about that. That evening, we headed to the Boku tribe's secret hot spring. The location is at the end of a small path that leads from the fortress. The path ends at a dead end, but in the forest beyond, there are small markers on the trees. They are tiny things that you might miss if you don't know. If you follow those markers, you will see a shrine made of stacked stones. It's a shrine dedicated to Swordmaster Shinkuan, the guardian deity of the Boku tribe. Next to it, there is a space surrounded by bamboo. It's about the size of a small room. Inside the enclosure, there is a hot spring just big enough for one person and a small washing area. By the way, Nona and Kane are already in the hot spring. Just a little while ago, Kane, soaking wet, jumped on me while I was waiting on the path. Nona was desperately chasing after her, drying Kane's hair. The two of them must have returned to the fortress first and are getting ready to leave. I and Shu are standing at the entrance of the secret hot spring, holding our change of clothes. I open the small door, and then, go ahead, Shu. I decided to let Shu go in the bath first. I'll be over by the shrine, so call me if anything happens. Ha! It'll be more relaxing for you, right? No way. I need you here, Tenhou. Shu looks flustered. What if Kane-san or Nona-san come to check on us? Kane-san is really curious, so they might accidentally come in. Then they'll find out I'm a girl. That does seem possible. Why yeah. So I want you to stay here, Tenhou. Shu nods repeatedly. More than that, if it's Tenhou, you can stay by my side while I'm in the bath. We've done beast body guidance in the cave while soaking wet, and brothers and sisters are like family, so it's okay to be together in the bath. Shu starts to say something but looks down. She covers her cheeks with both hands. I'm sorry, but maybe that's too much. Yeah, I get it. It's strange. I was fine back then. Why do I feel embarrassed now? Is it because my chest got bigger again? What do you think, Tenhou? Shu. Yeah, Tenhou. We don't have much time, so you should get in quickly. Yeah. You're right. Saying that, Shu slipped through the bamboo door. And then, slip, I heard the sound of a belt being undone. After a while, I heard the sound of Shu pouring hot water over herself. She let out a voice that sounded really relaxed. It seems like she's enjoying the hot spring and relaxing. That's good. Both Shu and I have been working non-stop. After leaving Aka country, we met Gaku Kiryu on our way to the Boku tribe village. We sneaked into the fortress and rescued the hostages. We fought against Kai Shujaku, who uses the Four Fiends techniques. It really has been a tough journey. I'm glad we can finally soak in the hot spring and rest our bodies. Tenhou. You're there, right? I'm here. I'd hate it if you disappeared, you know? I won't go anywhere. Please relax and enjoy. I'm washing my legs at the washing area right now. I'll be up soon, so wait for me. Understood. You promise, okay? I'm going to wash my stomach next. Then. You don't need to explain. Just enjoy the hot spring. You are, okay. I got it. I heard the sound of Shu soaking in the water. Phew, I heard a sigh. It's strange, isn't it? Tenhou. Shu muttered softly. I came to Aka country as a hostage, and I lived hiding my true self in Hokurin. And now, here I am, exposing my real self in the distant mountains, soaking in a hot spring. I never imagined this just a little while ago. Yeah. You know, I'm really, really grateful to you, Tenhou. I'm grateful to you too, Shu. I understand. But I think my gratitude is much, much bigger. If I hadn't met Tenhou, I wouldn't be who I am now. And I really like the me who is now by Tenhou's side, much more than the me back in Soma country. I feel a bit shy now. Oh, that's true. Tenhou, your earlobes are bright red. That's not true. No, really, it is. How does Shu know that? Well, the wall has loose spots where the bamboo connects, and there are gaps big enough for my fingers to fit through. Splash. I heard Shu sink into the hot water. I turned my back to the bamboo wall. Come to think of it, this hot spring is a secret spot. They probably don't take care of the walls. If it's a secret hot spring where no one comes, then a privacy wall isn't really needed. There can be gaps in the wall. I'm getting out soon. Tenhou. Got it. I'm facing the wall. I know. So, it's your turn next, Tenhou, okay? With that, I ended up taking turns in the Boku tribe's hot spring. During that time, Shu was pressed against the wall. Tenhou. Yes. Can you see anything through the gaps in the wall? I can see Shu's neck, which is bright red. This hot spring is weird. Why is it more embarrassing to be outside? It's strange, isn't it? We continued to chat leisurely through the wall. Chapter 35 The Great Villain of the World returns to his family 1. The next day, we set off towards Kou country. It was a journey protected by soldiers. Shu and I were riding horses, moving towards the back of the procession. In the center of the procession, there was a carriage carrying Kai Shujaku and the general of the Jinkyo tribe. Everyone was tied up and blindfolded. Shu-sensei and the soldiers were moving right next to the carriage, acting as guards for the prisoners. They were ready to stop Kai Shujaku if he made any suspicious moves. Kane and Nona were riding in the carriage, moving close to us. There were 2 women taking care of them in the carriage. Since we were going to an unknown country, it was better to have familiar faces nearby, so the chief of the Boku tribe brought a few women along with them. For some reason, Kane wanted to ride my horse, and Nona wanted to ride Shu's horse. It was a peaceful journey. The soldiers looked satisfied. This was probably because the mission was to establish friendly relations with the Boku tribe. Plus, we had stopped the invasion from the Jinkyo tribe and even captured prisoners, which was more than we expected. Because of that, the soldiers were considerate towards me, Shu, Kane, and Nona. During the camping, they even prepared the cooking stove and tents as if they were competing for speed. It seemed that the feelings of the soldiers reached the women of the Boku tribe as well, as they cooked their special dishes for us every time we camped. I want to feed Kane and Nona familiar food to help them feel at ease. That's part of it, I guess. But the leftover food was also shared with me, Shu-sensei, and the soldiers. The women of the Boku tribe were happy to see us eating. Because of that atmosphere, I think both Kane and Nona were able to travel calmly. Shu and I were surprisingly busy. We talked with Kane and Nona, and took turns with Shu-sensei to keep an eye on Kai Shujaku. Kai Shujaku hasn't said a word since then. He doesn't resist. He just eats his meals quietly. He's probably already made up his mind. Soon, he will be put in a prison in Kou country. I hope he can answer some questions before that. I just want any information related to the Golden Feather Syndicate. But, dealing with Kai Shujaku is tricky. Kai Shujaku's child is the game's protagonist, Kai Ugetsu. If we execute his father, Kou country itself might earn the protagonist's wrath. But I can't just leave Kai Shujaku alone either. So, when we arrive in Hokuren, I plan to send a letter to Ryujin-kun. Kai Shujaku's child is a user of the Four Fiends technique, Kyuki. That person is with an organization called the Golden Feather Syndicate. It's a martial artist's intuition, but I think they could be a strong enemy. Please be careful when dealing with Kai Shujaku. So, this is a report as a member of the messenger. After this, I can only leave it to Ryujin-kun and the leaders of Kou country. I have no right to do anything about that person. And then, a few days later, as we continued our journey, a messenger came from across the highway. The messenger was from Hokuren, the capital of Kou country. They informed us about Tansha-san and Gaku Kiryu. It seems the 2 of them arrived safely in Hokuren. After that, they met with the king of Kou country and requested support for the Boku tribe. As a result, Kou country decided to establish friendly relations with the Boku tribe. Gaku Kiryu will work as a guest general for Kou country. A mansion has already been prepared for Gaku Kiryu, and he is waiting there for Kane and Nona to arrive. To make sure they feel comfortable, the furniture is said to be familiar to the Boku tribe. The messenger delivered a box-shaped carriage to pick up Kane and Nona. Inside, they won't have to worry about being seen from outside. It's a consideration to help them move calmly, even in a foreign land. As expected of Ryujin-kun, the welfare system is thorough. That's great, isn't it? Kane-san. Nona-san. After hearing the story, I called out to the 2 of them. The friendship between Kou country and the Boku tribe has been established. This will prevent the invasion from the Jinkyo tribe. You too can live freely in Kou country as nobles of a friendly nation. Freely. That's right, Kane-san. Is it okay to go out and play freely? Well, as long as you get permission from the people around you and Nona-san, I think it should be fine. Okay. I understand. Kane nodded with satisfaction. On the other hand, Nona looked worried. It's because it's a life in an unfamiliar country. She must have a lot of concerns. Don't worry, Nona-san. It was Shu who spoke to her. Kou country values its guests from other countries. I'm from Soma country too, but I'm traveling normally with Tenhou and the others like this. Why yes, Kou-sama. If you have any worries, you should consult your father, Tansha-san, or Shu-sensei. Of course, I and Tenhou will help you too. Thank you very much. Nona deeply bowed her head to Shu. I'm happy to have met Kou-sama. Ah really? I'm glad to hear you say that. Why yes. From now on, I look forward to your guidance. It seems that neither Kane nor Nona feels anxious about their new life. They are important figures for the friendship between Kou country and the Boku tribe. Kane is also a key figure in the Four Fiends technique, Chaos. I'll make sure to pay attention so that the two of them can live peacefully. As time passed, our journey continued without any problems. We safely arrived at the capital of Kou country, Hokurin. Outside the town of Hokurin, soldiers were gathered. Not right in front of the town gate, but a little before that, on the road. There, soldiers were forming a crowd. And in the center was Ryujin Kuan, the younger brother of the king of Kou country. Thank you for fulfilling your mission, Ryujin Kuan shouted in a loud voice. I, Ari Heiku, am truly grateful to you all. Ryujin Kuan was sitting in an open carriage, looking at us. Next to the carriage were Tansha-san and Gaku Kiryu. Behind them were Seirei and Tori-san. Why? There's no way they would know when I was coming back. Could it be that Ryujin Kuan called them? Hakuyu was also there as a guard beside Seirei and Tori-san. Tori-san looked at Shu-sensei and let out a sigh of relief. She must have felt reassured seeing her mother's face after a long time. Seirei looked very calm. She seems to have matured a lot since we last met. Maybe it's because she became friends with Ryujin Kuan's daughter. Nearby, there was an elder who took care of Shu. He was holding something like a letter. Maybe it was a letter from Soma country. He probably wanted to show it to Shu as soon as possible. I can't believe. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother is here. Shu's eyes widened. Why such a grand welcome? That's probably because we are no longer a secret mission. It was Shu-sensei who answered the question. The Kou country and Boku tribe are forming a friendly relationship to act as a deterrent against the Jinkyo tribe. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother probably wants to announce that widely. If the rumors spread, the Jinkyo tribe will find it harder to act. It also serves as a way to appeal to other tribes. I mean, to promote it. I said. The Boku tribe has been welcomed by Kou country. If that's the case, other tribes might think, if we form a friendly relationship with Kou country, we will be treated well too. If that happens, they might send their own friendly envoys. Tenhou is right. Ryujin Kuan must have thought that far ahead. Maybe because Ryujin Kuan was there, the main road was temporarily blocked. However, people were gathering around the town gate in the distance. Ryujin Kuan seems to have everyone curious about who he came to greet. Also, now that I think about it, there's a covered carriage parked near the gate. It has the royal family's emblem on it. It looks like there are other royal family members besides Ryujin Kuan who have come. I wonder if they came to check on things. Who could it be? Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother, we are honored by your personal welcome. Shu-sensei, representing the delegation, knelt down on the ground. I, along with Shu and the other soldiers, followed suit. Kane and Nona, who got off the carriage, did the same, along with the women accompanying them. We, the messenger, have returned safely. Thank you for your hard work. You all have fulfilled your mission splendidly. Ryujin Kuan nodded with a calm expression. The captains of the soldiers will report, so the others should rest comfortably at home. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you very much. We echoed Shu-sensei's words. Then, Shu-sensei said, Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother, the Boku tribe members are tired from their long journey, so I, Gen Shioku, would like to guide everyone to the mansion. How does that sound? Yes. I appreciate it. Gen Shioku Dono. Saying that, Ryujin Kuin clapped his hands. Then, the soldiers who had been standing behind stepped forward. Let's take care of the prisoners here. You all should rest your bodies. I'll make sure you have everything you need for that. If anyone is feeling unwell, we can call a doctor. No, Gen Shiokudono is here. I shouldn't have to worry about everyone's health. What I could do was very little. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Kneeling on the ground, Shu-sensei smiled. I'm really grateful for the help from my disciples on this journey. Please give them some kind words. That's right. Kou Tenhou and Sui Kao. You did well. Ryujin Kuin turned to us. After the battles in the north, you all fulfilled your mission for Acre country. I thank you as the King's younger brother. That's too kind of you. Thank you. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Shu and I bowed our heads. After thinking for a moment, I said, However, I was able to fulfill my mission thanks to Shikei. Oh, is that so? Yes. Because Shikei was there to help me, I managed to survive. This is the truth. I couldn't have rescued the hostages or neutralized Kai Shujaku without Shu. Plus, Shu is also a hostage from Soma country. If I highlight her greatness, her position and treatment should improve. Please, if you could say a word to Shikei instead of me. I must humbly say, my younger disciple is underestimating himself too much. Shu interrupted my words. This achievement is mostly due to Tenhu's efforts, and I only helped a little. Isn't Shikei being too modest? The senior disciple cannot take away the achievements of my younger disciple. Please consider your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I exchanged glances with Shu. Ryujin Kuin covered his mouth on the carriage, as if trying to hold back laughter. I understand your thoughts. I get it. After a while, Ryujin Kuin nodded. I will reward you later. And, Kou Tenhou. Yes. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I want to give you a certain position. I think Tancha mentioned it before. Do you remember? Yes. I remember. Tancha-san had said before. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother wants to assign a unit to Kou Tenhou. That position is probably what he means. There's no need to speak it out loud here. Just be prepared in your heart. Understood. Well then, I shouldn't keep those who are tired from the long journey for too long. Let's talk after you all have settled down. Ryujin Kuin looked at each member of the delegation. Then, everyone, thank you for your hard work. The delegation is dismissed here. Leave the rest to us and take your time to rest. Tancha, Gakukiryu, Gen Shioku, and the captains of the guard unit, please gather at my mansion the day after tomorrow. Until then, make sure to rest your bodies. That's all. With those words, the group was dismissed. Shu and I stood up, exchanged glances, and then clasped hands. After that, I went over to Seirei and Hakuyu. Shu went to the elderly caretaker. Shu-sensei went to the worried Tori-san. We headed towards our respective families, and then, welcome back, brother. Thank you for your hard work, Husama. Gyokusha-sama is waiting for you at home. I reunited with my family and headed home. Chapter 36 The Great Villain of the World returns to his family too. I returned to the Kou family with Seirei and Hakuyu. At home, my mother Gyokushi was waiting for us. She looked healthy. Maybe it was because she had been receiving treatment from Shu-sensei before we left on our journey. Her complexion was good. I heard she hadn't had a fever recently. On the table of the Kou family, my mother's homemade dishes were laid out. Seirei shyly said, I also helped a little. Watching her, I felt that Seirei seemed a bit different. She looked more mature than before. Her outfit was the same as always. However, she wore it more neatly. The hair accessory decorating her silver hair was the setsuenka, snow's edge flower, that I had given her before. Maybe she changed the way she styled her hair, as her neck was more exposed than usual. That might be why she looks more grown up. Normally, Seirei would sit close to me during meals, but that wasn't the case anymore. There was a small gap between our chairs. Of course, Seirei didn't take any of my food or try to feed me. I guess Seirei has grown up. Yeah, that's a really good thing. I want Seirei to live peacefully like this, in a happy life far from any destruction ending. Thinking about that, I finished my meal, and then decided to talk with Seirei in my room. Seirei, how have you been spending your time while I was away? Well, I've been training every day with Tori-san on the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. Seirei is sitting in a chair, looking at me. She really has a calm, mature vibe about her. And I was also called by Urasama to learn about social etiquette. Urasama is the daughter of His Royal Highness the King's younger brother, right? Yes. She also taught me about manners and the general knowledge expected of a noble daughter. I see. I nodded. That's why you look more mature, Seirei. Do I really look more mature? Yeah. You seem calmer than before. I'm happy to hear you say that, big brother. Seirei looked down shyly. If Seirei keeps growing like this, she will become a different type of beauty than in the game. Not just a beauty that brings a nation to ruin, but a stunning beauty that everyone notices. Even now, Seirei shows hints of that. You've grown, Seirei. I'm happy. Seirei's cheeks turned red as she smiled. I've always shown you my childish side, big brother. But, from now on, I'll work hard so that doesn't happen anymore. I want to support you as an adult woman. I see. Being treated as an adult woman by my brother is my dream. Maybe I should rethink my thoughts too. Seirei is growing up. I can't keep treating her like a child forever. Surely, Seirei is starting to walk in a different direction from the ruin end. And it's her own will. I should respect Seirei's will like that. Seirei is trying to become an adult. She won't stay a child forever. Brother. So, I've decided to decline Shu-sensei's request. Shu-sensei's request, huh? That's right. Brother, what kind of request is it? Actually, Shu-sensei asked if the four of us, including Seirei, could do the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. You know, as close to a natural state as possible. All four of us at the same time. I started to explain. The Heaven-Earth guidance technique has a secret method that requires 4 people. The 4 of them represent the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, becoming the embodiment of heaven and earth. It's desirable to perform it in as natural a state as possible. Participants should avoid wearing clothes as much as they can. In that state, each person stands in the corners of the room, facing away from each other, and closes their eyes to perform the guidance. Shu-sensei said, definitely have Seirei-kun join too. But I've decided to decline. Seirei is growing up. She's aiming to be an adult woman, you know. No matter how much we're family, it's impossible to do guidance together without clothes. It can't be helped. Shu-sensei said that even in groups of 3, it can be effective. She mentioned that having 4 people is even better, so Seirei shouldn't worry if I refuse. Wait, Seirei, what's wrong? Seirei silently stands up from her chair. Then, she takes off her setsuenka, snow's edge flower, hair accessory and places it on the desk. Slowly turning around, Seirei says, Meow. Seirei. Meow meow. Meow meow. Seirei. Why are you suddenly rolling on the floor? Meow. Meow meow. Why did you suddenly start the beast body guidance in form of the cat? Come on, Seirei, if you roll around on the floor, your clothes will get messed up. You just fixed your hair so nicely. Why? Weren't you aiming to be an adult woman? Meow. Need. Maya, don't pull on my sleeves. I get it. We'll do beast body guidance together. Meow meow. So, I ended up doing beast body guidance with Seirei after a long time. We kept going until Seirei was satisfied. After that, turning her back to me and wiping her sweat, Seirei said, I will join too. What? Me too, brother. I want to join the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique secret training with you guys. You don't have to push yourself, Seirei. I'm not. What about aiming to be a grown woman? Urasama said, a grown woman always keeps her reason and stays calm. To keep my reason, I need to participate in the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique secret training. That's right. Okay, I understand. More importantly, brother. Yeah. Could you tell me stories from your journey to help me keep my reason? Stories from the journey to keep your reason? A grown woman always keeps her reason. And you said you would treat me as a grown woman. So, brother, could you help me keep my reason? Please. So, I ended up telling Seirei about the things that happened during our journey. Of course, I only shared information that could be made public. Things like the Four Fiends techniques and the secret book of chaos are secrets. Seirei seemed really interested in hearing about Kane and Nona. When I said I wanted her to be friends with them, Seirei nodded eagerly. As we talked, the night grew late. Seirei started to doze off before I knew it. And I, probably from the fatigue of the journey, began to feel sleepy. We ended up sleeping together as siblings for the first time in a while. Chapter 37 Tenhou, Seirei, Uka, and Tori challenge the secret guidance technique. With Seirei's declaration to join, it was decided that the four of us would practice the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. When Shu-sensei received the news, she was really happy. I can understand why. After all, the secret guidance technique created by Master Guyan was about to happen. The secret practice will take place 2 days later. It's the day after Shu-sensei reports the Boku tribe incident to Ryujin-kun. The location is the hall in Shu-sensei's mansion. The participants are me, Seirei, Shu, and Tori-san. Shu-sensei will give us instructions from outside the hall. To help us concentrate, she said she would close the gates and refuse all visitors that day. Tenhou and the others should spend the day peacefully until then. Shu-sensei gave us that instruction. Make sure not to let in any unnecessary information, okay? But, Shu-sensei, you will report to His Royal Highness the King's younger brother tomorrow, right? I'm curious about that. I'll tell you after the secret practice is over. Until then, stay calm. Understood. I conveyed that instruction to Shu and Seirei as well. But, it's hard to keep my mind at ease and not think about unnecessary things. I'm worried about Kai Shujaku and the Golden Feather Syndicate, and I can't help but wonder if I'm really avoiding a bad ending. Plus, I keep thinking about the Four Fiends technique, chaos. So, I decided to practice the 5 divine swordsmanship and 5 divine steps in my room. I was lucky to win against Kai Shujaku, but my skills are still lacking in precision. I need to review everything properly before I meet Master Reiku again. I don't want anyone to think I slacked off on my training, only focusing on pressure point technique and guidance. While I was doing that, Seirei came into the room. While sipping tea, I talked about my journey, and Seirei shared what happened while I was away. Before we knew it, we had started the beast body guidance. Well, Seirei kind of just jumped in with I want to and meow. I ended up going along with it because Shu-sensei told me to stay calm until the day. Doing beast body guidance together helps Seirei relax. It seems like the mature Seirei has disappeared somewhere, though. As we spent time like that, time passed. 2 days later, the day to perform the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique had arrived. On the morning of the event, we gathered in the mansion's large hall. I, Seirei, Shu, and Tori-san were all silent. In the secret technique, to become one with heaven and earth, we must remove as much as possible of what is unnecessary. This includes clothing and words. So we quietly assembled and entered the hall. Shu-sensei silently pointed out the positions for each of us. I stood on the east side of the hall, facing the wall, with my back to the center of the room. I didn't know how the other 3 were arranged. In front of me was a mat. It seemed we were supposed to place our removed clothes here. After a while, Shu-sensei left the room. With the sound of the door closing, I began to prepare myself. The secret technique of Heaven-Earth Guidance requires the 4 of us to position ourselves in the east, west, south, and north, symbolizing heaven and earth. By performing the guidance in as natural a state as possible, we become one with heaven and earth. As a result, the power of Ki increases, allowing us to control it freely. It is said to be very effective in healing Torisan's meridian injuries as well. If I perform this secret technique, my Ki power will become even stronger. I might even be able to stand up to users of the Four Fiends technique. The problem is, how much should I take off? Shu-sensei said to be in a state as natural as possible. I guess I really have to take everything off. There's no helping it. To strengthen my Ki and counter the Four Fiends technique, I will do everything I can. This training is about getting rid of everything extra. Words, distractions in the heart, even clothes. So, I placed everything I was wearing on the mat. The other three might be wearing light clothing, but, well, everyone has their eyes closed, so it should be fine. Let's think that way. Knock, knock. I heard Shu-sensei knock on the door. It was a question asking, "Are you ready?" Clap, clap. We clapped our hands. It was a signal saying, "We are ready." During the secret technique, the only words spoken are Shu-sensei's instructions. Just like trees, birds, and beasts don't speak, we also stop talking. We simply become one with heaven and earth, refining our Ki and dissolving into it. That is the secret of the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Now, let's begin. Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique form of the tree. Shu-sensei's voice echoed. And so, with our eyes still closed, we started the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Woo, I exhaled. Hu, I inhaled. With each breath, my body filled with dense Ki. What swirled in the room was the combined Ki of the four of us. That gentle and warm feeling filled my body, and eventually flowed through me. It was as if my body had become transparent. This was completely different from the usual Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. If I were to say something feels off, no, I can't. The words just won't come out. I don't know how to explain it. The hall is silent. The only sound is Shu-sensei's instructions. Form of the tree, first. Form of the monkey, fourth. Form of the bird, second. With my eyes closed, I follow the voice, repeating each form in order. Each form has 4 movements, 12 in total. As I move my body, the Ki filling the room shifts. I can feel the others moving in the 3 remaining positions. The swirling Ki in the room flows through our bodies. It fills not just the meridians, but every single cell, flowing through us. I can sense the overflowing Ki connecting me, Shu, Seirei, and Torisan. It feels like we're immersed in a pool, not of water, but filled with Ki. Whenever someone moves, the Ki ripples. The ripples pass through someone's body. The Ki makes a full circle around the room and returns to someone else. Even though we're apart, I can clearly sense the movements of the other 3. It feels like the 3 of us have become a single living creature. It's as if the boundaries of our bodies have disappeared. I understand why they said to keep things natural. Maybe wrapping the body with cloth creates resistance against the flow of Ki. It's such a subtle difference, but it might affect the guidance. The others, yeah. Their Ki is circulating without any resistance. The divine energy from me, Shu, and Seirei is also blending into the room's Ki. We occasionally shift our positions, as if chasing the flow of Ki. I move from east to west. In return, someone moves from west to east. With my eyes closed, we pass each other. We know each other's movements, so we don't bump into each other. But, I can't tell who is there. We are connected by Ki. It's as if the boundaries of our bodies have disappeared. It's as if the 4 of us have become one living creature. Since I'm keeping my eyes closed in that state, I can't tell who is who anymore. My heart is racing, but it feels good. I can feel my body getting energized. Strong Ki flows through my meridians. Right now, even if walking in the air is impossible, I feel like I could walk on water. I understand why Shu-sensei wanted us to practice the Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Of course, it's also for Torisan's treatment, but Shu-sensei probably wanted to give us the power to master the Four Fiends technique, Chaos. Also, if we use this secret technique, we can heal the wounds we received from the Four Fiends technique. Even if we get hurt in the fight against the Golden Feather Syndicate, we can manage somehow. That's why we needed the secret of the Heaven-Earth guidance technique. Such thoughts rise and fade away. I respond to Shu-sensei's voice and move north. In return, I can tell someone starts walking south. For a moment, I feel a drop of water under my feet. It might be someone's sweat or condensation created by the heat of Ki. I might slip if I step on it. I avoid the water droplets and move forward. Just then, someone passes by me. That person's foot steps on the wet part of the floor. Their foot slips, losing balance. I reach out my hand toward that person with my eyes still closed. I catch their falling body, supporting them. In my right hand, I feel a soft touch, their warmth, and the beat of their heart, before letting go of their hot body. That person regains their balance and heads south. The Heaven-Earth guidance technique doesn't stop. It flows without hesitation, moving on. We become trees, monkeys, and migratory birds heading in different directions. From north to south. From south to east. Feeling the Ki filling our bodies, the heat, and each other's presence, we keep moving. I can't tell if I'm moving or if the Ki is pushing me along. It just feels good to be like this. With that strange sense of happiness, the guidance continues. Before I know it, I'm back in my original position. Bang, bang, bang. A signal from beyond the door rings out, signaling the end. Good job. Open your eyes and get ready. In front of me were a mat and the clothes I had taken off. Shu-sensei's guidance was perfect. We had returned to our original spots without a single mistake. My body was drenched in sweat. And my body felt warm from the core. I wiped the sweat with a cloth and quickly put on my clothes. My skin was tingling. It was like I had touched everyone's skin through the Ki. So, it might have been like I was touched through Ki by Seirei, Shu, and Tori-san. The tingling on my skin is probably because of that. When I focus on my body, yeah, as I thought, Ki is overflowing. Plus, I can completely control divine energy now. I can tell where the strong divine energy is in my body, and I can concentrate it in certain areas. I feel like I can change the wood, fire, earth, metal, water attributes with my own will. Amazing, as expected of Master Gaian's secret technique. Anyway, I'm glad it ended without any problems. This should heal Tori-san's wounds. By the way, someone almost tripped along the way. I quickly caught her, but who was that? The four of us were connected by Ki and felt almost like one. So, I couldn't even tell who was next to me. But I'm curious. That warmth and heartbeat still linger. Who was it that I caught back then? Are you all set? Yes, Shu-sensei. I am okay, yes. Tori is also fine. Good. With this, the secret of the Heaven-Earth guidance technique is complete. The door opened, and Shu-sensei showed her face. She looked satisfied. Tori's meridian injury should be completely healed now. Your Ki must have gotten stronger too. You'll be able to sense your Ki in your body better than before, and you shouldn't lose to most opponents with your Ki anymore. I think you'll be able to release the pressure point technique quickly. Thank you very much. Take it easy today and calm your Ki. Good job. With those words, today's training came to an end. Can I ask you something, Shu? When I called out, Shu looked at me. Maybe it was because of the guidance earlier. Her ears were bright red. What is it? What is it, Tenhou? It's about the guidance from earlier. Sorry. Not now. Sorry. I'm just a little. Shu, I'll go home first. Good job today. Shu covered her face and ran away. Well then, brother. I'll take my leave first too. Ha! Seirei. Let's go home together. I'm sorry, brother. I'm aiming to be a mature woman. Seirei's face was bright red, and she looked down. I think it's better for us to go home separately today to keep our composure. Hakuyu-san should be here to pick me up. So. Okay. I understand. See you later, brother. With that, Seirei also went home first. Both of them are acting strange. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Just a little while ago, they were completely relaxed during the guidance. Somehow, I started feeling more embarrassed. Tori-san. About what happened earlier? Why yes. What is it? Tenhou-sama. It's about what happened earlier. Well. Tori-san is all flustered. Waving her hands and shaking her head, Tori-san looks at me and says, "Why yes. I will answer. What is it?" During the guidance, you see. I'm sorry, Tenhou. Can we talk about it later? Suddenly, Shu-sensei spoke up. I need to check Tori's condition now, but I don't want to upset her first. I'm sorry. Oh, right. The secret of the Heaven-Earth guidance technique is also to heal Tori-san. So, I have to check her condition after it's done. Got it. Then, I'll head home too. Thank you, Tenhou. I can't thank you enough. I should be the one thanking you, Shu-sensei, for your help. See you another day, Tenhou-sama. Excuse me, Tori-san. And so, I went home alone. Seirei-sama said she doesn't need dinner today. When I got home, Hakuyu said that. She said her heart is uneasy today. She was apologizing to Hu-sama. I don't think she needs to apologize to me, though. I think by tomorrow, I'll be able to face my brother, she said. Yeah. I'll talk to mother about it. For the shy Seirei, the secret of the Heaven-Earth guidance technique might have been too much to handle. I'll leave her alone today. But still, I'm really curious. Whose body heat and heartbeat did I feel? Or maybe it's better to leave it unknown. Seirei, Shu, and Tori-san all seemed off. It might be best not to touch on it until everyone calms down. But honestly, I'm really curious. While I was lost in thought, resting quietly, there's a problem, Hu-sama. A messenger has arrived from the palace. Hakuyu rushed into my room. I hurried to the mansion's gate. There stood a soldier. I recognized him. Wasn't he the one who traveled with Shu in the northern lands? I think he was among the soldiers with Kairyu Aniyu. Are you Kou Tenhou Dono? The young soldier clasped his hands towards me. I'm Han Kei, one of the wolf cavalry directly under His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Thank you for your polite greeting. I am Kou Tenhou. So he really is from the wolf cavalry. But why would someone from Crown Prince Ruin's direct unit need me? It is an honor to meet someone sent by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Thank you. Actually, I have a message from His Royal Highness Ruin for you, Kou Tenhou Dono. From His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yes. He wants to hear about the incident in the Boku tribe's village. He would like you to come to the palace on a specified day, if possible. Me, reporting to His Royal Highness Ruin? That's fine, but I'm just a nobody, you know? I understand. You will be more of an assistant for the report. Also, His Royal Highness the King's younger brother and Gen Shioku Dono are expected to be present. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has asked that you also report to Kou Tenhou Dono. Is it a request? Not an order. That is His Royal Highness Ruin's intention. Saying that, Han Kei-san from the Wolf Cavalry bowed. If you could give me your response by the morning of that day, it would be great. I look forward to a good reply, Kou Tenhou Dono. Chapter 38 Kou Tenhou meets Crown Prince Ruin 1. A few days later, I was in a room in the royal palace. This was a hall used by the royal family for private meetings. In front of me sat Crown Prince Ruin. Next to him was Ryujin Kuin. Facing them, I was kneeling on the floor with Shu-sensei. I never thought I would be called by Crown Prince Ruin. I was told it was to report on the Boku tribe incident, but the official report should have already been given by Shu-sensei and Tancha-san. There shouldn't be any reason for them to call me specifically. Gen Shuyoku, Kou Tenhou. Raise your head. Yes. Yes. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. At Ryujin Kuin's voice, I lifted my head. I could see Crown Prince Ruin's face. It was different from his usual confident expression. He looked strangely calm, quietly watching me and Shu-sensei. I have already heard about the incident from Gen Shuyoku and my uncle's subordinate, Tancha. Crown Prince Ruin began to speak. The Boku tribe was attacked by the Jinkyo tribe. There is a mysterious organization called the Golden Feather Syndicate. This organization has arrogantly declared that Acre country will perish. Of course, I am also aware of your achievements. It feels strange. I feel like Crown Prince Ruin used to speak much faster. When he talked in the general office or at Ryujin Kuen's mansion, he had a way of speaking that felt really pressuring, like he wouldn't let anyone argue back. This is the first time I've seen Crown Prince Ruin speak so calmly. Your efforts are recognized by my father, His Majesty the King. Thank you for your hard work. I am honored, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I am humbled. Shu-sensei and I bow our heads. What I want to know is about a person named Kai Shujaku. Actually, opinions are divided among the officials on how to deal with that man. Crown Prince Ruin's words were taken over by Ryujin Kuen. I'm thinking of imprisoning Kai Shujaku to extract information. He is a dangerous person. There are also voices saying he should be executed immediately to avoid any future problems. Uncle is right. Crown Prince Ruin nodded at Ryujin Kuen's words. Some officials are shouting that they don't even want to see such an ominous person. I, Ruin, also want to get rid of anyone who speaks such terrible words as Aka country will perish. But there was a pause for a while. Crown Prince Ruin shook his head, then looked at me and Shu-sensei. I cannot execute a prisoner based on personal feelings. Besides, we need information. Even if they are a detestable enemy, we must learn about the Golden Feather Syndicate. He said this with a serious expression. Therefore, before making a decision about the prisoner, I decided to hear the opinions of those who fought against him. I called Gen Shuyoku, the deputy messenger, and Kou Tenhou, the child of General Skybear, for that reason. Not calling Sui Kao was my decision. Ryujin Kuen said. Sui Kao. Shu is not here because she is the princess of Soma country. If Shu were to give her opinion in an official setting, it might become the opinion of Soma country. With Kou Tenhou, can't you speak in place of your brother? Yes. I will fulfill my duty. Thank you. Now, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, may I allow Gen Shuyoku and Kou Tenhou to speak freely? Ah, yes. They have my permission. Crown Prince Ruin took a deep breath and then announced. There's no need to hold back. Gen Shuyoku, and you too, Kou Tenhou. Tell me everything about that man, Kai Shujaku, without hiding anything from me. After that, Shu-sensei and I talked about the battle at the Boku tribe's fortress. Shu-sensei's pressure point technique didn't work on the enemy soldiers. For some reason, my and Shu's Sui Kao technique did work on the enemy soldiers. Kai Shujaku's poison key has the power to strengthen the enemy soldiers. There is someone using the same technique in the Golden Feather Syndicate. We shared all this with Crown Prince Ruin. Of course, we told him that we burned the secret book of chaos. We promised the people of the Boku tribe to keep the existence of the secret book a secret. This is a matter of personal trust, separate from loyalty to our lord. It's about chivalry. For Fiend's technique, Kyuki. Crown Prince Ruin listened with excitement. He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his eyes shining. It is certainly dangerous, but also powerful. If this Kyuki can be mastered by me or the Wolf Cavalry, we might have nothing to fear. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I must say. I bowed deeply before speaking. Kyuki is a deadly poison that destroys people. It reshapes others with its poison and turns them into their tools. It is not something Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince should master. Are you saying that this Ruin will be intoxicated by poison and consumed by it? I don't know. But the dream I saw before is still in my head. In that dream, Crown Prince Ruin said, eventually, this continent will be devoured by the Four Fiends. That means Aka country was destroyed by a user of the Four Fiends technique. But there's another way to think about it. For example, the Ruin King in the game got involved with the Four Fiends technique, and because of that, the country fell. Of course, I might be overthinking it. But for me, I don't want Crown Prince Ruin to get involved with the Four Fiends technique. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince said, no need to hold back. I will follow that word. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince should not touch the Four Fiends technique. This is the opinion of someone who has actually fought against Kyuki. Please, I hope you will listen. This might earn the anger of Crown Prince Ruin. But I have to say what needs to be said. I understand. I will accept your words. Just when I thought that, surprisingly honest words came back. When I looked up, Crown Prince Ruin was smiling, still wearing a bitter expression. These are the words of someone who has actually faced Kyuki. I have no choice but to accept them. Besides, I was taught by my uncle that advice is often bitter. As royalty, one must start by swallowing bitter words. Ryujin Kuen's teachings? Is Crown Prince Ruin learning from Ryujin Kuen? When did that happen? It is dangerous for me, Ruin, to master the Four Fiends technique. I understand. Thank you for saying that, Kou Tenhou. Thank you, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You seem to be quite clever. Therefore, I have something I want to ask. What is it about? As I mentioned earlier, it's about how to handle Kai Shujaku. Crown Prince Ruin looked straight at me and said, from your discussions, I realized that Kai Shujaku is a dangerous presence. We cannot leave someone who spreads poison ki unchecked. However, the information he possesses is also valuable. Your Royal Highness is correct. However, this is something my uncle also mentioned, but keeping him as a prisoner is dangerous. The so-called Golden Feather Syndicate might sneak into this town in Hokurin and try to rescue him. They are the ones saying things like Aka country will perish. You never know what they might do. They could set fire to the town, create chaos, and in that confusion, try to rescue Kai Shujaku. Crown Prince Ruin's words were taken over by Ryujin Kuen. Of course, we plan to tighten security in the town. However, we can't keep a strict alert forever just for one prisoner. Should we eliminate Kai Shujaku to cut off future worries, or keep him as a prisoner and extract information? It's a tough decision. So, I want to hear the opinion of the one who defeated him. Kou Tenhou, what do you think we should do with Kai Shujaku? Crown Prince Ruin and Ryujin Kuen were staring at me intently. What should we do with Kai Shujaku? It's a difficult problem. Kai Shujaku is the father of the game protagonist, Kai Ugetsu. If Aka country executes Kai Shujaku, this country will become an enemy of Kai Ugetsu. Just like how in the game, Kai Ugetsu saw Kou Tenhou as an enemy, he might come to hate Aka country itself as an enemy. But we can't keep Kai Shujaku as a prisoner forever. The Four Fiends technique, Kyuki, is too powerful. There's a chance that the guard soldiers could be affected by poison ki. It's also possible that Kai Ugetsu or the Golden Feather Syndicate might come to rescue Kai Shujaku. If that's the case, we might need to decide how long to keep him as a prisoner. I realized I had said that out loud. How about we lock up Kai Shujaku close to this town, Hokurin, for 6 months or maybe a year, and see how it goes? 6 months to a year, huh? That should allow us to keep a tight watch. Crown Prince Ruin nodded. But, Kai Shujaku is a user of poison ki, right? So, we need someone who can counter that to keep watch. Who could take on that role? Tenhou. Suddenly, Shu-sensei spoke up. She looked at me with kind eyes and asked, are you planning to be the one to watch over Kai Shujaku? Yes, Shu-sensei. I nodded. Poison ki doesn't affect me. I think I'm the best choice for the watch. Did you mention a place close to Hokurin so that we can send help quickly if the Golden Feather Syndicate comes to rescue Kai Shujaku? You're right, Shu-sensei. I see. That makes sense. As expected, you're smart. No, I'm just a coward. A coward? You, who are trying to face Kai Shujaku? If we execute him, we will lose our lead on the Golden Feather Syndicate. That's what I'm afraid of. And I thought for a moment. And Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother said that the Golden Feather Syndicate might come to get Kai Shujaku back. If we use that to our advantage, we might be able to capture the Golden Feather Syndicate members. I see. So that's it. Of course, I can't do it alone, so I will need to call for backup. If the Golden Feather Syndicate comes, Tenhou can buy us some time. So, we can call for help or, if worst comes to worst, we can escape, right? I'm confident in my escape skills. Plus, I can buy some time. But what about martial arts training? No, maybe it's not a problem. If you move close to Hokurin, we can just go with you. I see. Outside of Hokurin, we can train without worrying about being seen. Will you come with us too, Shu-sensei? Of course, right? Kai Shujaku is my enemy. Since Tenhou is trying to get involved with him, I can't just run away. Besides, if I'm supposed to deal with him in a year, then I'm the right person for the job. Shu-sensei. Of course, this is only if we have permission from Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Saying that, Shu-sensei nodded. I don't understand this, uncle. What are Gen Shioku and Kou Tenhou talking about? Gen Shioku and Kou Tenhou are suggesting a plan to capture the Golden Feather Syndicate, Your Royal Highness Ruin. Ryujin Kuan answered Crown Prince Ruin's question. As expected of Ryujin Kuan, he seems to understand what I and Shu-sensei are thinking. If we keep Kai Shujaku confined, there's a chance that the Golden Feather Syndicate will come to rescue him. Hokurin is the capital of Kou country. Every day, many people come and go. In the midst of that, the Golden Feather Syndicate might sneak in. They could set fire to the town or attack innocent people. They might create chaos to rescue Kai Shujaku. Ryujin Kuan is probably worried about that. If that's the case, we should just lock Kai Shujaku in a place with few people. An unused fortress or mansion, anyway, somewhere with strong defenses. That way, we should be able to prevent harm to the general public. Honestly, I don't want to get involved with the Golden Feather Syndicate. I also don't want to get close to the game protagonist, Kai Ugetsu. No matter how much I train, the game's weakest character, Kou Tenhou, can't possibly win against the protagonist. But, I need information. To avoid the destruction ending, I can't just keep running away. I'm really scared, though. I would like to ask Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I looked up and saw the two of them. I heard a rumor that there's an old, unused castle near Hokurin. Is that true? At least, that's how it was in the game. There was a sturdy castle near Hokurin. It was said to be the place where a royal family member from generations ago died under mysterious circumstances, so it wasn't used because it was considered bad luck. In the game, a young military commander enters that castle to block the protagonist's advance. The protagonists attack and take over the castle to make it their base. Then, they set up their main camp there and aim for the capital of Kou country, Hokurin. That place has strong defenses. It even has a dungeon. I think it would be a good place to lock up Kai Shujaku. Ah, yes. It definitely exists. You know it well, Kou Tenhou. Ryujin Kuan nodded. That fortress was built when Kou country was a much smaller nation. Since my great-uncle and the king passed away there, we haven't stationed any soldiers, but it has been maintained. How about we confine Kai Shujaku there? If the Golden Feather Syndicate comes, we can handle it there. Or, we might even be able to capture them. That's true. It's not a bad idea. No, uncle. Please wait. Isn't Kou Tenhou saying something dangerous? Suddenly, Crown Prince Ruin raised his voice. Kou Tenhou as the guard for Kai Shujaku? If the Golden Feather Syndicate comes to rescue Kai Shujaku, capture them, you say? That can't be. With all due respect, I, Gen Shioku, would also like to assist. You too. Why? Kou Tenhou is my disciple. If my disciple is about to take a risk, it's the duty of a master to lend a hand. But, uncle, what do you think? I think it's not a bad strategy. Ryujin Kuan said. If it's for a year, we can maintain a state of high alert. I was just thinking of assigning a unit to Kou Tenhou. It would be good to give them soldiers to keep watch over the fortress. But, what if the Golden Feather Syndicate really shows up? Let's organize a support team in advance. I'll leave the command to Gaku Kiryu, and I will take responsibility for this operation. But, Crown Prince Ruin shook his head, then looked at me. But I don't understand. Kou Tenhou, why are you going this far? He said that. You have no title or rank. There shouldn't be a reason for you to act as a lookout like Kai Shujaku. If the Golden Feather Syndicate really appears, you might be in danger. I'm prepared. I'm actually really scared. But Shu-sensei will be with me. Gaku Kiryu will also lead the support team. If Shu-sensei is by my side, I can learn the Four Fiends technique chaos. Maybe I can gain the power to fight against the Golden Feather Syndicate. Also, I know how to attack that castle near Hokurin. I know the easy routes to sneak in. If we focus our soldiers there, we should be able to prevent the enemy from getting in. Honestly, I'm scared of both the Four Fiends technique and the Golden Feather Syndicate. I'd rather not get close to them. But if things happen without my knowledge, and as a result, someone important gets hurt, that would be even scarier. I want to see the Golden Feather Syndicate with my own eyes, if possible, and find out what kind of people they are. If I can, I want to talk to them. I want to know why they believe that Acre country will fall. If that's not possible, at least I want to confirm their location. That way, I can feel a little more at ease. I'm not strong enough to fight the enemy alone. I can't stand up to them as a hero protecting the country from destruction. But I think I can at least keep an eye on the captives. As someone who has resistance to poison ki, I can watch over Kai Shujaku and interrogate him. If the Golden Feather Syndicate members or the game protagonist Kai Ugetsu show up, I can buy some time and wait for help. I think I can manage that much. Kou Tenhou. You are Kairyu's younger brother. I just want to do what I can. Your Royal Highness. I bowed to Crown Prince Ruin and Ryujin Kuan. To imprison Kai Shujaku as a captive. I would like to serve as his lookout. Please, would you consider it? Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Chapter 39 Kou Tenhou meets Crown Prince Ruin 2. Are you really going to get involved with that cursed one for everyone's sake? You. Crown Prince Ruin was stunned. He was quietly repeating what I had said. It seemed like he was trying hard to swallow my words. Eventually, Crown Prince Ruin seemed to make up his mind and said, Uncle. Yes, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If we were to carry out Kou Tenhou's plan, it can't just be Kou Tenhou and Gen Shioku stationed at the fort. We need soldiers. Is it possible to send some elite troops? Yes, it is possible. We can assign those who specialize in protecting important people. The fort is near this town. Then let's also send troops from the Wolf Cavalry. If we rotate them every few days, we can keep ourselves updated on the situation. What do you think? I believe it's a good plan. I see. Crown Prince Ruin still seemed troubled. But he shook his head and said, All right. I will suggest this to His Majesty the King. Can I count on your support, Uncle? Of course. Then, Kou Tenhou. And you too, Gen Shioku. Crown Prince Ruin looked at me and Shu-sensei. Let's accept your proposal. I will convey the current discussion to His Majesty the King. The answer may not come immediately, but let's move forward positively. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I appreciate it. Shu-sensei and I bow. However, Kai Shujaku and the Golden Feather Syndicate are dangerous. If you feel it's beyond your control, you should inform my uncle or this Ruin. We will think of a new plan. You are valuable individuals. Do not forget that. Crown Prince Ruin and Ryujin Kuan said. Shu-sensei and I bow again. That ended the conversation. Just as we were about to leave. Excuse me. Han Kei from the Wolf Cavalry wishes to see you. It's urgent. What should we do? A voice came from outside the hall. Urgent. That's fine. But is my uncle okay with it? Yes, it's fine. Understood. Then, Han Kei, please come in. Excuse me. The door opened, and a soldier entered. It was Han Kei-san, who had come to deliver a message to the Kou family a few days ago. As he entered, he immediately bowed. His back was shaking slightly. He had a regretful look on his face, gritting his teeth. What happened? I have to report. The prisoner, Kai Shujaku, has just taken his own life. That was Han Kei-san's words. Kai Shujaku jumped from the tower overlooking the training ground. He fell headfirst and died right there. The tower, meaning a tall building. There are several places like that in the royal palace. Since it's near the training ground, it's probably a place where the general gives orders to the soldiers. But it's strange. Kai Shujaku was supposed to be restrained and locked up. How could he have climbed up to the tower? What? How did that happen? Are you saying someone took the prisoner out of the prison and brought him to the tower? Who did that? Who? It was Cho Seikimei, the general of the devoted cavalry. Han Keisan answered in a serious voice. Cho Seikimei. He is the uncle of Crown Prince Ruin on his mother's side and holds the rank of general. Did that person take Kai Shujaku out? General Cho went with his subordinates to the prison and took Kai Shujaku and the soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe. They went to the tower overlooking the training ground and started interrogating them there. Uncle Cho. Why? The general said, there are this many soldiers in the castle. There's no way you can escape. If you value your life, tell me everything you know. Furthermore, Cho Seikimei continued, Aka country has even more military power. There's no way this great nation could fall. The so-called Golden Feather Syndicate is just spouting delusions. If you realize this, repent. Answer the interrogation. So he said. After that, Cho Seikimei and his subordinates took their eyes off the prisoner for a moment. It seemed they let their guard down because Kai Shujaku looked like he was kneeling. He was terrified of Aka country's military power and fell into despair. Cho Seikimei and his subordinates judged this and looked away. That was a mistake. Right after, the soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe started to go wild. Kai Shujaku's body had needles stuck in it by Shu-sensei, sealing his ki power. Additionally, his arms were shackled, and ropes were tied around his waist. However, when the soldiers of the Jinkyo tribe went wild, their hands slipped free from the ropes. In that moment, Kai Shujaku jumped down from the platform. He probably didn't intend to escape. He threw himself down to protect the information of the Golden Feather Syndicate, and maybe to protect Kai Ugetsu. The platform was over 3 stories high. Kai Shujaku fell headfirst and was slammed to the ground, reportedly dying instantly. What have they done? Ryujin Kuin murmured, almost groaning. Chodono, why would he do something so reckless? The treatment of the prisoner was supposed to be entrusted to me. After the incident, General Cho reportedly went to report to His Majesty the King. Han Keisan continues the report. After apologizing, General Cho said, I did what was necessary to swiftly crush the vile organization. And he said he would accept punishment from His Majesty the King. So, what did Father say? That's it. Well, His Majesty instructed me to speak with His Royal Highness the King's younger brother and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. A voice was heard. A tall man stood beyond the open door. He had short black hair and a blue crown. He was wearing a decorated morning coat. He was Cho Seikimei, the general of the devoted cavalry and a relative of Crown Prince Ruin. His Majesty has commanded me to speak with you both. It is a royal order. I understand you are in the middle of a meeting, but I must intrude. General, what have you done? Ryujin Kuin stood up and shouted. The Crown Prince and I were just discussing the treatment of the prisoner here. To take that prisoner away without permission, and let him die. Do you understand what you have done? I understand. This is my mistake. I bow and apologize. Cho Seikimei gracefully bowed down. But for a prisoner to take their own life, that was completely unexpected. I never thought it would come to such a situation. Please, forgive me. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Cho Seikimei continued to apologize while bowing. Crown Prince Ruin did not respond. I told you that prisoner was dangerous. Why did you bring them out? Instead, it was Ryujin Kuin who spoke up. Kai Shujaku is an important figure in the Golden Feather Syndicate. You should have expected that they might take their own life to keep secrets. So why did you do this, Chodono? This Cho Seikimei always thinks about serving your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Serving your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you say? Yes. We must keep such an ominous and cursed person as far away from your Royal Highness as possible. Cho Seikimei said. The air in the room felt like it had frozen. Aka country is doomed. Just saying those words feels cursed. Those who spread such words are the worst kind of omen. We shouldn't waste time getting rid of them. We must do everything we can to quickly extract information. So, you took them to the tower? That's right. You tried to show the military strength of Acre country and force the prisoners to submit. Just as your Royal Highness, the king's younger brother, said. But because of that, the prisoner took their own life. We lost our source of information. Even so, we were able to eliminate the ominous ones. Chosekime raised his face and shouted. And the so-called Golden Feather Syndicate must be connected to the Jinkyo tribe. Then I, Chosekime, will lead the troops and destroy them. That way, we can erase the bad omen. I somewhat understood what Chosekime was thinking. This person is a relative of Crown Prince Ruin, almost like family. That's why he is unusually concerned about the nickname Cursed Crown Prince that Crown Prince Ruin has. Chosekime probably couldn't tolerate ominous beings like Kai Shujaku and the Golden Feather Syndicate. That's why he tried to bring Kai Shujaku out to the tower to extract information. But Kai Shujaku ended up taking his own life. Even so, does Chosekime think he has eliminated the ominous? Your Royal Highness, please grant me the chance to atone for my sins through my achievement. Chosekime said. Crown Prince Ruin did not respond. Please tell me, Chosekime, to head to the northern lands and destroy the enemies of Acre country. It is my duty to erase all ominous things for your Royal Highness. Please, give me the opportunity to fulfill that. Chosekime continued. He clasped his hands and waited eagerly for Crown Prince Ruin's answer. I will confirm this. Chosekime. Eventually, Crown Prince Ruin quietly sighed. You said you would erase the ominous, right? I did say that. The prisoner Kai Shujaku has taken his own life. But do you boast that you have erased the ominous because of that? I do not boast. However, it is true that I was able to eliminate the cursed one from your Royal Highness's side. There should be nothing ominous by the side of Ruin, who is known as the Cursed Crown Prince, right? His tone was calm. After all, he is different from the previous Crown Prince Ruin. In the past, when he spoke the words Cursed Crown Prince, he would either become furious or look pained. Now, it is different. He is calm. It was as if he was speaking about an obvious fact, calmly. That's why you took Kai Shujaku out and tried to forcefully get information. As a result, did you make Kai Shujaku take his own life? Your Royal Highness, you shouldn't speak such ominous names. But it seemed Chosekime didn't realize that. Chosekime knelt on the floor, trembling as he spoke. I will erase all the ominous things. You don't need to worry, Your Royal Highness. Please, leave the handling of the ominous and the cursed to me. Shut up. His tone was icy. At those words, it felt like Chosekime was hit, and his body shook. Shut up, Chosekime. You did something you shouldn't have. But, Your Royal Highness, you made the very person I were trying to extract information from take his own life, and the reason was to keep ominous things away. For this ruin. Don't be ridiculous. Who asked for such a thing? But I was trying to erase the name that torments you. The name Cursed Crown Prince is a trivial personal matter. Crown Prince Ruin shouted. How a prisoner is treated is decided by the country. In other words, it's a public matter. Did you twist the country's public matters for your own trivial reasons? Please wait. Those in the rank of general have the right to decide how to treat prisoners. Those are prisoners captured by my own unit. It was Kou Tenhou and Sui Kao, Gen Shioku who captured Kai Shujaku. What right do you have, who hasn't shed a drop of blood or sweat, to say anything? Did you take these prisoners, who risked their lives to capture, and make them commit suicide on your own? While we were planning to extract information from them, you have wasted all the efforts and battles of Gen Shioku and Kou Tenhou. So, Your Royal Highness, after doing all that, you want me to send you to the north? Don't be ridiculous. How can I trust someone who twists public matters for personal reasons with the army? Have some shame. Chosekime. Unable to hold back any longer, Crown Prince Ruin stood up. Crown Prince Ruin looked down at Chosekime, clenching his fists. There was a pause for a moment. Then Crown Prince Ruin sighed and waved his arm. Leave. Your punishment will be left to my uncle. Saying that, Crown Prince Ruin turned his back on Choseki-mei. Thank you for supporting me until now. I understand that you have worked hard to clear my title, Cursed Crown Prince. But this is it. I will not allow any more meetings from now on. What? Your Royal Highness? Please. Uncle Cho. Just go away. I'm begging you. I am so sorry. Bang. Choseki-mei slammed his forehead against the floor. Over and over, again and again. Step back. Chodono. Ryujin Kuen's voice echoed. I will inform you of your punishment later. For now, leave. It is for you and your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Understood. Eventually, Choseki-mei stood up. He left the room with unsteady steps. This is a failure of Ruin. Crown Prince Ruin murmured quietly. I became too caught up in the words Cursed Crown Prince. This is the result. Uncle Cho was dragged into it. Everything is No, it's not your Royal Highness the Crown Prince's responsibility. I blurted out without thinking. But Crown Prince Ruin still had his shoulders slumped. He turned his back to us, smiling sadly. You twisted the country's affairs for trivial personal matters, huh? That's quite a thing to say. It was this Ruin who got caught up in the Cursed Crown Prince nickname and rushed ahead, causing casualties for the Wolf Cavalry. How dare I speak so arrogantly to Uncle Cho? Your Royal Highness Ruin. I'm sorry. Uncle, Gen Shioku, Kou Tenhou. For now, please leave me alone. Eventually, Crown Prince Ruin said that. Han Kei, please see everyone out. Everyone, it was a great honor. I'm glad to have heard your stories, truly. Excuse me, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Excuse me. Yes. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. And so we left the presence of Crown Prince Ruin. Chapter 40. Tenhou, Seirei, and Yuri discuss. Choseki-mei has been punished. Specifically, he has been demoted from the rank of General of the Devoted Cavalry and will be under house arrest for a certain period. Further instructions about his duties will come later. The punishment for letting a prisoner die is quite severe. Ryujin Kuen made this decision. He must have been really angry, but now we've lost our way to get information from the Golden Feather Syndicate. Also, for Kai Ugetsu, the protagonist, Aka Country has become the enemy that killed his father. We can say that Choseki-mei's punishment wasn't the country's intention, though. More importantly, the problem is Crown Prince Ruin's deep sadness. Since then, Crown Prince Ruin has hardly shown himself in public. Ryujin Kuen has been visiting his room, but he doesn't respond. Crown Prince Ruin had agreed to the plan to imprison Kai Shujaku in the fortress. He was planning to send people from the Wolf Cavalry to help. That plan was crushed in an instant. Moreover, it's because of Choseki-mei, a relative of Crown Prince Ruin. What should I do? It's not good to leave Crown Prince Ruin like this. That person will eventually become the king of Aka Country. It's not good for a future king to be so down. Besides, I don't dislike the current Crown Prince Ruin. I really want him to cheer up, but it's tough. I didn't think he would be this depressed. How can I make him feel better? In the evening, after doing beast body guidance with Seirei, I was muttering to myself. What's wrong, brother? Seirei, who was wiping sweat, turned around in a panic. The only time Seirei avoided me was on the day we practiced the secret technique, Heaven-Earth Guidance Technique. Since the next day, things went back to normal. In the morning and evening, we come to do beast body guidance like this. But, sometimes, she suddenly turns bright red like this. What happened? Brother. Seirei looked at me with a surprised face. She approached me while still sweaty, getting close and staring at my face. Are you feeling down, big brother? Is it because I've been avoiding you since the secret? I am sorry. But, during the time of the secret, I was always sensing my brother's feelings, just like how my brother directly understood all of me. That's it. Seirei, please cheer up, big brother. I'll do anything for you. Calm down, Seirei. I'm not the one feeling down. Ah, really? Seirei let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad. The person who's feeling down is someone I know. No. I can't talk about royal matters. I should keep it a bit vague. It's someone I know, someone much more important than me. There was a little incident, and that person is really down. I was wondering how to cheer them up. I can't even imagine someone more important than you. Well, I can't say who it is. I see. So how do you cheer up someone more important than you? Seirei tilted her head, thinking hard. Then she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. I can't think of a way to cheer up anyone but you. I can't imagine it. I see. So, I think I'll ask someone who knows about relationships. You don't have to force yourself, you know? It's not forcing. I want to help you, big brother. Seirei said that and smiled. Is there anything I can do for you, big brother? I want to try anything. So please, let me help. Okay. I'm counting on you, Seirei. Yes, big brother. A few days later, at Ryujin-kun's mansion. Yurasama, do you know how to cheer up someone who is feeling down? This is the guest room in Ryujin-kun's mansion. While drinking tea at the table, Seirei asked Ryujin-kun's youngest daughter, Yuri. Why are you asking me all of a sudden, Seirei-sama? I was asked by my big brother. He wants to know how to cheer up someone who is feeling down. From Kou Tenhou-sama? Yes. He wants to cheer up an important person he knows. And you thought to ask me? Since Yurasama is a master of socializing, I thought you might know how to cheer someone up. Well, that's true. Yuri held the teacup and paused for a moment. After elegantly sipping her tea, she said, if it's someone Kou Tenhou-sama knows, it's probably a man. Why yes, I think so. Cheering up a man is quite difficult. I don't have any close male friends. Most social gatherings I attend are with women. I'm not sure how to cheer up a sad man. I see. I'm sorry I can't be of help. No, I will also do my best to find out. Saying this, Seirei nodded strongly. Since my big brother is counting on me, I will do anything I can. Seirei-sama, that's wonderful desu. With eyes like they were looking at something dazzling, Yuri nodded. I envy Seirei-sama for being able to work hard for the people she cares about. Always being helped by my brother. Seirei blushed and said, I want to be useful at times like this. If I can do that, I feel like I can stay by my brother's side from now on. Really, I'm so envious desu. Yuri-sama, when I was younger, I had someone like that too. Back when we were just little kids, before we even knew each other's situations. Yuri muttered absent-mindedly. Then, to change the mood, she clapped her hands. Sorry. I got lost in thought. No, please don't worry about it. As an apology, I'll look into it on my side too. You're going to find a way to cheer up my brother's acquaintance, right? Yes desu. I have someone special to consult about that. I'll ask later. If I find out anything, I'll let you know too, Seirei-sama. Evening. At Ryujin-kun's mansion. Hey, father. What are some ways to cheer up a gentleman? What's going on, Yuri? In the evening, Yuri asked her father, Ryujin-kun, who had just returned from work. Is there a man you're interested in? If you want, I can listen. That's not it. There's no need to get worked up. You're at the age where you might have someone you like. If you do, I can. That's not it. It's a consultation from Seirei-sama desu. Then Yuri explained the situation to her father. Kou Tenhou's acquaintance is feeling very down. She doesn't know who it is, but that acquaintance is someone in a higher position than Kou Tenhou. Seirei, who received advice from Kou Tenhou, was seeking Yuri's help. After hearing all this, Ryujin-kun said, Yuri really has good friends. He nodded with a very kind expression. Ryujin-kun, having heard the story, understood the situation. The acquaintance who is feeling down that Tenhou mentioned must be Crown Prince Ruin. Since then, Crown Prince Ruin has not shown himself in public. It seems he is handling his duties in his room, but he doesn't come out even when someone visits. Ryujin-kun is also worried about him. Ryu Seirei is a really good kid. You should cherish her, Yuri. Of course desu. Yes. I will also cherish Kou Tenhou. He is a valuable person both in public and private. What? Ah, yes. So, father, about the consultation. Right. I will think about that too. Ryujin Kuan said. Among our guests, there are those who are knowledgeable about healing people. I will talk to them later. I also plan to do what I can. Please, father. By the way, Yuri. Yes, father. Would you listen to my request? Of course. If it's something I can do. I see, then. Ryujin Kuan cleared his throat once before. Could you deliver something to the palace for me? Tomorrow, I'm planning to go a bit far away. I won't have time to stop by the palace. Instead, I want you to deliver a package to a certain person. You're going as my father's representative, right? Understood. Yuri clasped her hands towards her father. Ari Yuri, as my father's proxy, I will fulfill my duty splendidly. I'll give you the package later. Please deliver it to His Royal Highness Ruin. Ha! Yuri's face stiffened when she heard the delivery destination. She looked down and shook her head. No way. Father. Why not? Because I haven't seen His Royal Highness Ruin in a long time. You used to play together when you were younger, right? That was a long time ago. Back when I was innocent and knew nothing. Saying that, Yuri looked down. That's right. I didn't know anything back then. For me to approach His Royal Highness Ruin now. Is that so? Yes, Desua. Then why did you come along when there was a banquet at the palace? Father. Wasn't it because you wanted to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince just once? And it seems you've been dressing up a lot since His Royal Highness started visiting the mansion. Please don't say mean things, father. Yuri raised her voice. Yes, it's true that I am childhood friends with His Royal Highness Ruin. I have also had the chance to play with His Royal Highness because I am his cousin. But that was a long time ago. Even if I visit, His Royal Highness Ruin won't pay attention to me. This is a request from a father, Yuri. Ryujin Kuan looked down at Yuri and said, I will give you a book later. Deliver it to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince tomorrow. Is that okay? Yes, father. And so, Yuri was set to visit the royal palace. The next day, in front of the royal palace, I am Yurisama, the daughter of His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. May I have an audience with His Royal Highness Ruin? The lady-in-waiting announced to the soldier guarding the gate. Yuri waited in the carriage for permission to enter. On her lap was the book entrusted to her by her father. Her father, who has been involved in domestic and foreign affairs, wrote about his experiences. He had copies made to use for the education of Yuri and her brother. This was one of those copies. I wonder if His Royal Highness Ruin will meet with me. Yuri was Ruin's cousin. Just like Ryujin Kuan and Aka Country King are close, Yuri and Ruin were also good friends in the past. Back then, I was foolish. I was dreaming of things I couldn't achieve. She never spoke that dream out loud. She thinks it was a good thing. If she had said it, Yuri would have been looked at with disdain. Maybe, it would have made Ruin, who suffers from an ominous nickname, suffer even more. So, they drifted apart. As they grew up, it naturally happened that boys and girls kept their distance. Even though she was the daughter of a prince, it was better for her not to be by Ruin's side with her improper feelings. Really, it was a childish wish. That I wanted to be Ruin-sama's wife. To Yuri, Ruin was a close, younger cousin. But as she watched Ruin work hard to meet everyone's expectations, she started to be attracted to him. When she realized that, she thought she had to distance herself from him. People of the same surname cannot marry, especially those belonging to the royal family. If Yuri had said, I want to be His Royal Highness Ruin's wife, she would have been looked at strangely by everyone around her. She was glad that didn't happen, for her father's honor and, above all, for Crown Prince Ruin. My feelings are just innocent fantasies from when I was a child. And that's okay, Desua. That was probably just a silly longing. Before her true feelings could turn into love, she thinks it was good that she naturally kept her distance. Neither Yuri nor Ruin got hurt because of it. If she had stayed by Ruin's side any longer, she wouldn't have been able to hold back her feelings. She might have confessed and embarrassed her father and Ruin, or she might have burned with jealousy towards whoever would become Ruin's wife. She didn't want to become that kind of person. She didn't want to worry her father, trouble Ruin, or hurt the person Ruin loves. That's why Yuri had no choice but to stay away from Ruin. Really, I envy Seirei-sama. She can think of Tenhou-sama so devotedly. She quickly realized that Seirei had feelings for Tenhou. She felt envious. Being by the side of someone you love and being able to support them, that was something Yuri couldn't do. Maybe that's why Yuri liked Seirei. Permission has been granted. Yuri-sama. The lady-in-waiting returned to Yuri. However, she had a gloomy expression and said, "However, it seems Ruin-sama is not feeling well, so you cannot meet him." "I see. We can guide you to the front of the room. Also, you can leave the books with the attendants. What would you like to do?" "My father told me to deliver them directly," Yuri answered while remembering her father's words. "Also, if His Royal Highness is not feeling well, I must pay a visit. Let's go to the front of the room. Please convey that message." "Understood." Soon, the carriage started moving. Thus, Yuri was on her way to visit Crown Prince Ruin's room. "We have a visitor for your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This is the daughter of His Royal Highness the King's younger brother, Ari Yuri-sama." In front of Crown Prince Ruin's room, the attendant called out. Yuri and the attendant stood still for a while, waiting. However, there was no response. "I apologize, Yuri-sama. It seems that His Royal Highness is indeed not feeling well." "I see." Yuri sighed. It seemed that Ruin would not meet her after all. What would Seirei-sama do in this situation? She had heard that when Seirei received a gift from her brother Tenhou, she impulsively burst into the room. But Yuri couldn't do that in her position. So, what she could do now was, "Your Royal Highness Ruin. It has been a while. This is Yuri." After thinking for a moment, Yuri called out through the door. "I have brought a book from my father." "Is that you, Yuridono?" A voice came from beyond the door. Noticing that the voice was strained, Yuri held her breath. Then, she said, "I have been told by my father to check on your Royal Highness's condition. Could you please show your face? I appreciate the books. You should return, Yuridono. Is it really not possible for you to show your face? I cannot let you take on my bad luck." The voice was squeezed out like a whisper. This Ruin might truly be an unlucky person. "I lost my mother right after I was born, and now I have placed the blame on my late mother's brother. Choseikime. I am that kind of person. You, my cousin, should not come near me." "What are you saying, Your Royal Highness? Only those with great fortune can be by my side. For example, those who have lost their family in war or by their own actions, and still miraculously survive. Only such people can be with me. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This person is in despair. She doesn't know what happened. But if this continues, it might lead to something irreversible." Such thoughts crossed Yuri's mind. "I have a request. Could you please leave the room?" Before she knew it, Yuri was speaking to the attendant. "A few minutes is all I need. Please leave me alone with your Royal Highness. But, please, I beg you." "Why, Yuri-sama? For you to bow your head to someone like me. I understand. I will take my leave. So, please lift your head." As Yuri tried to kneel on the floor, the young servant stopped her. She bowed and walked away down the hallway, leaving behind the words, "Just a few minutes." Once the attendant was gone, Yuri took a deep breath. Then, facing Ruin on the other side of the door, "I, Ari Yuri, am your ally. Your Royal Highness Ruin." Yuri declared firmly, "I don't have much power. All I have is my father's influence and the connections I've built using that power. But I, Ari Yuri, vow to do my best as your ally. Stop it. You too will be affected by my bad luck." "Oh, you don't know? I'm also an unlucky person, you know?" "What?" "I have been in a forbidden love for a long time. A love that, if realized, would make everyone point fingers at me." "Yuri-san, no, Yuridono. Yes. I am the one who is unlucky desuwa." That's why I distanced myself from you. No, it was this Ruin who distanced himself. Ruin said in a confused tone. As the next king, I must put the country first. Yet, I have a sense of indebtedness to your father. It was hard to see the popular prince, Ryujin Kuan. I am unlucky and a small person. So, then we are both similar, aren't we, Desua? What did you say? I can't express my feelings to the person I love because I'm worried about what others think. I'm just a small person. So, your Royal Highness and I are similar in that way. Why, yeah, that might be true, but... There was a moment of silence. Then Ruin spoke in a heavy voice. Aside from the nickname Cursed Crown Prince, I'm still inexperienced. I might make a mistake someday. At that time, I can't involve Yuri-san. I'm so happy, Desua. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Ha! You're sharing your true feelings with me like you used to. That's mean. You are. Yes, that's true, Desua. So, when you make a mistake, I will boldly point it out to you. Yuri knelt on the floor in front of the door. If I can't handle it, I'll ask my father. I'll borrow the wisdom of talented people in the world to give you advice. And if you still don't listen, well, Desua, I'll gather people and surround Hokurin town for you, Yuri-san. And then, I'll encourage you to reflect. Your Royal Highness, no, Rusama, you are not the kind of person to ignore that. Right. After saying that, Yuri stood up. Footsteps were approaching. It seemed the servant were coming back. Thank you for giving me your time, Your Royal Highness. Yuri faced the door, hands clasped. It's a shame I can't see your face, but just hearing your words is enough. This is Yuri, and I thank your Royal Highness for your kindness. Thank you very much. Yuri Dono. Yes. Your Royal Highness. Could you wait until tomorrow? No, until the day after tomorrow? A voice came from beyond the door. I plan to read the books you delivered. Knowing me, I will have many questions and things I want to ask my uncle. I think I will soon dress properly and visit the mansion. Why, yes. Your Royal Highness. I will express my gratitude to you then. Is that all right? Thank you. Your Royal Highness. Your words are too kind. That is what I should be saying. There was a soft sound as something touched the door. Ruin was right beside Yuri. Noticing this, Yuri listened closely. Thank you. Yuri Dono. That word was probably only heard by Yuri. To avoid making Yuri cry, the young servant kept his distance. However, seeing Yuri's expression, they seemed to sense that something had happened. They knelt on the floor and bowed their head to Yuri. After responding, Yuri bowed again toward the door. She touched the door once. There was a faint sound as someone shifted slightly. Feeling that Ruin was still there, Yuri instinctively pressed a hand to her chest. With that warm feeling in her heart, Yuri returned to the mansion. Chapter 41. Tenhou and Uka read the secret book of Kou Tenhou. Crown Prince Ruin left his room and started his official duties. I found out about this a few days after consulting with Sei-rei. The reason I knew was that I received a thank you letter from Ryujin Kuan. His Royal Highness Ruin has safely returned to his duties. You can rest easy. This is thanks to your thoughtfulness. I'm grateful to Kou Tenhou and Ryu Sei-rei. I will not forget this favor. I swear by the great name of Ryujin Kuan. That's what it said. The thank you letter also arrived at Sei-rei's place. It was from Ryujin Kuan's youngest daughter, Yuri-san. Sei-rei read the letter and tilted her head in confusion. I looked at it too, but I didn't understand the meaning. Thanks to Sei-rei-sama, I have made up my mind. Even if I never marry anyone in my life, I believe I can live as my heart desires. Please, Sei-rei-sama, be happy. Why is this happening? What happened to Ryujin Kuan's daughter? I don't know either. With the letter in front of us, Sei-rei and I were deep in thought. Anyway, Crown Prince Ruin has recovered. Ryujin Kuan and Yuri-san are happy too. For now, that's enough. I'm sure it's thanks to Sei-rei. Thank you. I'm, just relaying what I heard from my brother to Yuri-sama. I never imagined that the person feeling down my brother mentioned would be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Oh, I see. I hadn't told Seirei about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. But Urasama is grateful to Seirei, so isn't it really Seirei's achievement? Is that so? Yes, it is. If that's the case, I'm happy. Yeah. Seirei is my proud little sister. Seirei is honest, kind, and really a good girl. In the game, she became a villainess who could ruin a country, but the current Seirei is growing up to be an honest and kind girl. This must be the real Seirei. I hope she continues to grow straight like this. As her brother, I will do my best. Brother. What is it, Seirei? Why are you, patting my head? Oh, I didn't realize. Before I knew it, I was patting Seirei's silver hair. Seirei's hair is like silk threads. It feels nice to touch, but Seirei is turning bright red. I'm sorry. When I looked at Seirei, I just wanted to pat you. It's fine. I like the feeling of your hand. Seirei said that while looking down. Seirei's earlobes are bright red. But when I tried to pull my hand away from Seirei's head, she placed her small hand on top of mine. With an upward glance, she nodded while giving me a somewhat mysterious look. Please continue, big brother. Is it really okay? The letter from Urasama said, please be happy. Seirei squinted her eyes and said, when you touch me, I feel happy. So, to grant the request of His Royal Highness the King's younger brother's daughter, I think you should touch me more, big brother. Is that so? Being shy is like going against Urasama's wishes. You're reading it like a script. Are you nervous? I won't be nervous once I get used to it. So please continue, big brother. If Seirei is saying that much. So, I kept stroking Seirei's hair. Occasionally, my fingers brushed against the Setsuenka, Snow's Edge flower, hairpin. Seirei always wears that to decorate her silver hair. Seeing Seirei's hair adorned with Setsuenka, Snow's Edge flower, makes me feel somehow at ease. This is my little sister Seirei, a girl who took a different path from the villainess. Big brother. I can't help but notice that Seirei has a somewhat feverish look in her eyes. But no, Seirei is a good girl who is being honest right now. She's not a villainess or a mysterious girl, nor a beauty that could bring a country to ruin. She shouldn't be thinking anything strange. Probably. While thinking about that, I continued to stroke Seirei's hair. The next day, Shu-sensei, and I visited Gaku Kiryu's house. Gaku Kiryu and Nona, along with Kane Shirt, had settled into their lives. The three of them received a house near Ryujin-kun's mansion and were living there. Gaku Kiryu was appointed as a guest general by the king of Aka country. His general title is General of the Western Armor. It means a general who comes from the west and wears armor to protect the country. My father seems busy with organizing the troops and training the soldiers. Nona said when we visited the mansion. In the mansion were Nona, Kane, and some attendants arranged by Ryujin-kun. It seems Gaku Kiryu was out for work. It must be tough for Gaku Kiryu-sama to gather his subordinates. I said. Gaku Kiryu is from the Boku tribe, a different ethnic group. Shu-sensei, Ryujin-kun, and I know Gaku Kiryu's strength, but others do not. What they know is just the story that Gaku Kiryu defeated the enemy General Ren Padu from the Jinkyo tribe. There are probably soldiers in Aka country who look down on a foreign general. It must be difficult to unite those soldiers. No, it seems the soldiers are gathering smoothly. Maybe it's because His Royal Highness the King's younger brother arranged them. Everyone seems to be following orders without hesitation. Nona said this with a serious expression. And His Royal Highness the Crown Prince recommended his subordinate to be my father's aide. His Royal Highness Ruin did that. Yes. I heard it's someone from the Wolf Cavalry. My father said, thanks to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's direct aid becoming my assistant, work has become easier. Both His Royal Highness the King's younger brother and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the people from Aka country are really kind. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Shu and I couldn't help but sigh. Even Shu-sensei looked surprised, her eyes wide open. Gaku Kiryu is a powerful military commander. So, I thought he would be valued in Aka country. But I never expected Crown Prince Ruin to pay this much attention to him. This is amazing. If Ryujin Kuin and Crown Prince Ruin are backing him, Gaku Kiryu can show his true power. A strong military commander in the game has joined our side. The forces of Aika country should be significantly strengthened. I see. Gaku Dono seems calm now, which is a relief. Shu-sensei said, clapping her hands. Now, let's do what we need to do. Nona Dono. And Kane Dono, could you show us that thing? Yes, Gen Shioku-sama. I will bring the secret book of chaos. Nona and Kane left the room. After a while, they returned with an old book in hand. Nona slowly opened the book. The text written inside was, Indeed, it's hard to understand just by reading it normally. Shu-sensei was right. The secret book of Kontan turned into nonsense when read as it is. To give an example, it was like saying, take a deep breath, exhale through your ears, and lift it up after 7 days. I couldn't tell if the words were replaced or if the order of the words was changed. It seemed that Kane, being a Miko, was needed to read it. Then, Kane will decipher it. Miko Kane focused her gaze on the secret book. The Miko of the Boku tribe has been given keywords to interpret the secret book. Using those, she can correctly assemble the sentences. The techniques of chaos are 3. Quietly, Kane began to weave her words. Mirror of Shadows Reflection, Shapeless Defense, Emperor's Dominion. Mirror of Shadows Reflection. A skill that reads the opponent's movements and predicts their future actions, a technique of perception. Shapeless Defense. A defensive technique that nullifies the opponent's attacks. Emperor's Dominion. An offensive technique that can be mastered by those who have learned the first 2 skills. These 3 make up the Kontan technique. As I listened to her talk, I remembered the skill tree from a game. Once you learn the first skill, the next one unlocks, and you can learn it, something like that. The Kontan technique might be similar. Once you master Mirror of Shadows Reflection, you can understand Shapeless Defense, and once you master Shapeless Defense, you can learn Emperor's Dominion. It seems to work like that. This secret book left by Swordmaster Shinkuen was really made by a careful person. Shu-sensei said, looking down at the secret book with her arms crossed. If there's no Miko, you can't decipher the secret book. Even if you can decipher it, you have to learn the techniques step by step. Otherwise, you can't use the offensive techniques. You have to learn the first skill, understand it, and grasp its meaning before you can move on to the next skill. It really is a martial art that chooses its practitioners. It chooses its practitioners, huh? That's right, Kaokuen. Shu-sensei nodded towards Shu. Those who want to learn this martial art must first earn the trust of the Miko. They have to believe in the words of the Miko who deciphers the secret book and undergo training without knowing what lies ahead. If you make one mistake, you might end up continuing completely pointless training. There are many barriers. Does that mean you choose who to trust? Martial arts can't be learned without the help of many people. The Boku tribe, Miko, and mentors. To master the techniques, you need to earn the trust of many. Trust of many. That's not all. Those learning martial arts also need to trust those people. It's like feeling your way through the dark. If you don't trust the people guiding you, you can't move forward. Saying that, Shu-sensei let out a long sigh. Swordmaster Shinkuen, the guardian of the Boku tribe, must have thought that far ahead. To ensure that chaos techniques are passed on to those with the right qualifications and determination. Kane will help until everyone is satisfied. Before I knew it, Kane was kneeling on the floor. Miko translates this book for those who believe. With it, for tribe and families. Both Kane and the chief believed in you and gave you the secret book. That's why I have to translate it correctly. Nona also trusts you all. Kane and Nona bowed deeply. Shu-sensei nodded at them. Then, she looked at me and Shu. I will also do my best in teaching. Now, for the final check. Tenhou, Kou. Yes. Shu-sensei. Why yes. The Kontan technique is difficult. It may have martial arts possibilities beyond our imagination. It will take time to master. Even if you struggle and take a long time, there may be times when you don't achieve results. Shu-sensei was looking straight at me and Shu. So, I want to make sure. Do you still wish to learn the Kontan technique? Will you regret spending time on it? Are you ready for that? Chapter 42. Tenhou and Uka read the secret book of Kontan 2. Yes. I wish for it. Please guide me, Shu-sensei. I feel the same way as Tenhou, I immediately answered. A moment later, Shu also gave the same answer as me. Before, I had a dream where the Kou country was destroyed. In that dream, the king, Ruin, said, "This continent will eventually be devoured by the four fiends." At first, I thought it was just a dream, but then, I found out that the four fiends technique actually exists. And the enemies of Kou country had learned that technique. Of all people, it was Kai Ugetsu, the protagonist of History of Swordmaster, and his father. No, it's not just that Kai Ugetsu can use Kyuki. He is a game protagonist, after all. There's a chance that he can use the other four fiends too. So, I need to learn some countermeasures. No matter how long it takes. Even if, as Shu-sensei said, I work hard and still don't get results. Still, by training in the Kontan technique, I might get clues about the other four fiends. That's why I want to learn the Kontan technique. Actually, I was only supposed to learn a way to escape with the 4 divine steps. But I can't just run away anymore. In this country, there are Seirei. I have my father, my mother, and my big brother. I'm also being taken care of by Ryujin Kuan. His daughter, Yuri-san, is a good friend of the Seirei. I can't just leave my family and the people who have helped me behind. Besides, there's Shu. Shu is involved in capturing Kai Shujaku. If Kai Ugetsu finds out about this, Shu might be seen as an enemy by the game's main character. The one who fought Kai Shujaku is a boy named Sui Kao, so Suuka might be let off the hook, but I can't let my guard down. Also, Shu-sensei and Tori-san are now residents of Kou country. If a war breaks out because of the four fiends, they will get caught up in it too. I won't let that happen. If the enemy is the four fiends, then I will fight back with one of the four fiends, Chaos. Right now, I think that's the only option. I understand your determination. I will also do my best to guide you. After a while, Shu-sensei nodded with a serious expression. Then she shrugged and said, "That said, we need Reiku's cooperation for the training." She said this with a wry smile. Kontan is very difficult. Training must be done carefully. Only when both Shu-sensei, an expert in ki, and Reiku-sensei, a master of martial arts, are together can we have perfect guidance. So, it's better to start serious training after Master Reiku returns. That was Shu-sensei's conclusion. Well then, until Master Reiku returns, there's nothing we can do, right? You're right, Kaokuan. Well, let's get ready. We should be able to start training as soon as Reiku gets back. Shu-sensei. Suddenly, I realized something. Kane translated the secret book and passed it on to us. There was a part at the beginning that caught my attention. To remember the mirror of shadow's reflection, we need to practice sensing the presence of others, right? That's right. The training for that is written there. Since it's the ultimate receiving technique, we need to read the movements of others with ki and skin sense. So, we blindfold ourselves and touch arms or legs with our training partners, right? Yes. It's like slowly doing martial arts forms while blindfolded. While sensing the opponent's presence, right? Exactly. If that's the case. Shikei and I have been doing something similar, right? When the four of us did the guidance together. Ah, Shu exclaimed. It seemed she understood what I wanted to say. When the four of us did the Heaven-Earth guidance technique, we closed our eyes and sensed each other's presence. Even while moving in that state, we hardly bumped into each other or touched. That's very similar to the training method for Mirror of Shadow's reflection. That's definitely true. Just like Tenhou said. Shu nodded with an excited expression. When we did the guidance with 4 people, even with our eyes closed, we could feel each other's presence. At that time, I didn't know who was who, though. Still, we could sense each other's positions and movements, right? Yes. Since we had that experience, I think we can do the initial training for Mirror of Shadow's reflection. Master Reiku might not return anytime soon. I want to do what I can before then. I agree with Tenhou too. What do you think, Shu-sensei? That's right. You all succeeded with that secret technique. Shu-sensei nodded as if she understood. Indeed, Tori also said that. Even with eyes closed, she could clearly understand everyone else's movements. Tenhou and Kou felt the same way, right? Yes. No doubt about it. I felt the same. While training with the secret technique, my skin was tingling, and my body could feel that Tenhou was right there. Shu's words suddenly stopped. She quickly turned to the side and said, "Well, anyway, I think we can train with Mirror of Shadows reflection." "I agree too, Shu-sensei. Could you please guide us?" Shu-sensei seemed to be thinking for a moment. Nona, who was listening, looked surprised. She probably didn't expect that training would start so soon. "By the way, Kane, oh, she's sleeping." Leaning against me with her small body, she had fallen asleep without me noticing. I was so caught up in the conversation that I didn't realize. Amazing, this girl. All right. That sounds good. After a while, Shu-sensei looked up. "Let's try the first training of the Mirror of Shadows reflection. Of course, I will take full responsibility for your health. If anything seems off, we will stop immediately. Is that okay?" "Thank you, Shu-sensei. Please take care of us." Shu and I clasped our hands in front of Shu-sensei. Because Kai Shujaku died, we lost our lead on the Golden Feather Syndicate. Still, there are things we can do. Nona and Kane are with us, helping us decipher the secret scroll. Shu-sensei, who was a traveling doctor in the game history of Swordmaster, is now an ally of Kou country. It's okay to take it slow. With everyone's help, let's work on countering the Four Fiends technique. That should also help prevent the collapse of Kou country. Then, please guide us, Shu-sensei. Shu stood up energetically. Then she turned to me, looked away, and put her hand on her obi. "Kaokuen." "Why yes, Shu-sensei. This secret book is different, so you don't need to take off your clothes, okay?" Shu's face turned bright red. "I mean, it would be really bad to take them off now. Nona and Kane are here, after all. Especially, Nona thinks Shu is a boy named Sui Cow. Oh, Nona is covering her face with both hands. It's too much for my eyes. I still don't have the courage to see the skin of my admired Kaosama. Right. Yeah, Nona is really a fan of Shu." With that, Shu and I, still fully dressed, started our training to understand each other's positions, touching arms and legs, and other places, while continuing our training. Then, the next day, I received a letter from Kairyuaniu at the Northern Fortress. "I met your master, Reiku." The first line said that Master Reiku is looking for an organization that is spreading rumors that Kou country will fall. It seems she visited the Northern Fortress for that reason. Reiku said she would head east after this. I asked which town she would go to, so I'm writing it down just in case. If you wish, you could go meet her. I told Reiku about Gen Shiokudono. When she heard you are being taught by Gen Shiokudono, she felt relieved. But you might have things you want to discuss with Reiku. So, I asked about her schedule. I hope this will be useful. Thank you, brother. The letter included the date when my brother met Master Reiku and the name of the town where my master is heading. If I chase right now, I might be able to meet Master Reiku in the eastern town. I haven't told my father and brother about the secret book of Kontan. I just asked Master Reiku to let her know that I and Shu want to meet her. I also mentioned that I'm training under the traveling doctor, Shu-sensei, along with my recent updates. It worked. I found out Master Reiku's travel route. With our 5 divine steps, Shu and I might be able to catch up with her even now. If we can call Master Reiku back, she should be able to guide us along with Shu-sensei. I'm a bit worried if Master Reiku will become the teacher for the secret book of Kontan. But Shu and I will persuade her. Her junior sister, Shu-sensei, is also here. I think Master Reiku will listen to us. Thinking about this, I took the letter and headed towards Shu. End of Volume 2.